Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is May 19th, 2026. And we have an interesting day ahead of us because you are still getting the pressure from chip stocks momentum. Korea didn't do as good. A lot of the tech names are trading a little bit lower. We're going through this last couple of days of losing that momentum, but then this morning, very obvious the rotation into the chip stocks. So as we are starting to watch the tech stocks, you're starting to watch the chip stocks sell off. The tech stocks are getting a bid. That's one part of it, but now the big thing here, the oil doom loop and what's going on with bonds. So it's very simple. I mean, what I've been explaining here thus far, it's, again, we've talked about get ready for the stall, get ready as we get through expiration. Doesn't guarantee the downside yet. And what you really want to be looking for is when does the market start reacting to bond yields and oil? What is going to be that trigger? So either 4% CPI or, again, the long-dated oil contracts going to 100. Those are kind of the factors we're looking at. Otherwise, we're playing this back and forth. Pay attention, ignore the war, pay attention, ignore, and then meanwhile, you have software and chips now playing this dynamic, and now people wondering where all the momentum went, my friends. So, Chatadonia, we got a big day ahead. We got a lot of things to talk about, but you know, before we chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out. Active service, past service, anybody who has served this country, God bless you and thank you, even to your families. Thank you for this ultimate commitment you have given to everybody's freedom. I hope all of y'all in here never take your freedom for granted. And whether or not you support the war, man, just don't ever forget, you can't take away the honor from somebody who has given so much for people they have never met in their country. So veterans, the families, God bless every single one of you and thank you. I hope you get a long term. I hope we can help out in any way, but at the very least, we love you. And God bless everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Sit at the judge. Oh, it's game time, Chatadonia. Oh, my goodness. Happy Tuesday, baby. Are you awake? Are you awake and ready to go? Oh, how much time we got? A minute and 30. A minute and 30. The most active contract reverses losses to the 30-year, its highest treasury rate since 2007. Oh, my goodness. Welcome. We got to talk a lot about bond oil correlation. But that being said, minute till the bell, I'm going to be watching IGV and a lot of software names. So again, right off the bat, the algos, you have chips down. South Korea went down 3, but then you have software already gapping up. So that whole rotation idea still in play. You got a couple more earnings, but Team, Workday, CRM, Monday, DocN, and then I think that's it. But some of them even have events, but those are the ones going up. Then keep an eye on Sweet Greens. Somebody took a stake in them. That's adding to some of that little squeeze stuff we've been getting. And then again, DocN, Nokia, Fiserv, Upstart, those are all going to be at the JP Morgan event. And then TE, energy name that Leopold kid bought, but it's actually lower than his purchase price right now. But that's kind of a top blast energy. We're going to see how that plays out, but I'm going to keep my eye on it. It started to drop a little bit earlier. But other than that, Chatadonia, again, if you already have SAP and net plays, we already made those free, so you're going to be able to ride those out. And then, again, just watch what happens here between tech. I do think some of the tech names might continue to go. Again, Microsoft even starting off good in the morning. So we'll see. TE was a fuzzy panda short report. Oh, no way. So, yeah, I pulled it up this morning. Leopold is in on that at 7:45. So that's it. Leopold, he just literally top blasted energy and chips before it went crazy with with big leverage. Round 1, fight. So let me put it this way. Leopold's average on Intel is $45. So you guys are 100% better than that. But yeah, either way, he got a lot of hype, and that caused some things. Microsoft up 1.6. Alrighty. Show me what you're working with. I want to check one thing real quick. Oh, yeah. Boo. Yeah, I could have grabbed these yesterday, but I didn't. Let's see. I haven't looked at the team or the SAP. I'm going to. Or excuse me, what's the other one? Now. That one gapped up another. Remember, you're already up 300% on that one. But yeah, that started off good. And then keep an eye on Microsoft, and then watch again if the rotation actually continues. But yes, those got good. Oh, fuck me. The CRMs came back up. So yeah, those are there. They're still down a decent amount though. And then any other IGVs are looking good. Let me see. The SAP contracts haven't adjusted too much. Workday's kind of on fire. And then service, and now you got 400%. Not bad. Not bad. I don't know if Robinhood is down. So there's Snow. And then IGV. Oil's going straight up. Again, oil was actually chilling out there. Funny how that played out. What are they charging on this one? 20%, Habibi. 20%. Back up. Spot silver extends decline down by 5. Intel, again, Intel got tagged in that Microsoft thing. So Microsoft said they're coming out with this like tablet thing. And then Intel actually benefited off of that. They said Intel made it all. And then where's IGV? They're hoeing me. Don't hoe me. Nothing is failing. Why do they hate me? Okay. Well, I grabbed the only lagger pretty much. NVIDIA coming back? Yeah, the SAP, all of them. SAP and now, if you got those when we did, you should. I mean, I already made them free, so you could push them now or ride them if you, depending on how much you believe in this software rotation. You even have the IGVs, too. Don't forget about those. So, I'll give the locked in. They're already up a decent amount, but that, like I said yesterday, those are the only lagger. So I'm not going to tell all of you to play, but CRM, pretty much for any earnings run up and any software rotation, the June, July contracts, those are the only ones down in the last couple of weeks. Otherwise, any of the old software plays are actually up. That is the dilemma. And speaking of which, the overall IGV calls chilled out. And now is up a little bit more. SAP, pay the plug. Amen, baby. That's good. Again, hopefully you made them free. They all did very good. I mean, you got to catch. I think they're both 10% from the bottom. Yeah, CRM is not cheap. If you want time, you could go for the shorter term ones, but yeah, they're a little up there. Yeah, they still have that. And then again, Workday, and then I think Intuit's tomorrow morning. And then Micron, are chips coming back up? What is this? What do we got? And then SPY near the low. I still got futures up. Yeah, chips are only down by 0.6. So again, even IGV is only up by 0.3. So far, cash open, some of that already did flipped. Microsoft, I think Microsoft's part of the IGV coming down because they were up a decent amount. And then who is it? Intel. Intel holder, all still red. And then SPY down by 0.6, Russell down 1.2, NASDAQ 0.4, and then Dow Jones at, 1.3? Or down by 0.7. A-Lab. Who's the other one? Oracle. GLW says their confidence in 2030 plan tied to hyperscalers. Or? Who was it? There was ANET. Then there's Upstart and Fiserv and Nokia. Micron and chips again. GLW, they had like an insider sell this morning. I think that's why they lagged a little bit. SPYs is still chilling at open. Again, first like 5 minutes, you're just getting this back and forth here between chips and software, it looks like. LPTH again. And then TE. That's your energy top blast. And then Qualcomm's going to be at one of these events. All right, SPY took a little bit of a pop. I think it's NVIDIA. NVIDIA just went red to green. Again, some of the software is coming back here now, too. So Workday now and SAP, they all did better pre-market. They said, oh, what's up? NVIDIA. It's already Tuesday, man. All right, I took 2 more SAPs off the table at like 450%. I sold a couple more, but I still have some. And then who's the other one? Service now. Because the SAPs have less time. The service now is you got way more time on those. Crowd go Data Kelb again. They're gonna be, I think, 10 o'clock. So they're gonna be in an event sooner rather than later, I believe. They've been slow climbing here at above 200. Remember, we already had that 1,000% earlier. I got rid of those. Oh, very, very widespread, Habibi. Not cheap, man. Not cheap. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. All right, let's see. Workday. Net's on the high now, too. All right, SPY, IGV, Cerberus bounced. Oh, where's TLT? So again, TLT is still pretty washed. I mean, oil stopped that whatever craziness that was doing at the bell. China on the high. K-Web is actually up a decent amount. China didn't do too hot. It's actually kind of ironic. The Asian sessions that are bad have done better for K-Web and then vice versa. Well, yeah, those are coming up a little bit. Workday, CRM, Apple on the high. Apple is actually green, right below 300. And then again, chips didn't do too bad. Nvidia went red to green real quick. Oh, let's see chips. So SMH down 0.4 and then IGV up by 0.8. And then SPY with a candle. See if more staples start going up. XLP is down, but a couple of them are starting to react. Remember, Home Depot it was kind of underwhelming. It wasn't good, it wasn't bad. Tesla, Mob X, and then Everest. Again, a couple of biotechs, whatever Mob X is. I feel like we've seen this before. Well, I just took like 4% in one candle. Again, yeah, Qualcomm, Datadog, and a couple of others are going to have events here later throughout the day. Fiserv, Nokia, DocN, and then Monday. That's the other one. I think Monday already moved. XLF down 0.5. Yeah, HD earnings was just like right in the middle. I mean, they said it was pretty much similar to last year. I mean, things didn't get a lot better nor a lot worse. Apple on the high, AMT, and then SPY coming down. EMB. Let me see. Who is it? It could be the Microsoft lag earlier. I mean, but Google's down 1.4. They're all down a decent amount. Most of your Mag 7 is down, and then again, Nvidia was just right on the cusp. But yeah, we'll get a checkup here in a second. Please hold while we connect your long term. So Dow Jones, it's not updating. I guess it's still early. It's only been 12 minutes. Zscaler partners with Global Systems to launch AI Guardian to accelerate AI adoption. UMC, that one's still going up. High. So again, some chips are moving up, interestingly enough. And then you got wheat on the high. Yeah, chips aren't doing too bad, like low key. So that cash open flipped. That was almost a 1.5% move. So again, you still have software leading, but you definitely had a lot of chips come out here to begin. I don't know why, but that's you literally the full algo rotation got instantly flipped. You're still holding for a little. Give it maybe another hour and see what the staples end up doing. Then you got China still continuing. But yeah, this just might open the door for other rotations, and then they'll kind of smooth out, and we'll see who is the real lagger and leader on the day. Let's see. Long term, you could use any account. Just make sure it's separate from your trading account. That's usually the hard part. SPY near the low. I'm gonna try one more. Apple again, so that's helping you, and then Fig. You guys are just calling that. TLT down, the bond doom loop. So we're going to talk about that. I mean, we've been bringing it up the last couple days, but it's not really going to be as much as what TLT does. But the real question is, when is the market going to get triggered by it? You know, I think that's a question everybody has. You know, it's not about what the bonds are doing, but when is now the stock market going to react to bonds? Because that has been confusing a lot of people. The fact that, you know, the markets went up, yields, you know, how do we get here on yields? Software, pretty big move. That has to be Microsoft or like an Oracle or Palant. PIII? I can't. Yeah, PIII. Up 30%. Yeah, IGV just took one. GE Aerospace awarded contract to advance engine for autonomous collaborative platform. Now, I took some more sap off the table. They kept going, but then I still have the nows. The nows have a lot more time. But yeah, software did turn around a little bit there. The CRM slowed down for a little bit, but we'll see if those kick into gear. And then is KWeb still up? Yeah, China. So again, today, at least the laggers are coming a little bit more into fruition, but I think we need to see a little bit more. Yeah, all of Mag 7 except for Apple is getting washed. I mean, Microsoft too a little bit. They're back to green, but I mean, Microsoft was at 430 something this morning, like literally 10 minutes ago. So again, SPY going down. I do think chips are going down. So chips down, you got to hold up another 0.25% there on software. So see how that actually stays. O'Reilly on the high. So that's what I was saying. See if any like staples or other consumer stocks start to hold up. Because that's the other part you're not getting today. Yeah, like Walmart and a couple of others came back. Again, more China names too. And then Eli Lilly, see if drugs and XLV, XBI, if they start moving up. Path? Oh, what's up, software? And then Crowd, and then now Baba, and then literally software is about to take off again. Well, well, well. MDB, BB, and then Eli Lilly, Z Spot. Again, more software. Again, now there's even the work days and a few others. Yalla Habibi. Where is it? All right, what level is this? Melly, Adobe, all the software, Adobe, small ones, big ones. So again, this is actually a huge level, man. 94.66. Either software stops here or we start opening up the door to 97. Yeah, KWeb is doing good. Again, laggers are doing amazing today. That's it. Yesterday you had laggers without China. Today you got the same set of laggers now, a couple other ones broadening out. I mean, again, think about it. The momentum in chips is still slowing down once again. I made the IGVs free, the non-week. Again, we have a weekly that's in the money. These are the ones from Friday. But the ones with June time, make them free. They're at 100%. So thank you, IGV. You did very good, brother. Very, very good. We have very good timing, Chadadonia. Very, very good timing, you know? And now Snowflake. CRM, SAP. Yeah, those other ones hit good. I made them all free now. So again, we got it. You could ride them out. I mean, we got to ride the other ones 300-400%. Do whatever you like, but you know, if you were paying attention from last week, even on any of the software stuff, and then what we did on Friday, those did come into fruition. So plan accordingly. The saps keep ripping. Those are 500% now. That's why I had to sell a couple for you, you know? Make them go up like that. Let me see. I make the contracts free. Oh, it filled. All right, I made my workday free. Those went up by 40, but those were coming from the grave. They were a little bit bigger. But yeah, I made workday free as well. So I added one new software that was lagging, and then the ones that have gone up, I'm making them free. Welcome, Jake from State Farm. What's up, baby? Good morning. But yeah, I don't know. Do you guys see the fascinating part of today, though? Hopefully you all see it. You know, SPY kind of coming down. You're getting your chip volatility, but do you see how strong some of the moves to the upside are? So again, some people might be focusing on what's going down, but just notice you have a huge pocket of names that are like absolutely ripping. So that is the general idea there. And then CRM just broke out again. Yeah, all IGV free. I took a little bit more off the table in terms of software. Oh, I think I have another. Do I have another workday? I think I do. Yeah, they have 2 sets of workdays. I'm going to sell the other ones. Those are up 100. All right. Where is it? Yeah, I made the SAP. I took more. They're 500%. Sapping now. You have anywhere from like 400 to 500% if you got those. So do whatever you need to with that. But if you were paying attention when we did those, you know, the timing was immaculate. It was immaculate, you could say. But yeah, I've already monetized those. And then even the IGVs from Friday. So again, you even should have one near the money and then the other ones even with a little time. So yeah, just a matter of taking what you want off the table, though. Like I'm saying, I'm making some free. I like to ride some of this wave, but then I'm going to make sure we get paid. Because you guys see it, even with like the Chinas, you could quickly go up, get your gain, but then if things flip, you know, you don't want to have all that money risk. Even the NVIDIA, like you're still up on the NVIDIA, but you saw how much more money you could have walked away with, you know, making it free into the hype. Yeah, KY is doing great. The premiums still down from the last couple days, but they picked up, at least today. Still down like 10% on the averages. And then the original ones on KWeb are down 37% again. So that's what I'm saying. That was the difference between either make it free and have zero risk, or like if you held the original ones, those have gone down now. All right, even SPY coming up and NVIDIA. And now, no worries. You could ghetto spread them or sell out. I mean, either way, you got a good one. I think those are both lined up pretty well. I'm still in the KC. Those ones got washed. I didn't average on the KC though. I averaged with KWeb. But we're going to find out. I mean, today, the last 48 hours, you guys got to see it. So again, China was one part of it, but are you guys seeing what I was talking about? Where I said, you know, what if we stall? What happens if we don't go higher, we don't go lower? But then we were saying these lagging industries and these lagging plays. RDW, Musk takeover speculation. If Elon wants to build, he'll think he'll buy out a company. Altucher. So pump. SPY did switch gears a little bit. I mean, we got a little bit to fill the gap, but let's see if it holds. Yeah, Nvidia did good too. Oil just dropped straight down. Yeah, and bonds got a bid too. So again, most of the macro factors that were causing some pressure. And yeah, Walmart's back up. I don't know if those plays are down from yesterday. No, they're still up 40%. Jeez. So yeah, they didn't really go down. They're just kind of moving up. And then RGV. Team hit another price or no? And then MasterCard too. I don't know if it was them or Visa who had the event. One of them is going to show up. Elijah Lilly. Let's see. Staples are coming back up. So like I was saying, that took a little bit of time there. And then Mexico, EWW, and then CDW. You got a couple of, again, you're broadening out in very weird ways. Remember, yesterday was a broadening out day. Despite how it all played out, you had more industries up. So now Dow, you have 22 in the red, 8 in the green. Dow's only down a quarter. NASDAQ, 42 in the green, 59 in the red. And then SPY, 141 in the green, 360 in the red. So more things are down than not today. And then again, you have Staples trying to come up here. But yeah, so unlike yesterday you were red, but then you had everything green. But now today, you're still actually red on everything, and then you have more names in the red. The stream keeps buffering you. Write a letter to YouTube, bro. They've been hoeing some of y'all lately. They don't want you to get those SAPs and software rotations and understand the laggers. You see why, right? You see why they don't want you to. So then that way, they want everybody to top tick chips. And then if the chips stop going up, they don't want everybody to know the other side of the market that'll go up. It's all a plot. I have a bunch of options videos on the trading fraternity. That's the other channel. But yeah, I literally have thousands of videos that you could learn from. It's just going to take a while. I mean, that's the thing. That's why I encourage you, own some assets. Go slow. You'll be able to work your way into it. Make some paper trade a little bit, and then get a long term to really build up your budget and have some basis on that. And you know you'll be good to go. This is the only one that lags with YouTube Premium and locked in. I know. You guys gotta write them letters. Write them a strongly worded letter. This is bullshit. You know what I'm saying? You gotta communicate effectively. Hey, man, I'm just here to drop the dimes, bro. Just to drop the info. All right, we doing more? What was the other one? Workday. So, again, I got rid of most of the workdays. Those hit good. I held that one for a while. Them in CRM. Wait, CRM is literally the only one that lagged. You finally separated the long term from my options account. Congratulations. That is a step towards victory. Because I look forward to one account that just goes straight up. Maybe the other account will go straight up now too. You know, you made a good choice. Wheat. Oh, even Fiven. So again, a lot of these random software names are working their way up. Well, well, well. NVIDIA going red. Just again, keep an eye on the rotation software. Again, bonds and oil chilled out. That's what we're going to talk about a lot today. It's still early. We're just going through first 30 minutes. Hopefully you've made some moves here already, but the rotation's holding up. It started a little wonky. And then again, anything staples, medical, they're all doing good, but a majority of the market is in the red. Again, tech names, a little bit of energy and communications. Those are the best on the S&P. You put an offer in on a house today. I'm sad. I'm selling the long term. I know it's a big deal, but you know, time to prestige into the next cycle, brother. That's it. Just make sure it's a good deal on the house and get ready to rebuild. The rebuild's fun. It's a little depressing at first because you're like, oh, I got to start over, but you know, the flexibility of the rebuild is unmatched. Merck and Pfizer. How about Chad said he wanted to hear Howard. I kind of want to hear Howard. I don't know where it is. Oh, there it is. No, it's muted.
Howard didn't lie or deny that he hung with that guy, but we still ask why. Did you go to that eye? Not once, but a couple times. Don't be shy.
Iran deputy minister says U.S. is presenting threat as an opportunity for peace.
Howard escaped 9/11. Terrorists got their virgins in heaven, but there's still something I'm not getting. Howard, what the F did you go to that island?
Iran deputy foreign minister says Iran prepared to confront any military aggression. So there's your war headline. Again, oil popped up more at the pre-market or at the bell than not, but you are starting to flip down a little bit. But we still ask why. Abivar. They are. Again, a lot of medical names are coming up. It's like a part of the thing. Open Door, new product. What are they selling? Houses? They're like, this time we're not going to overpay for a bunch of houses. This time we're going to make sure we try to make money. Launching Open Door 2.0 for agents, including the ones who want to work with agents. I don't know if they mean real estate agents or like AI agents. Seems like a mix of both. U.S. issues fresh Iran-related sanctions. Treasury website. So yeah, Open Door. I think it has something to do with AI agents. But yeah, they're coming out with something. Pending home sales 1.4 month over month. Estimate was 1%. No fucking way. It was a couple minutes ago. I think everyone ignored it because it wasn't bad. I think a lot of people thought it was going to be bad. But that's why too, Homeboy, 1.4 month over month. There was an estimate as high as 1.8, but then consensus was 1. So there was a pretty large spread. And then year over year, home sales 3.2. For the lasses. Thank you, baby. Amen. Amen and good morning. What if Open Door uses houses as data centers? Maybe. NATO to consider Hormuz deployment if Strait is not open by July. Oh, spies starting to pop off that oil down. If that's verified, you pretty much have now NATO and the rest of the world willing to add the pressure. That's coming out right now. Oil just took a big candle off that. Spy, not as much. But yeah, NATO is considering deployment if the Hormuz is not open by July. So Trump gets a little bit of international pressure there. I mean, I don't know if it's going to move the chips. Watch some of the staples and some of the other rotations. But oil was the bigger effect on that one. And then see if TLT made a pop. TLT did a little bit. So again, you just had, Rand started making these comments, and then I don't know the source on that one. Like I said, we need to confirm it, but that's coming out now. U.S. sanctions entities in Dubai, Panama, and China. But the war is over. I know, but it's gonna end again. So then we could start it again and then end it. This was the example of yesterday. So are you ready? I'll use I guess I'll use you, Kazi. So Kazi, I was gonna ban you today. You know that? Kazi, I'm about to ban you. But you know what? I'm calling off my banning of Kazi. Don't you feel better? Don't you see? Do you see what happened? Imagine if I told you I was banning you today, but then I called off the pre-planned banning. So you're like, what? You were going to ban me? But then now you're like, oh, I'm not getting banned. So yeah, that's what happened yesterday. For those who didn't understand it. You see, it's all the psychology. Yeah, you. See, look at you're shocked. You're shocked and surprised. But no, you're not getting banned. I called it off. Like I was going to. Yesterday I was going to ban you. But now I called it off. I said, you said, you know what? I won't ban him. We'll work it out. We'll figure it out. But see, now you're like, wow. Am I getting banned? Am I excited? Am I happy? Am I sad? You see, that's exactly that happened with all the headlines yesterday. Besant, Besant, a bunch of headlines. Jeez, bro. China truce on critical minerals and tariffs can be extended through subsequent meetings. New Section 301 won't be a problem for China as long as they don't as long as they don't exceed prior levels. China Board of Investment will seek to identify deals that will need CFIUS national security reviews on investments ready to be made. China understands that 301 may bring U.S. tariffs back to levels prior to Supreme Court decision. We'll have meeting with China Vice Premier in September to visit the White House. U.S.-China consultations on AI guardrails to prevent proliferation of models likely to start in the next 4 to 8 weeks. And then China will initially identify 30 billion of non-critical goods that have reduced or no tariffs under the Board of Trade. And then U.S. sanctions several oil tankers. And then Bradley Frizzle and the Peach has arrived. Oh, are you kidding me? Chad, look at that. You get headlines, you get Besant, you get NATO, and then you get Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Wow, this morning is all coming together. Look at that. So again, SPY went down on the NATO news, but you know, the hope is high with the Peach, baby. Good morning. Good morning. Boeing's waiting, bro. He's waiting for the Peach hangover. You know that they've been hoeing Boeing. Boeing has been hoed. We love it, baby. Good morning. He blessed us with the flyby. Amen, bro. Amen. Then again, whatever China, he's saying pretty much AI meeting in the next 4 to 8 weeks. And then whatever meeting happens again with China. Again, IGV slipped a little bit there. SPY went lower. So again, these back and forths with Iranian generals or whatnot. And then this NATO news. But you got a little drop on oil. Came right back. SPY ended up going lower than reacting. And then, yeah, you're getting this AI China stuff. You'll probably hear about that. Not once, but twice. But a couple times. NASDAQ, QQQ. I see NASDAQ down 1.0. SPY down 3/4, Russell down 1.8, and then Dow is down by 0.39. Again, more industries than not are in the red right now. XLP still going. Wally World, Habibi. Yeah, the Walmart premiums are even higher from yesterday. Eli Lilly, dude, and Novartis, a lot of biotechs, bro. A lot of biotechs. You don't see Bradley? Oh, wait, that wasn't Bradley. That was Jake from State Farm. What the fuck? Did I just get too excited? I think I did. Bradley! Bradley, where are you? Dude, I just got too excited. It tracked. It wasn't Bradley. Holy fuck. You got me, bro. You got me. That was crazy. It's fake news, dude. That was it was fake Bradley. It was Jake from State Farm. I love you, Jake from State Farm. But that was the fake Bradley. I thought it was Bradley. Where am I right now? Who am I? It all feels so unnatural. I gotta lock in. I do, man. I was not paying attention as much. It looked like the peach. That's it, with all the headlines flying around. The Iran deal, if it happens before the Fed, I don't think it'll matter too much. I mean, it'll obviously be a tailwind, but remember, I mean, we don't know what Warsh is gonna say, but generally, they have been trying to ignore the, the Fed has been trying to make the war stuff not really a part of their consideration. So that's kind of the issue with that one. It was a mirage. Plug walk. I can't even understand how the long term talk. Pick him up in his space long term. Whirlpool getting some volume. That's it. All you need is for them to cave the tepper. Let's see. But a couple times. Don't be shy. Please don't lie. Who is it? Whirlpool. I don't see anything on them. I mean, again, you had Home Depot. So that's what I'm saying. That's why Whirlpool sucks. Because Home Depot's like, it's the same as last year. And Whirlpool's like, it's a recession. Constellation. Tap came up. Where's Kimberly Quality? Again, XLP, I think that's getting driven by Wally World. But yeah, they're all up. Target, Wally World. It's all 0.5%, but they're moving it. Top NATO commander. A total of 5,000 U.S. troops will be pulled out of Europe. So again, oil's still near the lower end after a couple of random pops. And then, yeah, we just got the NATO news not too long ago. Banks are picking up. So shout out to the laggers, dog. So again, I mean, XLF is still down, but individual names are up. Pay the plug for IGV. God bless, baby, again. Well, hey, man, just keep it rolling. Do good. Get a long term. Don't let the trades get the best of you. If you hit some of those too, I mean, we've been continuing the streak. It would be nice if the second level China plays would come up, but yeah, man, we still got some opportunity here. So be wise with it. Keep looking ahead and don't get too excited. That's it, baby. Amen. Plug walk. Let's see if oil. Nike's going up now too. Again, watch if XLF starts to wake up. And then Intel's down now. UAE Defense Ministry says they detected and dealt with 6 drones in the last 24 hours. Nike's. Yeah, it's all, again, a lot of the same plays from yesterday, like consumer value. Those are all going right now. So, yeah, those are all picking up. I mean, software is holding against the chips, but they're starting to slip a little bit more as they go lower. And then Airbnb, fucking General Mills. Yeah, dude, they're all going up. All of the staples, the XLP is a part of it, you know? Please don't lie. Actually, we don't even like your wife. I have financials in the long term, but I haven't picked up a play on them, no. I just called out they were lagging. Because I already went pretty big on both software, Europe, and China. But yeah, and then I like copper. I love the copper. The materials and the copper lagger, I'm a big fan of that one. They're not really lagging too much. But yeah, I haven't picked up any financials. K-Web already came along. It just came back down That's what I'm saying. I'm glad I told you all about it, but I don't want to babysit too much on the double dip. Just remember, K-Web already worked. We're just going for the second round because we're greedy bastards. But yeah, other than that though, as far as a lagger though, it finally picked up today. But then yesterday, you're seeing it though. What I was talking about, I know, when we were fucking riding to the high, it doesn't seem like it would happen, but this is a stall. You're watching the stall out. Anything could still change. We could still go higher. We could still go lower. But this idea of market comes down, rotate to the underperformers. This is the last 48 hours. You could definitely taste it a lot different than you would have by Friday or Thursday. EOS. What was that other one? TE. Smuckers, another value name. Workday, CRM, Oracle's down. So as far as software, bro, Nike, these value names are catching a bid, dude. So it's different types of laggers. Like there's different quality levels, but there's like a lot of underperformers just keep catching a bid here today. And then again, McDonald's, HD has almost recovered all of the earnings loss. They're only down like 2.5. Then Kroger. All right, well, it's all staples rotating right now for the most part. Did those other piece of shits go? Hold on. We don't even like your eye. But a couple times. Don't be shy. Come on, brother. Fill me. Sap doesn't care. I know. Do you guys see it, though? That's what I wanted you to learn. I wanted you guys to see how this all played out. You got to really see how, even if the market just came straight down, you have a different opportunity. I hope you made the most of it. Bro, why won't they fill these, dog? Kind of pissing me off. Okay, they filled it. I made the Walmart free at like 70%. Because I had more than one. So I sold them to get them free. I'm still asking why. They filled it terribly. You could get another 20. If it pops again, you should get another 20% out of that. They were just being hoes. Are waiting for NVIDIA. No, you're right. That's what I was saying, we're post expiration. We're getting this little rotation and the laggers, but pretty much after NVIDIA, even that Thursday, that's when we're going to start moving a little bit more. Cisco's down 3. They're presenting at a conference. MGMT Presents. They dropped 3 off of that. I think NVIDIA is pricing in 9%, but then it's moved like 12% in the last week or so, which is kind of the problem. But yeah, it is. But after NVIDIA, if that's good or bad, I mean, NVIDIA might still even go down, but it's just that's going to give you the earnings tailwind and information, and then that's it. All the volatility goes down. The biggest volatility event this week is Wednesday. So literally after NVIDIA earnings, the rest of the volatility curve starts to chill out. 2-year yield rises to 4.11, highest since February 25. Big red on Bitcoin. Lebanon rejects Hezbollah disarmament talks. Again, oil's still climbing back up. Bitcoin did start to sell off. CX, copper, those are still down a lot. All the commodities. All right, low tickers picking up again. More chips, unfortunately. But then you also have software coming down. I think staples are the only thing moving up. So like I'm saying, those Walmarts, I sold them. You should get a better bid, though. Yeah, they're starting to climb up. But that was a nice one. I'm still asking why JD. Oh, dude, do you guys want a fun fact? I think you guys are gonna love this fun fact. You guys are gonna love this. Do you guys know Anthropic? Have you guys heard of a company called Anthropic? Have you heard of a guy named Dario Amodi, the CEO of Anthropic? Have you heard of this man? Have you heard of this company? Does this ring a bell? I don't know how you feel about this whole topic. MDT and then AMT. You think so? Yeah, I mean, you might get easily confused. Vaguely. All right. Well, here's the deal. Are you ready? MDT patent win. Oh, I was gonna say that one's starting to pick up. You got a headline behind that. So, did you know that Dario worked for Baidu in 2014 to 2016, I believe, or 2015. He spent like a year or two at Baidu working on AI. I didn't know that. I just learned that the other day. I said, what do you mean, like Chinese Baidu? Yeah, Chinese Baidu. Dario fully worked at Baidu. So even Baidu was ahead on like certain AI stuff. And then people were saying this is why Baidu falls behind. They get really ahead on projects and then they just abandon them. But yeah, but literally Dario and Baidu, I mean, there is a connection at some point in this timeline. That funny? Fun fact. RNG, I don't know if they're at an event. Software, I think. And again, MDT patent win. Treasury 5 and 7-year yields rise 10 basis points on the day. So yeah, that's what we're gonna have to talk about. Maybe I'll go to the bathroom and we'll talk about it when I come back, because the other part is this bonds situation and when do we respond. And remember, right now the bond situation isn't as bad. That's the part I think. Let me see if I have the chart still up. My fucking Whirlpool. Yields 10-year benchmark. Yes, I'll get a chart ready for you guys so you could see. All right. Well, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Again, you got some good info on that Instagram, man. And if y'all been paying attention, I hope you got some other software and laggers and everything else in between, my brothers. So follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I will BRB. And then when I come back, we're going to talk about bonds. We're We're going to talk about bonds and oil, the doom loop, and when you're going to start reacting. And you should. If YouTube is lagging you, bro, you guys should write them a letter or reach out to them and say, why is this the only stream that lags on me? Other than that. Oh, wait. Trump is live? Perfect. I need to go to the potty. Not once, not twice, but a couple times. Oh, wow. He is visiting the ballroom.
Couple of things you can look at. How are you? There will never be another thing like this, I don't believe, built from a cost standpoint. This is all my money and donors' money. This is tax-free. So everyone's talking about they're going to give money, they're going to give money. But the money they're going to give is really for the security of that and the whole White House premise. And I guess you probably need that nowadays. We've done the fencing on the outside of the White House. It's all titanium. You see the black fencing. That's been just done recently. And it was approved originally by me, and it's been completed, and it's very powerful. Very powerful. The tractor, a bulldozer cannot knock it over. It goes down deep, and it's titanium, which is the strongest of all of the metals. Much stronger than steel, as an example. The ballroom is all, it's going to be a tremendous thing. As an example, what happened a couple of weeks ago at the White House Correspondents' Center could not happen here. One thing that we have is we don't have people living above it. We don't want that. That's no good. They have 1,000 units above it with the elevator coming right down next to where the convention or whatever it may be is. So this is a room that's been wanted for 150 years by presidents. We have no room to have an event. The only way you can have an event is if you build a tent on the lawn, and the tent would not do the job. And by the way, if it rains here, because this is built on a wetland, the lawn is impossible to deal with. The water goes over everybody's shoes. It literally goes over the shoes. So, and they've had a lot of catastrophes with the tent. So we have this, and if you take a look at this section, this is the different facade. So this is a Greek. More or less, it comes out of Greece. This is the ultimate facade for Greece. This faces the Treasury building. This is a different facade. That's Rome. And that faces the Washington Monument, the Lincoln Memorial, etc. So you have two facades. Primarily, you have two entrances. You have here. But the primary entrance is through the White House, directly through the White House. And it's really something. I think you can see the complexity. All of these columns go directly up to the roof. And the roof is a barrier. It's a shield because it's made out of the sidewalls are steel, impenetrable steel.
Impenetrable
glass. The glass
where
is
his hard hat?
4 inches thick.
It's dangerous, Mr. President.
And yet it's amazing. You can see through it as though it didn't exist. It's amazing. And it can stop just about anything. Just about anything. On the other side of the glass, we have steel and concrete, so that the glass is very powerful. What's holding the glass is equally as powerful. And that's here. You can see they're just about ready to go up to the top. All of these columns, they go directly right to the roof of the building. And again, we call it a drone port. It's set up for unlimited numbers of drones. Purposely, we don't have any air conditioning equipment up there because we don't want anything coming down through the pipes. If anybody gets, normally you'd have a lot of air conditioning equipment on the roof. We built it all inside the building, inside the case of the building, because we don't want to have anything having to do with air or air quality or any problems playing with the air. So you'll notice it's a dead flat roof with no equipment on it. All of the equipment is inside of the building, and that's for safety reasons. Normally you'd do it a lot less expensive. You'd do it a different way. So all of this was paid for by myself, and because I keep hearing like, we are making a gift of this board. This is a gift. This is not going to be paid for by the taxpayer. We have a judge that thinks it's a terrible thing that we're making a gift. He said it's terrible that we're making a gift that should be paid for by the taxpayer. That's one I've never heard before. I'm sure maybe, I don't know, maybe he doesn't understand. This is a gift to the United States of America. And more than a gift, it's going to be one of the most beautiful buildings that's ever been built in the country or in Washington, D.C. So here's the other facade you see over here. And again, this is taken, these great classic old buildings are taken out of different parts of the world from very glamorous times. This is Rome. They like the flat roof. Greece likes they call it the triangles, and you see that. This is a porch that looks out over the city. Also, it's developed in such a way that we can have military there, but the entire roof is developed for military. It's very high. They're higher than just about anything else. They have a 360-degree vision of Washington, D.C. They have a massive drone capacity. Not only is it drone-proof, if a drone hits it, it bounces off. It won't have any impact. But it's also meant as a drone port, so it protects all of Washington, the roof of the building. Okay? Now, does anybody have any questions? If you want, you can take. I think you can bring your camera down. You might want to take a look at the complexity. These are all different rooms down here. They're building a hospital. It's a military hospital. They're building all sorts of research facilities, also meeting rooms and rooms that go hand in hand for the military, using the ballroom. And the ballroom is really a shield and protecting all of the things that are built here. This goes, as you see, it's already up to the ground. This goes down very deep. You get a better view right over here. This is down because we've already done these floors. But these are already down 2 floors. It's down about 6 stories deep. That's big stuff. You build a ballroom, you build it flat. You just build a ballroom. It would have been built. It's all knit together between the drone proofing, the missile proofing, we have, and the drone capacity upstairs. We can have all sorts of military up with it. I hate to use the word snipers, but we have great sniper capacity. It's built for our snipers.
We got a lot of them, though.
Snipers, our snipers.
I'd be lying if I said we didn't have that many.
We get a very clear view of everything.
Headshot, no scope. He'll no scope. They're elite, I'm telling you.
But why is Congress in touch? Explain sort of the difference.
Well, they're not. Congress is approving. Congress is approving money for security. It may go. Some of it may go here for additional security. I don't know. But Congress is approving money. But this building, I mean, I put up the money, built this building.
Again,
along
more
with a lot of
staples
great
still
patriots.
going as we're at the
Put
low.
up a lot of money to build the building.
A little bit, but most of the names still red.
We have a building that is going to be. I think it's going to be potentially the most beautiful building in all of Washington.
ACI,
And with that
did they buy
is
somebody
great
today?
military capacity. We're building it in conjunction with the United States military and the Secret Service.
Showing the Congress approve that money, can this project still be completed?
Well, they have a budget in Secret Service and the military to do some of the work that you see right here. So the answer is, I think they want to enhance what you see. It's very powerful. You see what's happening. It's very powerful concrete. It's 9,000-pound concrete. That, if you know anything about contract. But they probably want to enhance the area. They're going to spend money.
The medical laggers.
This is a very sacred piece of land. This is the White House, and they want to do things. But everything that you see and the money that's being put up to build the ballroom, and again, the ballroom, it's necessary for the ballroom to be built with what you see over here. It's all knit in. The air conditioning, the heating, the drone capacity, the shield. You know, the ballroom becomes a shield for everything that you see right here. Without that, they couldn't have this. They couldn't build the lower floors. Without that shield over the top of it, it's a shield that will totally protect what's downstairs. They have a lot of things going on downstairs, and some of it you see. This goes down 6 stories because it's already been built. This will be, very shortly, this will be in the form of, the roof goes along this line. Basically, it goes outside. You see where the wood is. You're going outside of that line, and then it goes straight up. And it's all protection, and everything's together. You can't build one without the other. And what we have is we have the safest building ever built, in my opinion. you can have, and you know, the other thing is, when we're right on budget, we're right on plan. The only budget change would be that we doubled the size at the request of the military. We doubled the size, but we're right on budget, right on plan, and originally we were going to build a much smaller room, and it wouldn't have done the job. It just wouldn't have done the job. You have too many events. Like if we have President Xi coming here, we have no place to put him. We had the King and the Queen the other day, and we had 1,000 people wanted, and we ended up having 100 people sitting in a very small room. We've been after this for a long time, but maybe more important is the safety element. This is a shield. It protects everything that's inside, everything that's on top. And, you know, obviously the White House was built in 1792.
Oh, there he is. Bradley. He's the real Bradley.
It's awfully hard there.
Bradley, I thought it was you
to do
earlier.
that kind of a capacity that we can get. So this will give
just as glorious.
But you have to understand, when
That's what I'm
this is
talking
finished,
about.
my term ends.
I said, look at the beach over. I'm telling you, bulletproof
really for
beach.
other presidents. This is not
Titanium,
for me. This is
titanium
my gift
beach.
to the United States of America.
beach
I'm going
has
to be
a
able
drone
to use it
port.
very little. Because
I'm
when it's
telling you,
finished,
no
we're
one's
talking about
as
6 or 7
consistent.
months.
I'm
but
telling
it'll
you,
be
it's
used for
amazing.
hopefully hundreds of years
Man, the
for
legend,
other
the beach.
presidents.
Bradley
And
Frizzle, I love
there
the
will
guy.
never be anything
Great
like
guy.
this built again. There'll
Awesome
never be
guy,
a room
I'd even
built
say.
like with the safety. As an example, if
And
we
oil
had the
coming
White
down.
House Correspondents' Dinner here, would have been no problem.
When it opens, you'll have about 6-7 months. Have you thought to that around that time?
I better not tell you about that, Daniel. But yeah, we have. Everybody wants to be here for the first event. So we're talking about heads of nation. So we have some very special places that it could happen. You know, if we had literally Queen, or we had this finished, we would have had an event that would have been 10 times the size. I mean, we're in a little room in the White House. Presidents, now we're not even talking about safety. Presidents have been asking for this literally from the time the
IGV
White House is
starting
built.
to
But
slip.
on
The
record,
chips have kind
for
of
150
stabilized, and then
years,
a
they
lot
said,
of
"What about a big
staples
room?" And you
are
all
just
know, you
running
probably
away.
attended. They have some where they use tents. If it rains, it's a disaster.
You mentioned that this is going to be a gift for America, for future presidents and the country. What's your hope for America?
We will have to have a safe country. We have to have a great country. We have to make sure that Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon. All of the things that you see me fighting for so hard. And it's always tough. You know, we're negotiating with Iran, and then you have the Democrats, I call them the Democrats, putting in a bill that Trump should immediately stop. You know how it is to negotiate with a country where you're beating them badly? They come to the table, they're begging to make a deal, because they're begging to make a deal. I hope we don't have to do the war, but we may have to give them another big hit. We may have to give them another big hit. I'm not sure yet.
Hot dog.
You'll know very soon.
We may have to give them another big
How do you feel
hit.
when you're negotiating? You're winning
Oil
every
got a little
point.
pop on that.
And they say, but in
Again,
Washington, they
SPY's
want
been
to
ignoring
stop
most
you
of the oil moves.
from negotiating. They want to stop
But
you,
it's up.
and it's only political. It's the Democrats. They're dumb. It's a new name.
dumb.
It's a very accurate name. So I'm in the middle of a negotiation. I'm saying you cannot have a nuclear weapon, and it comes over the wire that the Democrats want to stop Trump from further negotiations. They want to stop Trump from, if he has to, giving them another slap. They want to have a nuclear weapon to blow up the Middle East and to blow up, frankly, the world. It's not going to happen. Nice to see you, buddy.
How close were you to striking Iran?
I was an hour away. We were all set to go. You're talking about yesterday.
Yes.
We were going to be striking it would have been happening right now.
Telling you I was going to ban you. I was going to ban you early morning.
Loaded. They're loaded
I
to the
changed my
brim,
mind.
and we were all set to start.
What specifically did both nations tell you that convinced you?
They said that they feel they've had for the first time in almost 47 years. You know, Iran's been the bully of the Middle East for 47 years. I mean, literally the bully of the Middle East. And, they wanted a nuclear weapon. Had I not terminated Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, had I not terminated it, see, that's the win. That can't happen with the real structure.
On Cuba, what do you want to see from Cuba's government before you would take the option of
talking about Cuba? Well, we're going to see. Look, Cuba is calling us. They need help. Look, Cuba is a failed nation. Cuba
HD
needs
going
help.
green now.
And we'll do that. Just hold him, though. It's like an exercise game. Give that to me. I'll hold it. I'll hold it. It's so beautiful.
I'll hold the picture.
Yeah, it looks so
I love
thin.
the picture.
They'll
It's a
say,
great
oh, he's
picture.
gotten
It's
so
beautiful,
thin
glorious.
because I'm holding this. You don't have to look at my waist. You can look at this. You saw enough of my waist along with President Xi.
Are you confident that you can reach a diplomatic deal
With
the
Cuba?
Cuban-
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I am very prone toward the Cuban Americans. They've been incredible people. Many of them have lost family members. They've been very badly hurt themselves. They've been in prison. They've come to this country and they've been very successful. The Cuban American people in Miami, I mean, they are amazing people. Most of them are in Miami, in Florida, but mostly in Miami. I'm very, very prone to helping them. I mean, I think I got 97% of that vote. I want to help them. Now, they have family members in Cuba. They've been treated very, very badly. They've been treated extremely badly.
I took some CNC
We're gonna
leaps
get
off
that
the
solved.
table.
That's not going to be
I
hard
made more
for
of
us
them
to
free. They're up like 500% from a while ago.
Well, I don't know about changing the regime. I can do that, whether you change the regime or not. You know, it's been a rough regime. They've killed a lot of people, but it's a country that really needs help. It has nothing. They can't turn on the lights. They can't eat. We don't want to see that.
The president wants to lead in.
How much notice did the Gulf nations have that they're going to strikes before
They called me over the last 2 days to say they made a lot of progress in there because we have them negotiating with us, and primarily Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Kuwait, a little bit, and Bahrain, and some of the others. And we have them negotiating with them. We're all working together. It's like a team. And Israel, of course, and Israel's been a great partner. And so we are negotiating together. I got a call from numerous of these people. They know the people in Iran. Don't forget, when you talk about regime change, I think it's the ultimate regime change because the first level and the second level are no longer with us. They're someplace, but they're no longer with us. So we have real regime change. But I got a call yesterday, sir, could you wait?
Starting to take off again.
We think we're close to a deal, and that's okay. Now, I've heard it before with these people, and they change their mind. I made deals with them, no nuclear. We immediately get the nuclear dust, and they said, you're the only one can get it, because the bombers did such an unbelievable job that the mountain literally collapsed on top of it. They said us, and they thought China would be the only two countries that could even get it. But I think it's important to get it, maybe psychologically more than anything else.
How long did they know that you were planning the Gulf nations?
They knew I was getting ready to attack. I didn't tell them. I'd never tell anybody when.
You're in constant contact.
I never tell anybody when, but they knew that we were very close. I would say I was an hour away from making the decision to go today. And we would probably not be talking about a beautiful ballroom today. We'd be talking about that. And no, I had made the decision. So they called up. They had heard I made the decision. They said, sir, could you give us a couple of more days? Because we think they're being reasonable.
How long does it take for Iran to come?
Well, I mean, I'm saying 2 or 3 days, maybe Friday, Saturday, Sunday, something, maybe early next week, a limited period of time. Because we can't let them have a nuclear weapon. If they had a nuclear weapon,
Get
they
your
would start with
uranium
Israel.
out
They
now.
would blow it up, and they would blow it up fast. But they'd blow it up, and I'll tell you what, they'd go after Saudi Arabia, they'd go after Kuwait, they'd go after UAE, they'd go after Qatar, I think they go after the entire Middle East, and it would be a whole different negotiation. It would be nuclear holocaust. And there's no question in my mind that they
Value,
use it.
staples,
There's no
consumer,
question.
cyclical.
And I deal with
So
these
anything
people.
underperforming
They're
pretty
extremely
much
radicalized. These are not people like what I deal with you. You're a very nice guy. These are people that are seriously radicalized. They would use it. The only question
Pfizer,
would it
bro.
be the
Medical
first
biotechs
minute,
are doing great.
the first hour, or the first day.
How to pause at some time? Does there come a point soon where you're no longer going to
I'm not doing this politically. Look, everyone tells me it's unpopular, but I think it's very popular. when they hear that it's having to do with nuclear weapons, weapons that could take out Los Angeles, could take out major cities very quick. When they hear that, when they're explaining, I'll tell you what, when we explain it to people, I don't really have enough time to explain it to people. I'm too busy getting it done. When they understand, I think it's frankly very popular. But
team in Microsoft,
whether it's popular or not popular, I have to do it.
Flipped. You got a couple more
I'm not going to let the world be
IGV
blown up
down.
with my watch. It's not going to happen.
Thomas Massey and your endorsed candidate.
Yeah.
Do you think your candidate can beat him? And
Well,
what are you seeing?
yeah, Thomas Massey's a terrible congressman. He's been a terrible congressman from day one. Dealing with him is just a horrible.
Yeah,
I don't think he's a
Microsoft.
Republican. I think he's actually a Democrat.
2 to 3
He's
days
not
for maybe
a libertarian.
early next
Sometimes
week
they say
timeline on Iran.
he's really a Democrat. He votes against us all the time. He voted against the border wall. He voted against men playing in women's sports. He voted against transgender for everybody, the mutilization of your children. He voted against, again, open borders. We have the best border we've ever had right now. Nobody's coming in. I mean, a report just came out. In the last 11 months, literally nobody has been allowed into our country illegally. We're taking people legally. They go through a process. But nobody's come into our country. But we've taken out hundreds of thousands of people. We had 10,000, it was 10,800.
Biotech value. Oh shit.
88 murders.
BMY.
Many of these murders
Yeah,
allowed
Danaher,
into our country
BMY,
from prisons. They were in
Pfizer,
prisons.
they're all moving.
Many of these people killed more than one. More than 50% killed more than one person. This was gross malfeasance. This was on behalf of the Biden administration. I don't know Biden because I don't think he knew he was alive.
ASTS, Texas,
But
and
she,
Hawaii.
Kamala, was the
approval for
border
Blue
czar.
Walker
She never
satellites
called,
for space
not
in
one
Texas
time,
and Hawaii.
she never called the Border Patrol. She never called ICE.
bios
She never called law
and,
enforcement.
regen,
She never went to the
Amgen, they're all
border.
kind
Think of it.
popping now.
I used to
All
call
FBI.
every single day, and that's recently. Now I call less. We have nobody coming through. We had caravans coming through with tens of thousands of people pouring into our country. We had no idea who they
Killed
were.
Abbey Vice,
We
literally
would
all
have been- I'll tell you
biotech.
what, our country would have been destroyed
Staples
if they
chilled
won
out a
this
little bit,
election.
but
Our
they're still
country
moving,
would have
but
been.
now
We have now
biotechs
the
are
hottest
really, really
country
leading.
anywhere in the world. If they had won the election, our country would have been destroyed. Our country was a dead country 2 years ago, and now we have really the hottest country in the world. And this is the ballroom, and it's going to be something incredible. You see the quality of it, and they go right. Those columns go right into the roof. And on top of the roof, we're going to have the greatest drone empire that you've ever seen, and it's going to protect Washington. Thank you all
Drone
very
empire
much.
from the ball.
We have a little breakfast
Well,
for
SPY
you.
went lower. Oil's
Yeah.
back
Where
up
is
to
the
where we
breakfast?
kind of opened at. Still
I have
off at the
it.
highs
Where
and
is
above
it?
103.
Oh, it's right over
Yeah,
there.
and you did talk a
We
little
have
bit
a
about
little bit of a
Iran.
breakfast for you. I figured it'd
But
be
this
nice.
is you're just rotating. If anything, Mag 7 software is now starting to decline.
People gathered there.
And
Great.
everything value beaten down is catching
I
up.
did. Scripture.
He did. He said 2 to 3 days for Iran.
Well, I think that it was great. Thousands of people showed up, and it was a beautiful, beautiful day. I did scripture. You think it's easy to read scripture? It's not easy to read scripture.
Not easy to read
It's a whole
scripture.
different ball game.
Amen.
It's not like reading a speech. We will build the wall. This is a whole different deal. But I did it proudly, and I guess it was broadcast. We had tremendous crowds. I think religion's very important for a country. I think having this country was built largely on religion. If you look, it was built so. And when you have strong religion, you have less crime. It's just a fact. You know, whatever it may be, it's like, gee, I want to go to heaven, so I'm not going to do this or that. Who knows? But we have a country that was based on religion, and I'm very proud of that. And if you look and you see all of the polling, I mean, polling is so fake. But on this, it's not fake. Religion is really going up in the last year. And during the time, I mean, really during the time I first got elected in 2016, it's a much different thing. I'm very proud of that. Religion is a good thing. Christianity, it's a great thing for our country. I mean, so many of the things that we've done, the successes that we've had have been based on Christianity and religion. So I'm very proud of that. Religion is taking off like our country is taking off. Our country's hotter now than it's ever been, and I'll tell you, religion is making a tremendous comeback. You look at churches today, they're full. You go back 2-3 years, nobody was going. So we're very happy.
We're the hottest church right now.
That we see happening.
They said it was a dead church.
Yeah, no, I'm always concerned. I see things happening. Look, from the beginning of mankind, you've had that. You've had the good and you have the bad. I'd like to get rid of the bad, but somehow that's going to be there. But the good has been many times what it was. Really many times what it was.
On the borrow, if Congress is not voting this $1 billion for your security funding, would you be willing, or would you willing to go to your donors and ask for that money?
Well, this is money for the whole premises, including the East Wing. This is the East Wing section. But the ballroom is, as you see, it's going up. It's ahead of schedule. It's larger because they wanted more military capacity. They wanted more drone capacity. They needed a larger roof. And frankly, we needed a larger facility. And so we're doing that. And we've done this in strict coordination with the military and with the Secret Service. And they've been great to work with. The money that they're talking about is the surrounding areas and maybe enhancing some security aspects of it. But the building, as you see, it's a very active site. And a lot of people are amazed. And by the way, that floor goes down 3 floors, just so you understand. You're seeing almost the top floor. That floor goes down 3 floors, and there are many things in there having to do with security. And many of those things are going to be taken from there and put onto the roof of the building. And that has to do with drone and missile capacity.
A lot of presidents have done renovations to the White House, to all these things. Why do you think people are so mad about your renovations?
Because I'm doing it.
The Meridian Hill Park, you got the water flowing in, all of it. And they just seem to hate you.
Well, it's a sad thing, actually. You know, it's very nice. I appreciate the question. First I said, oh, this is going to be a negative question. Then I heard she's really saying, why do they hate you for fixing the water fountains? So, you know, we have 40. I know, because I want to see Washington be beautiful. To me, it's very important. But as an example, you mentioned the water fountain. We didn't have one water fountain. I think we have 40. We didn't have one in Washington that worked. And soon they'll all be working. Many of them work right now. And I think one of the best things, President Obama, President Biden spent much more than $100 million on the reflecting lake between the Lincoln Memorial and the Washington Monument. They spent much more. They spent, some people say, $200 million. You know what they got out of it? A closed lake. It never opened. And when it did, it shut right away. It leaked. It was a disaster. I'm doing a job on the reflecting lake for a fraction of what they paid. Now I've upgraded it I got so into it. I've upgraded it like you wouldn't believe. I'm doing all the walkways outside. I'm doing it properly. But it's a much bigger job. But you see it's happening now. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be waterproof. It's going to be reflecting again.
Did IGV go
I
red?
took over a dirty, filthy thing that wasn't open, and it was
down 2%
disgusting.
on chips.
And
IGV
friends of mine would
break
come
even,
to the Lincoln or the
inverse
Washington
is
and
gone
they'd say,
now.
"Sir, it's disgusting." I said, "What's disgusting?" The reflecting lake. So I drove
Blue
down
Owls Doug
with
Ostraver
Secretary Berger,
is
who's
offloading
fantastic.
his
of Interior.
NFL
He's
commander
fantastic,
stake.
and we got together. And we have, it's under construction right now. I want to get it open before July 4th, which we'll easily be able to do. It'll be open before that, but easily be able to do. The July 4th being a very special day. And it is going to be beautiful. Beautiful blue
Rising
color,
bond
dark blue
yields.
color.
Well, we've been doing it since last
It's very
week,
reflective.
right?
I put a thing out yesterday
Get
showing the
prepared
reflection.
for if there's a
We did a
shift
little
in
test. We
stall,
wanted to
but
see it. It's unbelievable. It's
before
like a
going
mirror.
to any spy post,
Well, it's
we've
like,
been
it's like
going
a
for
mirror.
the
It's
laggers.
beautiful.
And I saw
Trying
those
to
guys
play it out the last couple
out there.
days.
It's like, are they land painting it? Is that how
They're
they're
doing,
it?
they're fixing the stone outside, and they're sandblasting the stone. We're doing a much bigger job than we wanted to do. But think of it. Obama and Biden spent over $100 million, and you know what they got? Nothing. They opened it up, and it leaked like a sieve, and they closed it, and it stayed closed. They've been working on it for years. I've been working on this for a couple of months. When it's finished, it's going to be incredible. But we have other fountains, beautiful fountains. They haven't
change the
worked in
channel.
30 years.
I mean, I love
They're
you,
just
man,
sitting there
but
rotting.
it's easier to just
and
ban
most
you.
of them are now
You know what
open.
I'm saying?
And right across the street,
I
I made
took
a
more
donation.
sap off the
and
table.
I'm
I
building
still have some,
Lafayette
but
Park.
I sold
And
a
it's gonna
couple
be
more at
beautiful.
500% this morning.
I like her. about $10 million.
Are you happy with
So,
American
Rock you.
well, I put up with
Honey,
that.
all right, now this is long-term saving.
I think
and we
so.
hold
I mean, I'll
10
let you know.
years And we don't
I wanted
say
a
you
lighter
got
color blue. The
10%.
person that really knows this stuff said, no, dark is much better. You don't see the leaves, and you know, things will get in there. But most importantly, the dark reflects much better.
Mr. President, he asked you.
Claiming so desperately that MAGA's divided.
Well, I think it's the strongest it's ever been. You know, you take a look at what happened in Louisiana 2 nights ago with a certain senator that was
And
very
more
disloyal
biotech.
to me and
Again,
to
I
the
got Pfizer
Republican
in the top
Party.
right.
He's not even allowed to run for office. We have another big race. This guy Massey is terrible. Let's see what happens. It's not easy beating incumbents, but we have a great guy running against Massey. Massey's a terrible, I think the worst congressman the Republican Party's ever had. That'll be tonight. That'll be
And
good
General
television.
Mills.
And we'll see what happens
What's up,
there.
Valley
But
boys?
I think MAGA's never been more together, actually. And I'm going to be making an endorsement today in Texas. I'm going to be putting out an endorsement in a little while in Texas, the great state. You know, I won Texas all 6 times, meaning primaries and the race. And I got the highest vote in the history of Texas. And I love Texas, but I'm going to be making a endorsement at about 12:30, 1 o'clock today for the big race, the Senate race in Texas. And I hope you find it good. So I do think, I mean, I appreciate the question because even CNN, they did a poll 2-3 weeks ago. They said Trump is at 100%. That's Harry Endon. I like Harry Endon. He's got a lot of energy. I like him. But he did a poll, and he's a good pro. And he gives the good and the bad. But I think he's an honorable guy because we got a lot of good. You know, he predicted I was going to do great with the Muslims in Michigan and win Michigan, and I did. I did good, and I won Michigan by a lot. He made a lot of good predictions, but he did a poll 2 weeks ago that said Trump is, I mean, this is up. You can check 100% popularity with MAGA. MAGA is most of the Republican Party. The rhinos are gone to a large extent. A few of them are still left, so hopefully we get rid of one tonight in the form of Tom Massey, who's horrible. But no, it's been amazing. But I'll be making a statement in a little while as to who I'm endorsing in Texas for the Senate. And there are those that say whoever I endorse is going to win. I don't know if that's true, but historically that's absolutely true. I just don't like to say it because I don't like to brag.
What helped you make up your mind?
Well, I've had my mind made up for a long time.
More biotech.
I just think it's going to be, you know, I just think it's appropriate.
Mr. President, I have a question. There's reports that President Xi told you during your meeting that perhaps Russian President Vladimir Putin would come to regret invading Ukraine. Did he say that to you?
No, he never said that.
Mr. President, you mentioned that the ballroom was your gift to the country.
It's a gift. It's a gift from me and from incredible, successful companies and patriots. And they put up close to $400 million. And you see what's happening, and it's beautiful. And again, it's ahead of schedule, unlike the Fed building. This building at $400 million, the Fed building at $4 billion, and it's a tiny little comparison.
And you spend a lot of time renovating the White House. Really started in the town.
I do. Putting up the American flag, this flagpole, on each side. Nice.
Why was this so important to you to be part of your legacy?
Well, this is the most important because number one, security, and number two, it was so needed just on a social basis for presidents. And again, I'll be here for a very short period of time. When this opens, I'll be here for a very short period of time. This is really being built for other presidents. It's not being built for me. And I'm a really good builder. The thing I do best in life is build. I'm a great builder. And I build beautiful product. There will never be anything like this. I always admired the facade of the Supreme Court. I said, I wonder if that can be duplicated or bettered, even not to say bettered, but even bettered. And we've actually bettered it. What we're doing is something that you'll never see it again.
Mr. President, one more on Iran, if I may. When you were having your discussions with the regional partners, the regional leaders, did they express to you any concern about Iran's ability to still retaliate in the event of U.S.?
They have a little ability. Their missiles are 82% gone, we estimate. Their capacity to build is very little right now because we hit all of their manufacturing areas. Same thing with drones, largely gone, but they still have a little capacity. Yeah, not much, but they have a little. Their Navy is completely gone. Their Air Force is completely gone. President Xi has promised me that he's not sending any weapons to Iran. That's a beautiful promise. I take him at his word. I appreciated it. We had an amazing time in China. Look, we got along very well before this, but President Xi and I had a really an amazing time. I think he'd say the same thing, but he promised that he's not sending any weapons. And if you think about it, he gets 40% of his oil. He's not sending oil boats in, tankers in with 20 destroyers alongside of it. No, he wants it. He does want it open, like me. I want it open, and we'll get it open. But Iran has used the Straits as a military weapon for 47 years, really much more than that. And that's not their Straits. That's international waterways. That's not for them to do. And look, they've learned their lesson. If I left today, it would take them 25 years to rebuild. But we're not leaving. We're going to do it right so that in 5 years, 10 years, if you have a bad president who doesn't want to do what's right to do, this should have been done by Obama. This should have been done by Biden. It should have been done by other presidents.
Service now.
And everybody agrees to this. They agree to it.
Mr. President, when you switched to suspend the federal gas tax, are there other initiatives that you're...
Well, there may be. It's very temporary. Yeah, there may be. Anything to keep it down. Look, as soon as this war is over, gas is going to... I had gasoline down to $1.85 in Iowa. I was in Iowa, and the stations had it at $1.85. But I was down to, in many cases, less than $2 a barrel, a gallon. And then I said to myself, this is great. We just hit a new high in the stock market. Everything's going good. I'm sorry, but we have to go down and take a little journey down to, we have to do something with Iran. We cannot let them have a nuclear weapon. You want to see the world exploded? You want to see a problem? And this is peanuts. And I appreciate everybody putting up with it for a little while. It won't be much longer. But you're going to have, and frankly, there is so much oil out there. One of the things that is happening is these big ships are coming up to Texas, Louisiana, and Alaska, and they're loading up. But I don't even think about that. What I think about is you can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon, and they won't have a nuclear weapon, and they fully understand it.
Mr. President, I once asked you, how do you heal the divide in America? And it's been some time ago, it was during your first term, and you told me success will bring it back.
Success.
Success.
Why do you continue to do what you do, knowing that so many people are criticizing it at the same time? You get up every day to try to bring that success to America.
You have some people disagree with, like, the Iran thing. To me, it's no question. To me, you have to have borders. You have to have walls, and you have to let people in legally, but you have to have borders. Some people think you don't have borders. You should let anybody, murderers, drug dealers, you should let them in. So there is some, but I said to you once, I remember it, the greatest healer of our country, when we had, just before COVID, we were so successful. We had the best economy we've ever had in my first term. This term is going to blow it away, I think, and you see all the numbers. Even during the war, we have the highest stock market we've ever had. I thought the market would go down 25%. And I was okay with that, to get rid of a nuclear potential holocaust. Would have been a nuclear holocaust. So going down 25% is okay if you're going to get rid of a nuclear holocaust. So most people agree with me. When I'm with people and they, let's say, oh, gee, why do... And I say, here's the problem. Is it okay for Iran? And they are very volatile people. I'm being nice. Is it okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon? Everybody says no. I said, then we have nothing further to discuss. It's like one of those things. And they will never have a nuclear weapon. Not going to happen. And probably that's going to be very soon. So one way or the other, whether it's military or an agreement, that'll start opening up very soon.
Mr. President, why did you wait so long to endorse an attempt to surrender, especially because now both of their names are going to be on the ballot?
No, I waited. I've pretty much always known who I was going to endorse. I just thought this was a good time. The voting's starting, and I thought this was a good time. I'm going to be doing that very shortly.
Mr. President, have you put any thought into potentially endorsing someone to run against J.B. Pritzker, like Darren Bailey or...
Well, I like Darren Bailey. J.B. Pritzker's a slob of a governor. He could call me and I'd send the National Guard in Chicago, would have no crime. Look at Washington, D.C. Did you see the crime stats? It's down to like nothing. People go to restaurants now, new restaurants. Restaurants are all being closed in Washington. Now they're building new restaurants. It's a hot city. We have a beautiful city. We have very little crime, almost no crime. And we could have the same thing in Chicago. All he'd have to do is say, President, I don't want to have any crime in Chicago. Can you help me? Within 3 months, Chicago would be a different place.
Mr. President.
What can I say? He's so bad. He's so bad.
Mr. President, you're going to lawless.
I talked about making healthcare more affordable.
Right.
You've done that, and you made a major announcement yesterday. With
That was a
far
big
out.
announcement. Got no coverage. I reduced drug prices by 50, 60, 70, 80%, and it gets no coverage. I think it's maybe, other than medical itself, like a cure, I think it's the biggest thing to happen in healthcare ever, maybe. I brought the price. We paid the highest price in the world. Now we're paying, as of now, we're paying the lowest price in the world. Prices of drugs have gone down 70, 80, 90%. For 28 years, they never went down. In my administration, I got it down 1/8 of 1%, and I thought it was great. The first time, the only time in 28 years that it went down. Now I got them down 50, 60, 70, and even 80%. And that has a huge impact on healthcare. Listen, go have breakfast. Have a good time.
Thank you, Mr.
Have breakfast. Enjoy your sight. You can shoot down there, but it is those. The next time you come here, those columns will be standing even taller.
How long did it take to design the underneath? Is it kind of the
Yeah, actually, the underneath part's a good question. It's far more complex than the upper. Because what you don't see are the floors that are beneath here, and they have very, very important rooms down there. The most important. And this was the one opportunity for the military to do something. You know, they came. Normally, I'd build a ballroom on flat land. I wouldn't have any of this. It would have been built. I'm very fast. I'm a very fast builder. We're way ahead of schedule here, but we went down 6 stories. So it's actually far more complex than the easy part is up. But again, we have a drone-proof roof. It's all sealed, and all of this that you see is totally sealed. And we use it as a drone port. We can have unlimited drones up there, and drones are what's happening right now. Thank you all very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
That is, he done?
Don't eat too much.
what do we serve?
Trump says he'll let Warsh
Right
do
over
whatever he
here.
wants. And that's it. All right, well, you got a couple of war headlines talking about what he was going to do today. And then he said 2 to 3 days on Iran. You got a little bit of reaction. I mean, then we heard the NATO stuff. Oil dropped, and then he just... a lot about midterms, a lot about different elections, and he has an endorsement coming up. But other than that, we didn't get any big reaction. The rotations kind of got watered down. It seems like software barely up. Chips came up a little bit, but then staples and biotechs, those have been the ones going crazy. So now we're down 0.35 on the Dow, 1.1 on the NASDAQ, 1.6 on the Russell, and then down 0.75 on the S&P. 2 days in a row. Again, I think momentum's been slowing down for 3 days since Friday. Dow Jones, you got 15 green, 15 in the red. Again, Dow is doing the best, surprisingly. NASDAQ is 50-50. Holy shit. And SPY, 280 in the red, 220-ish in the green. So not bad, my friends. Not bad. But again, now momentum. So this is what we need to talk about. The oil bond market doom loop. And this is what I've been telling everybody. Not only about the laggers, not only about getting ready if there was a stall, but I think this is the question everybody has. When is the market going to respond to high bond yields? Is this something that has perplexed any of you? It depends how new you are to the market, but if you think about it, the last couple of months, if not the last year, the stock market has been climbing. Meanwhile, the bond market has been going down. The bonds have been getting clapped, but then the stock market is ignoring it. I don't know. Has this perplexed any of you? Have any of you, I don't know, maybe if you read stuff now, people are like, oh my gosh, the yields are at 5%. This is so bad, the risk assets. How come we have not had that happen? So here's the first big part. I mean, it's talking about correlation. So again, literally in the last 3 months, the correlation between bonds and the SPY are actually negative. You don't really have a correlation between bonds and the S&P 500. You're not getting the same, stocks up, bonds down, stocks up. That has not been playing out. So this is why now bonds are breaking out. Here's the thing you got to realize is what's going to be the trigger. And that's what I'm talking about here, is that essentially 4% CPI or December odds of, or December oil contracts going above 100, the /CLZ 26, that is what I believe will be the trigger. Essentially, whichever one comes first, or wherever, if bond yields are still high by the time we get one or the other, that's going to be where the correlation returns, and then the market starts reacting to the yields. Until then, we're going to kind of be in la-la land and play this game back and forth. So that's the first part about it. Are you guys all following that? Are you understanding? So say it again. What I'm expecting is that market will continue to ignore the bond yields until we get bond yields, or until we get CPI above 4%, or December oil goes above 100. At that point, that's when I believe the market will start becoming sensitive and correlating both inverse or in the same direction as the bonds. Are you all following that? I think it's super simple, because again, especially as we live in a world where the market has ignored the bonds, the question we're asking is, what is it going to take to get the bonds to respond? And in this case, I believe it's going to be for $100 oil for December, or it's going to be 4% on the CPI, which happens in the beginning of June. Right now, the December odds for oil /CLZ 26, they're at $84. So that would be like another 10-15% increase, maybe like 15%. And again, it's harder to move the December contracts than it is the front month. But that's what I was saying from yesterday. If you notice, look at December, that is climbing up. That's matching with the bond yields. But then you go to the front month, you don't really see it the same way. So that's one way. It's either oil gets above 100 on the December pricing, and then that's going to start getting, I think, the market responding to the high yields. Otherwise, by the time we get to CPI next month, beginning of June, if that starts, most likely going to come in at 4%. If the yields are still high by the time we get the CPI, then I think the market is going to start moving with the bond yields in a negative fashion. So that's the first part of it. I think that's the easiest part. That's why it's like you're going to be in this kind of weird back and forth. Again, that's why rotations can happen prior, and you're going to get this kind of movement up until we reach one of these triggers, and then see ultimately where the bond yields settle out. So that's the first part. The second part now is that bonds have not really moved. So this was the question that I got from yesterday's video. They said, Joshua, how come, what the hell is this? Oh, let me get my 10-year up. But they said, Joshua, how come bonds blowing out? Why does this matter? We've talked a lot of reasons, what's it called? Hold on, my chart. We talked a lot of reasons, financial conditions and other things that have happened, but I mean, I could give you guys the simplest one. I don't know if you remember this. Let's take a look. Chinese state media, Putin arrives in Beijing. I'll give you guys from 1995. Let me make you a nice circle. All right. FTV. Hey, yo, FTV up by 0.12. Kind of a liquid. But yeah, and then cars even going up. FTV with the pop. And then Microsoft targets Fox's Tempest infrastructure and names Vanilla Tempest as that's a real name. His name is Vanilla Tempest. That's not doing with TEM, is it? And then, yeah, whatever FTV is, that's taking another candle. So now, here's the other part, is what I'm telling you is that bonds haven't really moved. So that's the craziest part, and that's why, too, there's a correlation. You know, when bonds go lower, the market usually goes higher. And then when bonds start taking a bigger drop, the market and a lot of things get pressured. This is what happens. That's why we're waiting to see that correlation come back into play, where higher yields means less returns and vice versa. But the thing you got to realize, we are not moving that much right now. So what's the problem with bonds right now? Does anybody know? I'll tell you right now, it's not volatility. So what's the thing freaking people out about bonds? Besides the fact they're all going up, there's one thing that's taking kind of the front seat in terms of concerns right now with fixed income and yields. Does anybody know what it is? Well, debt's part of it, but that's not the answer. Like, why is everyone so sensitive to it right now? Why, oh my gosh, danger zone. What's making us talk about it so much, and why is it capturing people's attention right away? Not inflation, not leverage, not housing, not oil. No. It's easy. The answer is very easy. The answer is because we're already above the nominal level. That's it. You're just already above 5 or 4.5. Remember, going above 4%, that's this line right here, that was a big deal. You're just already at a high nominal level. So we're starting now this bond blowout. You're starting it from way higher. That's why I'm telling you, you don't have real bond volatility right now. You've barely budged compared to what we did. The last time you had a real bond blowout, and that's why when people ask me, like, why is this important? Because the last time the bonds went, and they went from like 2.8 to 4%, look how big that was. Then this right here, this little drop down, that was a banking failure. That was a bank run, right? So look at what happened last time. It was getting to 4% for the first time since like the year 2000. That's why everybody freaked out, and then we got to 4, and then we got above it, and now we've stayed there for quite some time. Are you guys following? So look at right now, the bonds haven't really moved. Even though global bond yields are going higher, the issue is we're starting from a higher point, and that right there is already getting people jumpy. But when you go and look at the actual volatility and how much the rates moved, again, last time it caused the banking crisis. This time, we're starting at the level that triggered everything, but you don't have anywhere nearly as large as that move. So again, from like 2021 till the end of 2022, you had, I mean, bond rates went, I believe, from like what? I think you went from 1.3 all the way up to 4%, as high as 4.03 in the right there. And that was all within a year. You get what I'm saying? So we haven't moved as much yet. That's why if we do break, you know, we're going to be worried if this type of move happens. Otherwise, people are just freaking out because the nominal level is higher. But again, if we do get a move like this, and then you start going back to highest yields since 2000 or 1995, you know, higher nominal mixed in with velocity, that's going to start getting people reacting. And then, you know, again, usually when the bonds move a certain amount, it starts to pressure things. So that's what this chart is showing you. You know, 2 to 2.5 is small, but if we start going 2 to 4, 3 to 4, and the rates start going higher just like it did in 2021, that's where the pressure is going to start biting, and then we see what the market ends up doing. But yeah, now and then again, this ties into oil. At this point, we don't know if oil is the one driving it, or is inflation, is it the bubble concerns? They're both kind of just feeding into each other at this point. But that's what we're looking for, when the correlation between stocks and bonds returns, and then whether or not we break any of these higher nominal levels, and then there's a real bond volatility return. And then if it starts what that started a couple years ago, that's when you're going to really get one of the issues. So, ta-da! Thank you. Does it make sense? I hope you guys are following. I know we cover a lot, even with the laggers too, but, you know, it takes some time and then you watch it play out. So I am looking ahead, you know, to keep this in mind over the next couple days and weeks. I hope this does help you. Japan is not really that a key, as weird as that may sound. Again, their rates and everything going on, I mean, you know, people are going to start talking about buying and selling bonds in Japan and America, but like I think I've told you this many times, Mr. Russ, what you should look for with Japan is when the yields come down sharply. That's it. When those when the Japanese yen changes trajectory and goes from this raising of rates and climbing into the high, then that will be the move. Is when they shift, and when the rates come down aggressively in Japan, that will mean mission failed and they're changing course for obvious reasons. But until then, that's not, you know, their rates and everything. It hasn't been a concern since the carry trade thing in 2024. The correlation between stocks and bonds is usually like 0.4 or 0.6. Sometimes you move slightly less than the market. Sometimes you move a little bit more. But as of lately, I mean, last like year, the correlation has been 0. There has not really been a positive or negative correlation between treasuries and the market. Yeah, right now we're freaking out because we're starting from a higher level. But then in comparison to the last type of bond runs that caused, you know, structural problems and caused issues, we've only moved 0.5% versus, you know, moving, you know, 1.5% or 2%. So that's why it's like there's still room on the back end depending on where it goes. But then even for now, the real issue is we're just starting from the highest point, you know, especially even historically. And then usually once we start getting into those higher moves, that's where that pressure starts to affect equities and other things. Rates, well, that's the other part. The rates could come down if some dramatic policy shift, because this happened the last 3 times the rates have gone here. You know, they come up with some sort of new idea, peace plan, end the war, all sorts of things. But then, yeah, then that chills things out. That's what happened end of last year. You rallied, bonds bounced off the bottom. And then, they just start moving, bonds catch a bid, and then the market just keeps ignoring it, and then you do your own thing. So that's another possibility. The bonds don't have to break. But that's why it's saying, you know, we haven't reached that point where bonds have moved a lot, but we're starting to off of this high point. And now, depending next couple of weeks here, it's either going to snap the correlation back into place, or we will continue to ignore the correlation, assuming that bond yields don't do anything negative. IGV got a rotation and then it flipped earlier. We made some free though on the individuals. But now the only thing rotating is like staples, a little bit of China. At least JD keeps climbing up. Bond yields rise because of debt, spending, expectations for the future, price of energy. A lot of things go into to the bonds. So that's why it's saying, like, right now it's a mix of all the government spending, the deficits, the problems in war, and then also, you know, energy being at one of its higher prices. And then even Fed policy, that's the other part of this, is that depending on what happens here with the economy, the market, and then bonds, I mean, the other part of the coin is how this is going to impact the Fed. This is what I brought up the other day. I even brought it up yet last night. The thing most people aren't realizing is that we have 50-50 chance right now of rate hikes by the end of the year. Even if you go and look up rate hikes for next year, you literally have you're pricing in a rate hike by March of next year, which is crazy. When was the last time you heard people talk about rate hikes? So that's priced in right now, and that's where, again, the other part of bonds pricing and impacts, I mean, there is a portion that comes from the Fed. Tesla is building a giant solar panel factory in Houston. More biotech. Oh, CRM, they flipped it. No. Would that not insta crash the market, the rate hikes? No, I mean, it would give you volatility, but I mean, remember last time we had rate hikes, the market went down for a little bit and then it went up. But yeah, I mean, it just depends on where the rates are and where they stay. Well, that's why whatever Warsh does with the balance sheet, that'll be interesting if that affects some of the yields. But at this point, I mean, you just better hope the bonds don't do what they did last couple years ago. That's it. Because we're already starting from the higher spot, but like this is still the beginning. That's what I'm trying to show you guys with the chart, where it's just like, dude, this is nothing compared to this right here is nothing compared to what we already did. So, but then again, it's like where we are now is like kind of from here, where we had the pullback and you're holding, but then that was like what, 3.5 to 4, which is again 4.5 to 5. But after a while, a month or two of a move like that, that's where, you know, we're gonna see a lot of different things. UK Treasury pushes supermarkets to cap food prices. AI deflation would cause rate cuts. That's what people thought Warsh is going to do. You know, they think he's going to use AI as a justification to cut rates, but you would need something to show up pretty quickly. You would need a AI deflationary event by literally the end of the year, which again, a lot could happen in 6 months, but yeah, I don't know if that'll play out. Price caps have never ended badly. No, I mean, no, they're always bad. Did I turn the volume down? No, man. Maybe you should hit the little bell, or what is it? The little gearbox, and then send feedback to YouTube. Say, YouTube, why do you do this to me? Why is this the only stream with audio problems, visual lagging? Why are you kicking me out? The run-up could be because of the new Fed chair and uncertainty. That's part of it, but now, I mean, the fact that, you know, oil, energy, the government spending is nonstop, and then it's finally, you know, getting triggered into gear this year. There's just so much going on. But one part of it, the uncertainty of what the new Fed chair will do and the history after a new Fed chair, definitely weakens bonds. But yeah, I don't think that's the only reason, and I think there's a lot of other things circling around right now. He'll break market credibility with the Fed rate calendar. Oh, maybe if he doesn't follow the odds, but he's going to have a tough job. And like, I don't know, you guys are even saying if he's going to do what Trump is going to want him to do. I don't know. I feel bad saying this, but I feel like Kevin Warsh is an idiot. I hope he's not, but so whatever he's going to do is just going to be very, I don't know. I think he's going to be more bullish than not, just because I think he's going to go full Wall Street bro, more so than not. But I'm not really, I think he's still going to have a tough job, but I do think that credibility is going to depend on how many people like him and what he does with it. But again, a lot of Wall Street might like some of what he does if he's a full finance bro. Make the contracts free. We made some in the morning. Again, more SAP, more IGV. And then I added one more software that went up for a little bit, then came down. Then China got a bid, and then I think that's it. Make the contracts free. about G in September, the war in October. We'll see. I mean, it should end before there. I mean, you don't want the war to go. If we're in the same spot we're in now by October, I mean, you will have both 4% inflation plus very high oil out for the end of the year. So I don't think anybody wants that, to be honest. I think right now, what Trump is trying to do is really, they were trying to burn the 3 weeks to get the storage facilities to crack, and then pretty much have it where now Iran isn't moving that stuff and has to make a decision. But so far, I mean, that still takes 2 to 3 weeks, if not longer. But we are getting towards the back end of that. But for the most part, I don't think anybody wants it to go to October. If we go to October, I think you have a whole different environment we're reacting to. But then it'll be the midterms. And then after the midterms, I still love the midterm money glitch. A-Lab, CRDO. Again, Ford. I've had this one up. And then Target. Chips came back up. Chips recovered half of it. Gala Booty. Hey, yo, Gala Booty. This is day 19. Challenging you to a public debate. You bring shame and honor to your people by running away from this debate. I hope you know, Gala Booty, you have dishonored your post. That being said,
cardboard box, cardboard eater. Boy, shock, it on still weaker. Keep up that talk, it's all just theater.
FTV
you gotta go,
again.
You got heat seekers, troops deployed. Time to meet Jack Reacher.
Premium's already popped on that.
Not strange when the new leader is gay. We got come near, it didn't even take a day. Car got in
Euro clothes.
in our shooter games. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
Oh, Chatadonia.
What you think you don't care? You got no boats and you got nowhere. Hearing you glow, we'll be right there.
That's it, man. Gala Booty. If you debate me, I'll delete these songs forever. I will give you the masters to It's Not Straight If the New Leader Is Gay. I'll give you the masters to that piece of artwork. Okay, Gala Booty. But that being said, let's do a push-up. How do you guys feel about a push-up? You've been here for 2.5 hours, 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. Let's go, baby. Oh, the midterm money. We'll talk about it. If you guys do a push-up, I would love to go over the midterm money glitch again. Because, again, it sucks because, we've already made one part of the move, but, especially if you're curious to, this whole October, November timeline, that's even what I've been saying with my long term. It ties into that. So let's go, baby. Stand up. Bop, bop, bop. Stand up. But yeah, move your body around, man. Move your body around. Oh, chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. That's all you got to do, man. Oh, man. Oh. This song is trash. Delete them. Well, listen, man. Crypto's been pretty trash, okay? Did you go and delete all of your keys? No, okay? So I don't want to hear it, Crypto Chris. All right? I need you to do a push-up. That's it. I'm just trying to give you information ahead of the market. I'm trying to make sure that you don't die and you have a healthy body. And that's it. And you are over here, fucking Crypto Chris. All right, man. Come on. Where are you hanging out with Michael Saylor? Huh? And Tom Lee? I only like Michael Saylor, honestly. So I want to hear it, Crypto Chris. All right, do a lunge, man. Do a lunge, bro. You know what else, Crypto Chris? You know what that brings up? You triggered it, man.
You're
Bro,
an
finish your
angry
push-ups, man. I'm
elf.
doing my lunges. Chest to the sun, Chad.
For your health.
Let's go. The market's not moving. Doesn't mean you can't.
Angry elf. You're not even stealth.
Yeah.
You mad, cause you got oil on the highs. You're mad cause combination is by. Propaganda, we call that a lie. Do better in life, you just gotta try. Focus on your wealth, not chat. Angry elf, we don't like it that. We want the money, don't wanna have a spat. Get the angry elves out of the chat.
Woo, that's good. You did push-ups? Fuck yeah. So I'm talking about crypto, Chris. We'll be friends then. But yeah, man, it's okay. It's okay. Push-ups is all you need in life. Mm-hmm. You started calling people angry elves. I do. Isn't it a good term? I like it. That's what, you know why? You know what happened, right? It happened after the break. It was after Christmas. I did my daily, you know, our yearly watch the movie Elf on Christmas. And literally the one he's like, you're an angry elf. And it's just funny because I personified it. I started seeing it. Like, that's just literally how I felt most conversations were going. It really reminded me of that. So I said, wow. That's amazing. I like it, though. I like calling people angry elves. I think it really puts things into perspective. All right, man. We'll do a push-up. I kind of need to go pee again. COD X and Guild concerning virus high fatality. CDC. What are they talking about? Ebola? Hanta? All right, so yeah, the other part is the midterm money glitch. So I have a video on the trading fraternity. I put it out at the beginning of the year. But the whole idea, and most people don't know this, I think it's one of the coolest fun facts. When did I make that video? Wasn't that beginning of the year? Let me see if I could find you the charts. You're an angry elf. Yes, here it is. I love it. So a lot of people don't know this. Are you ready? This is 100% success rate. Every time there has been the midterm elections, 6 months following the midterms, the stock market is always up. So from midterms to June 30th, from November to like the middle of the year, every single time the stock market has been high. The highest or the lowest was 3%, and then the highest was like 26 or 30%. So that's the midterm money glitch. And again, I went through all of them. So you could go through the 1950s all the way down. We go through literally every single midterm election. And that's why I said, like, some of them too, in the video, you do bottom out before. So like pretty much the whole idea is that ahead of the midterms, you will hit the low of the year prior to the midterms. There was only one time ahead of the midterms that you hit a low afterwards, essentially. But every other time, the low of the year happens before November. And then from November to June, the market is up 100% of the time. So that's why I was saying, you know, pretty much either this was the low of the year, or if we get more from now until October, either this was the low or we set another low. But then come October, November, after the midterms, the next 6 months are most likely going to be bullish. I mean, literally, statistically, they 100% of the time have been. So that's kind of the idea of how we're going to deploy our money. And then, too, just keep in mind, ahead of the midterms, you know, even the war, that's why no matter what even happens with the war, I do think no matter what even happens with the war, if we get to, you know, November, midterms are over, it might be a little bumpy for the next month or two. But by June, I do believe we will be higher than wherever we have the midterm. So, again, we could either have the market could be at the high near the midterms, or maybe we're back near the lows. But that is the general idea. But that's the midterm money glitch. Like I'm saying, it's not too often that you have a success rate of 100%. So like I'm saying, going back to the early 1900s, this has played out every time there is a midterm election. Yes, with the Fed. Well, there's been a couple, but it's still, you might be bumpy in the next 2 months. But like I'm saying, by June, it's going to be green. I mean, whether it's 3% or 30%, it's usually there. You're angry. Out, out, out. Several Chinese executives have been a part of probe into shipping containers. Unseal indictment from China on Tuesday. More Marvel and SBAC. Dedicated your life to Jesus. Wow. Let's go, baby. Get ready. It's a long journey. May you be with the Lord. He's already with you, dog. So I'm talking about Apple truly shuffles management to speed device development to begin running product reliability as part of changes. Federal authorities are looking whether Chinese companies deliberately restricted world storage of containers just before the pandemic began 6 years ago. Will it top out before June? It could. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, you could still be up 6 months after the midterms and still go down after that. That's what happened in 07. So 07, you had the 06, you had the midterms, and then by middle of the year 07, you were higher, and then a month or two later, you just had a gigantic decline. So again, that window is still pretty tight, but like I'm saying, from now until October, we do have a broader timeline that we are following. And that's what I'm saying. By the time either the war, they don't want it to go that long, they'll probably have it settled. And if it's not, even if regardless, I do figure that after the midterms, even if the war is going on, I do think the market will be in la la land. Now turning red. I think all of the software, bro, we're down now. That was fun. Yeah, Walmart killed it. I think you have 100% from yesterday's play. I already made them free, but now, yeah, you got 100% on the bid right now. That was a nice one. You're an angry elf. No, I never liked Discord. I always thought Discord was like weird. I don't even like the name. I like accord. I like agreement. I like people working together. I think the word Discord implies, sowing discord. But no, we've never done one. A lot of people have been asking for it recently. But at the same time, I just feel like Discord is like a Diddy fest where like people get you on Discord so then they could like promote. And then they try to like get you off into the corner, and then you just like sitting on your computer screen typing, and then they're like, "Hey man, what's up, man? Don't you hate saving 10%? You know how much money I made on Nvidia? You know what I did by just YOLO and everything?" And then they're gonna pull you off into the corner. You be like, "Yeah, nah, man, it's just daily option baby oil. Just try it real quick. Nah, man, everybody doing it." And then before you know what I'm saying? And like, I go to bed at like 8 p.m., 9 p.m. You're going to be up at like 11, 12. Homeboy trying to Diddy you into a prop fund or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot happens on there. So a lot of people have asked for it. It's good to talk with people. It'd be nice to build something like that. But also at the same time, I do think there's more noise than signal with Discords. And then, yeah, I mean, I think I was correct in my assessment, though. I was always against the Discords and seeing how it's changed communities and what it's led people to, and then all the weird Discord activities. It's I'm not really I'm not mad that we didn't do it. Yeah, we're literally here Monday through Friday. Open, no close. Not bad. Not bad. Humana? I thought we're still down on Humana. Oh, I guess it is coming back up. They all did. Holy shit. And UNH? Hi. No, we've only had stream alerts. And that's the thing. Yo, listen. This has been the weirdest one. So if you guys are on stream alerts, like, you have to fill shit out. This has been the wildest thing. It's happened like 3 or 4 times where people will sign up for the stream alerts. They won't fill out the contact info. Then they won't respond to the confirmation email. And then they'll get mad. And then they'll do a chargeback and then email. But I'm like, yo, big dog, how could we send you a text if you never give us your phone number? You know what I'm saying? And like, and then even then we'll find your email because there's an email when you sign up, and then we like send you a confirmation and then you ignore it. It's like, how can we possibly, like, you know what I'm saying? They're like, how do I get a text message? I'm like, it's simple. You give us your phone number. But if I don't have your phone number, how can I send you the text message? This has been a very big... I didn't think this was going to be an issue, but for some people, this has been a dilemma. So yeah, stream alerts is the only other thing we have. And I should say, if you sign up for it, make sure you fill out your information so that we could actually contact you. That is the big key for that one. Well, that's why I'm glad, though, like in a weird way, I'm glad we have a couple more confirmation steps. And then 2, y'all need to stop using AI to respond. You know how many people I caught? I said, bro, your AI is responding to me. We need a human confirmation. You know why? It'll ask a question. The confirmation email has questions, and then they will answer with brackets. Insert name here. I'm like, dude, come on, bro. How are you letting this? Oh my gosh. So yeah. So that was fun too. Yeah, I remember TeamSpeak. That was before Discord. Just IIRC chats, dude. It's fascinating. And please create a long term. Amen. Amen, bro. They're in Texas. When are we doing stream alert smoke signals? I don't know. It's sorry. If you have a non-Texas number, you could join, even if you're in Texas. But yeah, if you got that Texas area code. I mean, the most recent data is just I aggregate it through almost every source, so we got our own little system. But hang out here. I mean, even though there's a delay, some of you have been able to see. You will still get stuff consistently early. Otherwise, if you want to build your own, just pretty much aggregate all the financial news sources, and it's about there's like the main ones, but when it's all said and done, I mean, news comes out from all over. It's kind of trippy. Any good conversations with Babe? Are you talking about me and my girlfriend? No, I don't. No, not anything. No, I don't think anything I could share with you. Oh man, Yeller. Dude, Target, that one was a killer. And Walmart too. Those are still relaunching up. Launcherooning. I made them free early again. That one's a banger. That one's very big banger, Habibi. You know that? That one's very good now. Of 150%. More news. Oh no, get ready. It's going to be kind of chill. Middle of the month, end of May gets a little more exciting, but then after Wednesday, I mean, in a weird way, the market's still in, we're still in NVIDIA. We're in the NVIDIA, what's it called? The NVIDIA earnings mode. So that's why, like, after NVIDIA, we'll start to move more, but then after NVIDIA, the volatility just drops. So as much as, like, event risk and what's priced in, after NVIDIA, everybody kind of goes home. Iran eager to begin new phase in ties with Mexico. Ambassador. Oh, my AI babe? No, yeah, I haven't talked to that little demon. I do. I have one AI algo. I have a little algo that aggregates news for me. I had issues with it a couple weeks ago, and then it started shitting out the wrong data. That's the only thing that sucks with AI. You have to catch it, because if not, it'll just spew you a bunch of bullshit. That's the thing people haven't realized. Like, y'all don't realize AI is just confident. That's what most people have not figured out. Is that, like, that all AI is doing is just telling you shit extremely confidently. So that's what it would do. It'd be like, NVIDIA's up 50% today. And, like, if you don't understand that or look and double check, like, you're like, wow, he said NVIDIA's up 50%. Oh, you're right. My bad. I didn't catch that. I'll make sure next week. Some people call it being accurate. Other people call it being prepared for the future. There's many ways to look at it. Why restrict yourself? What the fuck? I'm like, that's not. So yeah, that's just the only issue. Paying note circulations, NVIDIA endorsing paying services. The Tesla 900 call for May 22nd? The fuck you gonna dog? Do you know? What do you know? Like, maybe it'll move if it pops, but like, dude, Tesla's not going to 900, or it's not even gonna go to 700 in the next 2 days. So those plays might be cheap, but if it's too far out the money with low time, those are gonna be harder to even make money on the volatility. So think about the NVIDIA play. The NVIDIA play was really far out of the money, but we played it a month ahead of earnings, essentially. So then the earnings hasn't even reported. But something like that, if there's no catalyst and it's over 100% out of the money in 4 days, you know, unless there's like a major pop, it might move up for a little bit, but then those probably are just going to be dead contracts. Yeah, maybe somebody sold them. Yeah, it could be a sell, but that's a wild one. Alcoa didn't was it Druckenmiller who got into them? Alcoa is starting to run up. He said paying, yeah, paying in NVIDIA. It didn't really move. And tap. Oil is going up again. Take a look at oil. It's getting higher than that first 30 minutes. Again, right at the open, we had that weird move and then it came down. But oil is climbing again. IBM announces security enterprise expansion with Anthropic and Project Glasswing. Russian rise in oil operation halted after Ukrainian drone attack. Well, oil did that in the morning with the little pop, but then nothing reacted again. We're still in this, like, trying to ignore the war and then dealing with all of these rotations. You spent your birthday morning with the chat? Well, happy birthday, baby. Hopefully another year for the long term, my brethren. Hopefully another year for the long time. Horn. God bless America. And chat, I need to go to the restroom. So you might get news if you got oil moving, but head on a swivel. You'll be flying blind here for a little bit. So in the meantime, let's offend everybody with our favorite political tracks. White Guys for Kamala and MAGA Magnificent. Thank you. Thank you. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
Yeah. I'm American, but love Canada. I'm a white guy, the one for Kamala. She's like me, she understands the love. No, she wouldn't have got us in a war. Who would have had price ceilings and price floors? Everything would be free in the empty store, and we'd ignore everything that would affect the poor, like the healthcare or the welfare. Mandate 5 more boosters and climate scares. I love her, not a worry in the world, cause opposition is silence. Tax your unrealized wealth and your mileage. Throw the Trumpies in jail if they get caught smiling. White guy for Kamala. My wife doesn't love me. White guy for Kamala. At least I'm not Trumpy. White guy for Kamala. Armpit hair is not yucky for the ladies. I don't know what it'd be if she actually won anything but Trump, even if it's all dumb. Shout out to my daughter, I made her my son. I will still protest ICE cause it's a whole lot of fun. White guy for Kamala. Hope they take all our guns. White guy for Kamala. Approved by the lesbian nuns. Give Kamala A-G-I and a bit of run. It's not for MAGA, it's for the money, not for the country. I do it for the money. I bribe Trump, now you can't touch me. Pile and market, cause I'm so lucky. It's not MAGA, it's magnificent. I just became a Catholic and just became a hypocrite. I love tax cuts and hate all of the immigrants.
And healthcare.
We're not fascists, just paid to be ignorant. That's not true. Just depends who's listening. It's not about you. It's all about the Benjamins. Netanyahu is
rotated back from software.
Iran, who I thought they were just Mexicans. We're the best in the world, but I never left my city. I hate the rap, but you gotta love Nicki Minaj. Trump is white, so how can he be Diddy? On the island, we love the fight, even if gas is $5.50. The war's already over. Even if it goes to October, panicans have no composure. I'm just a loyal voter. Let's end another war.
Woo! Alright, good. I'm glad we got those out the way. It's a good song, bro. Let's end another war. A-Lab, yeah, they started moving up. They had a headline the other day. Or even this morning. So many headlines. So many. It's not MAGA. It's magnificent. It's good. Yeah, Ford came up again. They had a nice couple of days and then it chilled out this morning, but then started picking up. A-Lab had something, but they had a price target raise. I don't know if it was yesterday. Oh, somebody registered shares. Alcoa too. So it's weird. I think that's a couple of materials trying to pick up. Alcoa is the only one. It's basically Anthropic. They make hardware for servers. Amazon owns a pretty big portion via warrants. Interesting. It sucks. Some of these have just gone from like $10, or it feels like, to the 200s. Your mom keeps repeating, Trump is white, so how can he be Diddy? It's a good line. It's a catchy, it's a catchy one. Oh yeah, what were you saying? You said mortgage? Let's see. So you said, is 6% acceptable for a home loan for $90K? Kind of bad timing. Got approved. Have a long term. If my money is worth being in the market versus down payment, how much money are you gonna have to put down? Again, the interest rate is different than the down payment, but 6 isn't right now. 6 is fairly normal. It's higher on certain metrics a couple years ago, but then, I mean, very average if you pull out the time frame. I would just make sure the house is a good deal. So if it's a $90,000 house, make sure it's, hopefully not going to need as many repairs. It probably will. So that's what you got to make sure too, that the property's not in the middle of nowhere, so that if you ever want to sell it, it's easy to get out of that loan. But if you're paying a high interest rate, putting a high down payment, the house needs a lot of money up front, and then it's in a place that doesn't have a lot of transactions, I wouldn't be down with that. But, if it's a good house, fairly decent quality, or even rentable, livable at $90K, and it's kind of in a city where it's not, in the middle of nowhere, I'm not against that idea. Your 60-30-10 VU SMH and IBIT for a 22-year-old. Yeah, I mean, I would get individual stocks, but, if you're going to be very passive, that's not too bad. I mean, VU is there. I mean, I don't know when you got into the chips. And then, yeah, I mean, me personally, I just never did ETFs. I mean, at points in my life, I thought it would have been nice, but, I think picking individual stocks instead of going IBIT, go buy Bitcoin itself, right? Go buy some of the chips at fairer prices, and you could kind of just really build your own ETF. But otherwise, if you're going to be passive, you don't have the time to really, focus on things. You don't want to deal with stock picking, because that's the problem. Stock picking, kind of how we do it. If you pick good ones, it's awesome, but a lot of people fail at stock picking. I hope you guys know that. That's the only downside of our strategy when I'm picking these individual names. A lot of people don't do that anymore. I don't know if you guys are aware, because, again, if you make one good pick, it could change everything. You make one bad pick, it could change everything. You could fall behind. So that's why I'm saying, kind of avoiding the single stock traps is how it's going to be. Otherwise, if you don't have that ability, or you're not going to be as active in, your portfolio and managing the rules and everything else, then you're going to have to, the ETFs and the VUs and all of that will be there for you. So it's up to you. But yeah, like I'm saying, and some of that I would remix it a little, but you're young. I mean, you're young. I would keep that ETF portfolio. Maybe start another one where you're buying individuals, and then just the easiest one out of all of that is, like, I would never buy IBIT unless it came back down to the $9 or whatever. But even then, I would just rather buy Bitcoin itself. Why pay a ETF to do all that for you? Under Armour with a little stick. And then oil climbing while spies at VWAP. Well, yeah, most people do ETFs because stock picking is hard. And if you go, like I'm saying, if you pick a bunch of bad stocks, even if the market goes up, you'll fall behind. And that's why, like, most people, this takes them a while to understand. They'll either make a bad play, or they'll just realize they don't have enough time, and then, they'll just opt for the ETFs. And ETFs it's not bad. It's just slower. That's all. But it's slower, but then you don't, like, have the same issues, essentially, where you're gonna fall behind. You at least get your money working. Very diversified, slow pace here. You'll be good to go. Your mom wants to upgrade a double wide. She wants to get another one and spend $200K. What kind of house could you build? It just all depends where. But, like, you could go find, obviously the land and how long it takes. But building, you could forecast, like, a price per square foot. So, like, $400 a square foot to build a nice, really nice house. I think you could get like a decent one for like 150 a square foot for like more of a budget home. And then, yeah, how big do you want the house? Factor in the material cost and then the price to build, and that's how you could forecast it. There's a chance Samsung could reach an agreement, according to Mediator. Well, I'm kind. Wait, what did I say? What? What triggered my kindness? I don't know if it's sarcasm or not. Marvel. The average growth. It's not too passive, just very diversified. Again, ETFs is not a... I think people should, if you're not, like, if you can't follow along with the long term, and you can't do once a month, and you're not really going to even be involved, I think more people should do an ETF, right? But if you have the self-agency to understand what's going on with the long term, you're able to, take part in the markets passively, like where you're reading and, like, learning and hearing all this other stuff. Like, it's just, you could do it. It's super easy. Like, I mean, you guys have watched me create this for the last 6 years, where it wasn't that challenging. I mean, you've went through different markets, some good ones, some bad ones, but like the whole process, little by little, sticking to the scale, averaging down, finding good names, letting them do their thing, like that, it's not difficult. And I think most people could do it, but if you're prone to making bad decisions, gambling, you don't have that discipline, or you can't even put in that level of time, just go buy an ETF. I mean, you're way better doing that than not. And then the other part too is that you got to understand the difference, even too, from like a long term and then like a retirement. Again, a retirement account, an IRA, a 401k, you're not going to touch that till you're older. You guys realize that, right? Like, that's the whole point. Like, a 401k, a IRA, you're not touching that till you're 50 or 60 years old. I think 65. So it's like how that even grows and what you're going to do with that money. That's also very different. And that's why, too, people opt for more diversified, slower approaches, because they're not going to have a necessity to access that money till a later time. Software just flipped after we got a little bit of the rotation. I think it just chilled out. Regen and Sun. More biotechs, but then, yeah, solar names are popping. Some, and then SPY just chilling. But energy. Dominion, NEE, they're up. Again, they're doing that deal. Samsung will resume talks 10 a.m. Korean time. Katayama ready to take decisive action on Forex. Japanese yen is tweaking out, bro. And then more Alcoa. Let's send another war. Dude, service now 109 to 102. Come on, bro. But yeah, SAP. I took more SAP, but that one's still there. I kept the free service nows. And then we made one of the IGVs free at 94.70-ish. But yeah, those came down too. It's not bad, too bad, but now it's like, it's 1%. Now chips and software are the same. That's after a major algo rotation in the morning, but it was a little bumpy off the cash open. Let's end another war. P. I like them, but they've gone up a lot. That's why I was like copper, FCX, some of the material plays, I like them. They're just up a lot. So I'm going to swing trade them, but I don't think I'd ever add them to the long term. The talks are in regards to the worker strike at the Samsung facility. So remember we were talking about that leading into it. There's a lot of back and forth, but the workers at Samsung might go on strike. The unions are fighting. So today was some good news, even yesterday, that they're saying that they might come to a deal. Either way, I think if they come to a deal, people will like it. But then even if they didn't come to a deal, I feel like it would drive up the prices. Yeah, again, the yen was tweaking out. It didn't go too crazy, but is it following up on that? Oh, yeah, it did. I'm saying we had that 2 minutes ago. It didn't really move. It was going back and forth, but now yen is... I mean, watch what TLT does, too. Don't forget, that's another correlation, too. Yeah, the Leo. I looked at it today because that TE came across and I looked into it, but I didn't know. Leopold bought Intel at $45. I don't know why. I thought he was in the 20s with us. But yeah, he did. He just levered the fuck out of it. Ulta would split. I mean, just because of how they've moved so far, but yeah, we haven't. If that did split, I would love it. I love Ulta. It just never comes down. Oh, finally, actually, but yeah, I mean, it's a pretty big stock. So, and then remember, we wanted it in the low threes, and then Buffett came in. I think they got out of it. Ueda is aware that long-term interest rates are rising rapidly. No, I care if it come down rapidly, brother. Yeah, need to closely monitor signs of upward pressure. Latest GDP is in line with forecast. Middle East situation has begun to impact. I think they already intervened a couple days ago, but this jawboning, they might be foreshadowing more intervention. It's weird because it's breaking the correlation from the bonds too. So TLT's coming down, yen's going up, oil's up, SPY not moving. There's an anime that puts in the story the Japanese bonds? No. That they can intervene before the currency loses status. Well, yeah, and I mean, just like theoretically, it's a hole. It's a black hole. You know, Japan is the philo. Japan is the philo of what I was telling you, where like stopping one bad habit will make a bigger difference in your life than beginning a good habit. Because what's the point of filling up a bucket if there's still a leak in it? So it's like if they're going to keep running this policy, this stimulus, everything, they've done this. Even last week when they did it, that's $40 billion. So what's the point of throwing in? You could do this as many, many times as you want, but all it's doing is just it's buying you a little bit of time. So it's like you keep throwing 40, you keep filling up this bucket. Whether it's a direct intervention or jawboning, it's just not literally having an effect. You're still leaking out because of the policy, how they're operating, you know, not making that structural shift. They're trying slowly to patch up the bucket by letting the yields run up. That's the crazy spot. You know, they've been doing it so gently and you know, very gradually, and it's doing some stuff. But again, it's like we're talking 20, 30 years of terrible policy that is, you know, all kind of, you know, front-loaded. All the negative effects now are coming back around. So it's, I don't know if there's like a currency manipulator status that you might be referring to, which could be there, but even then, it's like no matter what they do, they just don't even have enough money to keep this up. Or what's the point of doing all this stimulus if it's not structurally changing anything, and then, you know, 1 week later you're in the same spot. Will chips and software ever go concurrent? Eventually, when things, you know, level out and people feel a certain way. But, you know, as of now, the money's going towards the chips to chase the rally. And then when that rally kind of cools down, people are going to come back into software. But once you kind of take a little bit off top from the chips and then a little bit of fear off bottom from software, they'll probably start to match up. I just don't know when. But eventually, yes. But for now, they are kind of going inverse. At least today, they're both down. The guy's Intel play, Leopold, he bought in at $45. So that's his average price on what he has left. I need to look, but I thought he bought it lower. But yeah, not bad. I do like Archite. They've came down a lot, and they're still up. I just have an extremely low price on Archite because we bought Redfin at like, what, $3 or something? But yeah, Archite and Zillow, if they come down a little bit more, Architect, they're up on the last couple years. It looks down, but if you go look at where they were prior, they still are up like 100%. CHRW, is that the truckers? UADA will take appropriate monetary policy to achieve inflation target. Let me see if I could find it. Love her. Situational awareness. Yeah, no. His lowest purchase was $38. He had it prior somehow. But then his like 200 million position on Intel was at 46.29. Yeah, December 31st. So he got it within the same quarter. He reported it after we got it. But yeah, his price was like, again, 38 to 46. War reporter heads up on change of update on war scenario. We'll see. So far, we're trying our best to ignore the war today with those headlines, and like you had that little back and forth, but I think today just a weird rotation, a weird lagger set, even XRTs on the high, so retail. So yeah, you got a lot of stuff kind of picking up. It started with a little bit of chips or tech, but that faded. And then chips are coming back, dude. They were down 3.5%. It's kind of how the Asian sessions were playing out. Google and Synoptics partner to showcase immersive edge. Is that starting? There was the Google I/O event, and then A-Lab is still going, and now Home Depot and Lowe's. Where did all the angry elves go? There's no Trump playing. That's one of the things. You know, people only chat. They don't say anything when we're talking, but then I play Trump, and then they fucking lose their shit. Oh, what the fuck? White House briefing with J.D. Vance? Wow. I love her. Oh, is it starting? They're just playing weird slides. Good girl. But yeah, I think J.D. Vance is going to have a briefing at 10. K. Weber, KC. Not since last week, but I'd say China's the last one that's lagging, but be careful on those. You know, if you're not going to be following along, because I'm not going to update on those plays as much anymore. You know, my job was to get the info. I didn't want to turn into a Chinese babysitter, which sounds way more offensive than what it is, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't think I was going to be a Chinese babysitter and having to babysit. You know, it's my fault, though, for telling people about the average down and then hitting the first one. So, yeah, but I'd follow along, understand the idea, because, like, our other laggers have hit. So we hit the first lagger in the beginning. K-Web was first, and then it came down. But again, like SAP, software, I didn't take the banks and then some of the materials, but then materials in China, they front ran the pop, and now they're kind of chilling. But I do think those are going to be key over the next coming days and weeks. But yeah, I'm not going to be updating there. Babysitters Club. Do you remember that show? By crazy, you mean they love him? Who wouldn't love the best president ever? Yes, they love him. That's what happens. Donald Trump goes on, and then people, they can't contain their love for him. So then they just start rambling, and just all sorts of things happen. But yeah, other than that, people are pretty calm. It's actually kind of amazing. MO. The FCX, I mean, we have time on it. I thought the price was good when I got it, but that got like double slashed. So I would leave a little bit in the bank. I'm not against the average, but like I'm saying, let's let it kind of move even more, because if it's already down, I'm expecting copper. I think copper's either going to hold up or copper is going to fill this little gap, come down, and then start again. But if you remember, we played other copper plays, and they were very well like this. Like, you know, they'll go up, get slashed, then pop, they run back up, and then, you know, just make them free when they pop is essentially the idea. Well, yeah, those went down a little bit more than I expected, because I already bought them thinking they were down. Babysitters Club. Your long term started. I think we already did one for you. If not, but if it's the one I looked at a couple months ago, I'd say no. But if I never looked at it, why not? But yeah, didn't you send me the small pictures? But that's the thing. If you just started in February, the good news is what you do does not matter. What you need to focus on is not what you're buying. What you need to focus on is that you actually follow through. I can't stress it enough, bro. I can't stress it enough. Because like most people, it's not, you don't need to find the next intel. You're going to find the next intel. Trust me. You have it. If you listen to what I'm saying, make sure you stick in this for the next 6 months, a year, and build it up, you're going to stumble across a very good play. But in the meantime, it's not about the play. It's about making sure the deposit is consistent and that you are putting that money to work and actually building the portfolio. So other than that, it's like, you know, the first, because whatever you buy is going to come down, it'll go up, and none of them, since it's a rebuild and you're going to be adding more, no gain or decline should be very, you know, it shouldn't be detrimental or majorly successful just because it's still so new. So that's the beauty of starting over. You just got to make sure that you really stick with the discipline and get some time on the board there, and that's where the portfolio, the prices, everything will start to level out. Trump has made decision to attack Iran. Where are you seeing that one from? I see SPY up and then oil kind of moving. See. All I see is the union stuff. Yeah, SPY, I see someone saying a war headline, but it's saying Trump decides to attack Iran, but it's not fully there. Nothing on truth. But yeah, baby oil news, or oil candle, and SPY taking it way better. And then Japan and TSM, chips, Japan, they're all going. Israeli indicates Trump made decision to attack. Implementation is a matter of time. Channel 12. That's the source. So Israel saying Trump is going to attack. They might be behind on that, because that's what he was implying earlier today. Well, we didn't cover Home Depot. We just talked about it briefly. They were kind of mediocre, but that was able to bounce and do its things. Babysitters Club. No, they're not gonna hit. I'll chill. You missed the first harvest, but tell me about the second one. Amen, baby. Amen. Save 10, hold long, buy a crib. That's that. Simple formula. Just take a time. Bond market sell-off deepens. Chips are going. I mean, fuck, even TLT catching a bid here. So again, you got these Israeli headlines. I don't know if they're taken as behind or you could just be moving. Again, it's 9:30. So we're an hour after Euro close and climbing. Again, chips, SanDisk, WDC, all it's flipped. Literally IGV down, and now chips are about to go up. They're both in the red, but you're starting to literally inverse the rotation where chips might be up this reverse of what software went down. Rubio, global health delayed in announcing the risk of Ebola outbreak. And then chips. So again, that's lifting the market up. XLE, Honeywell, Energy's killing it. And then TXN. Oh, Wimberley, not Kimberly. None of them move the little PPE stocks. And Myrna, it's weird. The other biotechs did very good today. And again, more, what's it called? More energy and staples. I'm surprised Netflix isn't up. Usually the days where people rotate out, they're like, Netflix! That's what we need! There's a couple of software names that are still down for the long term. It's like Workday, Intuit, CRM. You're running out of options. Now is on that list just last week, and then it ripped. But they're still risky, but if you want that growth exposure, I mean, those are the names that are, big high flyers that are down actually 40% on the year, as much as 40%. It just all depends which one. Yeah, 4 Intel? Intel, TXN, every chip is going back up now. They said rotation, ho, son. Well, I'm glad. The CRM sucked, but I'm glad we made the other 3 of them free. They're still not down too much, but yeah, they all flipped. All of the software gains in the morning gone. But now chips are going up, which is leading some things. China was moving earlier. And then SPY, literally the whole high ticker is chips right now. SanDisk, Micron, Intel, TXN, all of those. Then a couple of another names, but yeah, even Intel playing along. Intel's back to the highs. Remember, they were ripping this morning with the Microsoft stuff. Etrade there. This is Etrade's high ticker, but otherwise ThinkOrSwim, man. Yeah, they got rid of Etrade Pro. Trump endorses Ken Paxton in Republican Texas Senate primary. Can we outgrow inflation if AI helps? Yeah. Remember, I said this in the beginning of the year. People didn't listen until software collapsed. But AI is deflationary. If AI actually works, I think prices will come down. But I don't think we're at that stage where AI deflates prices just yet. But yeah, any major advancements with AI and, you know, how things build out, that is the idea. That's why AI has to work. If AI doesn't work, just to look around. Look how much debt you're going to be left with. Like, you guys realize that, right? So, like, imagine AI doesn't work. You're going to have now your last 5 years of free cash flow turned into debt, all at some of the highest rates in the last, like, 20 or 30 years. And then now you won't get any production. So, yeah, you would be spending the next 10 years just paying off all of this debt. And you would have no growth. That's if AI fails. If AI works, you're going to get productivity boom. You'll get the debt paid down, and you'll be able to grow faster than your debt. And then, you know, the real industrial changes would actually lead to changes in pricing and employment. But, yeah, so that's why I said from even last year, man, I call all the AI, all of the Donald Trump overspending, I call it the big, beautiful bet. That's it. It's like, if this works, oh, fuck yeah, awesome. You're going to love it. You know, there will be like some shifts and it could affect employment, but generally, if it works, there'll be a lot of good effects, even if it causes deflation. But then if it doesn't work, you guys realize we're running up the tab right now. So just imagine you throw out all this money, wartime spending practically without a war. Now we have one. And then all of the private companies putting all of their money into this stuff, you know? Like, think about it. You're going to be left with 10, 15 years of debt at high interest that if it doesn't lead to any productivity, you will just be paying that debt off, not growing. You're not growing. You're just paying. Holy foot. This is JD Vance? 4-9. Oh, it's a Republican. Okay. 4-9. I say he looked like the one guy who made that country song in Virginia. I said, JD, man, they really trying to win the midterms. I thought that was Oliver Anthony Vance. So this is amazing. All right, but yeah, but the whole idea is, like I'm saying, you know, if all of this debt kind of gets clapped and then you end up spending all this money to, what's it called? You would just be spending all this money to not grow. All of the money earned in the future would be just paying back all of this drag. Let me see. Korea is still going. I thought that was JD, my bad. ARM on the high, more chips, dude. Intel, that's it. This last like 30 minutes has literally just been chips waking back up, going into the green now. So yeah, chips are now green and software is now down. So you have rotated twice today. One towards software, then gave it all back up, right back towards chips. Meanwhile, staples are still up. They just stopped moving. So that Hasbro with a pop, 2%. No, it's like 0.5%. It's already up near the high, but they're starting to move. We just bounced off of that stuff. FTI, was that? No, the other one was FTV. But that got a little bit of a candle. AI girlfriends are cheaper. That's deflationary. You know, it's not a joke though, bro. Like, I'm telling you, it's scary. That's going to be one of the things if AI is too successful. Like, bro, it's fully, like, I'm telling you, some of you guys who are young right now, when you have kids in the future, you are going to be, like, talking to your kids and being like, no son of mine is going to marry a robot. Like, you're going to be the new bigot, essentially. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, you're going to, you're not going to, you don't understand it now, but that's what we're talking about, like, realistically down the line. You're going to be like, no son of mine, that's not a human. And you're going to, like, it's just, it's not, it doesn't make sense to you right now, but it will. It will in the future. You know, I've heard that, though. I know. Well, speaking of Japan, Korea. You guys want to hear some cool tinfoil? I thought this was a fascinating take. It's kind of tinfoil. Are you ready? Korea is ahead of the curve on everything. So Korea, I've never heard this before, but Korea is America in the future. So if you want to see where our society has gone, just go look at Seoul over the last 10 years. So every single trend, from looks maxing to every white-collar worker margin gambling on stock markets and gambling in general, to even jailing your former presidents, this is all what Korea has done 10 years ago. So yeah, they were ahead of you even on looks maxing. So looks maxing and then fucking top blasting memory, the Koreans did it first. You see what I'm saying? It's kind of nuts. So yeah, other than that, you know, Korea is kind of the weird societal leader. We did it, y'all. It's not for MAGA. It's for the money. You know what's actually interesting? I don't know if this is the spread. No, yeah, they're coming up. The K-stars went up. So the K-Web lagged a little bit in the KC, but the K-star, that one's actually going up, believe it or not. That one's been quiet. On work day. I'm glad, again, we made a lot of those free. SAP is still up 300%, but you had 500 in the morning. Polymarket, cause I'm so lucky. Flatbed truck rates hit highs. I saw that the other day. There was another one, or somebody this morning put out guidance from a trucking company, and they were hyping up the trucking rates. No news, honestly. There was like positive war headlines, both one that was positive with NATO, but then we went down. Then Trump said 2 to 3 days on Iran's decision, and then that moved things around. But then literally last like 45 minutes was straight up just chips bouncing, rotating out of software, and then the staples and everybody else held up. Clear Spark, it's all the Neo Cloud. That's what the Leopold kid did, and we were talking about it prior, just where, you know, all these people shifting from Bitcoin to like AI data center build out. That's just kind of the next wave of things. The only problem, some of them might take a while, they're lower quality, and then yeah, they've already kind of moved, and then you're gonna have to play that game. So I like the broader theory, but I don't know how they're all gonna end up playing out. Ziz in bodybuilding forums beg to differ. Korea does it first. Oh wow, so you're like a real incel. So you know, he brought up the original source code. You know, that's where the real looksmaxers come from. Back in the day, we called looksmaxers incels. So they've got a they got a good rebrand. But yes, you are correct on that. That's funny, bro. That's good for you. You're probably a real OG. It's like these new looksmaxing kids, they don't understand. If NVIDIA doesn't kill it, they'll rotate back into software. I think so. I mean, even if NVIDIA does good, they might. But at the end of the day, if NVIDIA does really good, that'll slow software down. But I think you have two instances where software does neutral to better. But yeah, I do think you're thinking the right way of revolving it around the earnings. You know it's true. I do. That's why I say you're not wrong, bro. That's it. I respect the OG sources. I know source code, bro. I know where it comes from. That's it. So I think you're on you understand it, bro. You get it. That's why I don't know if you remember. I was trying to explain it to the young guys. I was like, they don't really understand where looksmaxing came from and like how it's played. It's good though. I'm glad that it got more of a funny or a positive rebrand, but yeah, like back in my day, the looksmaxers were creepy. I'm telling you, bro, they were like shooting up schools. They were really angry. It was and it wasn't even as harsh. Like, you know what I'm saying? I feel like back then it was easier to not be an incel. And nowadays it's weird. Now they have AI girlfriends, and then they went full looksmaxing. But then I don't know, the whole looksmaxing, like they're like, man, I can't get girls, so I'm gonna become a girl. It's just amazing how it's all played out. But yeah, I know where it originates from. So you are correct on some of the background. Yeah, if NVIDIA kills earnings, they usually sell off too. Remember, May's good for them. They're like halfway at their average there, but then even if the stock might do one thing, but like overall performance, guidance, all of that could affect, you know, all the broader stuff. Not to mention, I mean, NVIDIA is like what, 10% of the other stuff. The rotation didn't last a day. I know you seem frustrated, but did you hear me when I made everything free? So do you guys see what's happened? Sometimes I do it really early, but I hope you guys see that, you know. I had June IGVs. I made them free over here. I took another set of the SAP at 500%. Then I had the workday. Those went up like 30 or 50. And then I made those free as well. And then I added to CRM. That one got clobbered, but I literally made 4 other plays free. So I hope you guys are seeing that's why I make it free. You know, if it starts going up, the option 400 or 500%, it's awesome. But at the same time, you know, we want to lower our risk because this type of bullshit does happen. So at the same time, you know, it sucks. But this morning you had a gift to make them all free. Every single software play was either free or like it really started to run where, you know, again, you were selling a portion to get a lot back. So that's why it happens. I still have those plays now. Now the volatility's lower, but we definitely got to maximize some of this morning. So I don't know if you missed that, but, you know, the rotation and even with China, some of these things are going to take time. So, but that's why, too, the moment the IV pops and it gives you a gift to make it free, I like taking that more often than not. Like I showed you guys with NVIDIA, I may miss out for a little bit of extra rewards, but usually if we could hone in on it, make it free near one of the volatility highs, you're usually going to do better. And then if you repeat that over and imagine all the plays we're doing, I do a bunch of these plays, I'm making them free, you know? It's like when that does flip, it's not going to hurt you. Our account is it's only pure profit now. And then we still get to play it out in that slow way. So it's always sucks to sell and leave money on the table. And you're like, oh, I could have done this. But I hope you guys are picking up on game. I hope you're seeing how, you know, the premiums can really run, but then they can also really die. That's an option. That's why a lot of people both like and don't like options. But making it free kind of religiously, it's not going to backfire. Your only regret on making it free is you're going to be like, oh, I could have made more money. But then any bullshit happens, any weird rotation, flip, stupid Trump news, you name it, it's not going to affect you in the same way, where now you're riding with it and now all of your capital just went from, oh, should I make it free, or now I need another pop just to get back to break even. So we already got our break even and now everything is pure profit, or it either doubles up or it comes back down. But even then, like, think the first K-Web, those came back down, but we got all of our money back. So again, that's just literally pure profit. You could exit out whenever you want and just take the cash. But the idea is that the making it free, you know, nonsense moves, especially if we're in a stall. I mean, more instances than not, when you repeat it over and over and over again, you are going to have less regret out of making a play free. So I hope you guys got to learn that and are seeing. But even like a day like today, I think is a great example. They're free because you get your initial investment back. So like SAP, every $100 you spent turned into $500 in 48 hours. So if you spent, let's say, $200, you bought 2 of them. And those contracts were expensive. That's the one that sucks because they were. Now is cheaper. I think our Now contracts were like 40 cents, and those went up to $1 and change. But let's say it's $100 a contract, then they go up to $500. You sell back 1, 2, or 3 contracts, or however, if you only had 2, you sell back 1, get $500 back. You only spent $200 for 2 of them. So now you have $500 in cash, and then you still have 1 play for free. Yeah, ghetto spread is the best if you only have 1 con. You could have ghetto spreaded the SAP for a good gain. $100%. I'm telling you, that's the thing where, that's why I'm saying I'm even, you know, we got to chill a little bit on the plays for some of you new guys. Not because I don't like you, not because I'm trying to hurt you. I'm actually trying to help you guys, because a lot of people, especially when we keep hitting, and then there's a lot of new people and people are getting excited, there's a bubble, but like a lot of people are getting fucked up on options because they're prioritizing making money. I'm not. That's the irony. I could find plays that go crazy, and we could find low budget plays that are able to move, but that's not the sauce. The sauce is not losing money. You need to prioritize not losing money on options. That should be your number one goal. So when you're making a play and you're doing something, you should be thinking, how do I not lose money? Do you see the problem? You know, an Intel or a NVIDIA goes from, you know, 20% to 100%, back down 50, 70%, and then back up to 1,000%. do you see the problem? What are people are like, oh, how 100, 200, SAP, 500%, Datadog. Now they want big percentages. They're thinking of how to make money. That's what's going to fuck you up, because you're thinking about how, again, you buy the option, it goes up. Oh, let's make money. Oh, let's go bigger. Let's go bigger. Why would I sell out now? I want to make money. Let's make money, right? That's what's going to fuck you. But if you could prioritize not losing money, and that's why, again, I'm looking for plays at fair prices, stuff that's not too jacked up. Start small. We could build around them and keep adding and get closer to the money. But then right when they pop, right when the IV and stuff starts working in your favor and you get a move, my first goal or my first line of action is to prevent losing money. And if you could do that, you're going to walk away. Even if you fuck up on everything, you're still going to have your same amount of cash, but then that's going to open up these opportunities to stretch out plays, let things happen, and then that way too you'll even have the confidence to keep going, because again, going after all this stuff, you're not dying, because you're focusing on not losing money rather than making it. So like I'm saying, it's like if you could prioritize that, that's where I think a lot of you will do better. And that's why, like, some of the nonsense of the market, how the options move, the stock prices, the bullshit news, the fakers, the liars, the insider traders, this is going to defend you against all of that. But I would have a higher priority or a higher goal or objective on not losing money than making money. And that right there, I think a lot of you will do a lot better when it's all said and done. I've been in options for way too long, dude. I think my first option trade was like 2013 or 2014. And then I think my first stock trade was 2007. So, I got started in the markets right before everybody went broke. And then, options was like 6 years later. I learned about them. I learned about options through like finance books and, just learning the equity market. I was exposed to it. And then one day I had a guy that I was helping out, and this blew my mind. This guy comes up to me and he's like, I learned options kind of how a lot of you did. I had this guy come up to me and he's like, dude, I just made $35,000 in one day. And this was a lot of money back then. You know what I'm saying? Like, this was like pre-inflation 35. That was like making $100K in a day. That would be like making $150,000 in a day. 30K used to get you so much. Like, yeah, see, I'm fucking old, Josh. I mean it. But then he was like, yeah, I made 35 grand. And I was like, how? I said, that's crazy. And then he said, options. And then I saw him next week. And then, you know what he told me? After seeing him make 35K in a day, and then I see him next week, he's like, yeah, bro, I blew up my account. I lost all the money. I said, what the fuck, how? And he said, options. And then I said, that doesn't make any sense. And then I said, what are you doing? And then that's when I wasn't too intrigued. I was like surprised when he made the money, and that was exciting. But then the fact he lost it, because my whole logic, I ever bought stock, I made a bunch of money. It wasn't going down in a day, in a week. You weren't doing swings like that. But that's why I asked him. I was like, okay, well, like, what are you doing? And then he showed me options, and I knew what the option was, but this is the part that blew my mind. I asked him, I was like, wait, you're buying and selling options without owning the underlying stock? He was just trading naked options without any basis of whatever the underlying asset was doing. And that blew my mind. That was the weird part, because most people, you knew about options. It was an insurance strategy. It was paired up with shares. It was paired up with capital to execute a certain strategy. But yeah, this guy was just trading them naked back and forth. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, that's insane. And then the prices were extremely cheap. And then I started looking into it, and I was like, here, let me show you how to not blow up an account. And then next thing you know, I developed an options addiction. But yeah, I got pretty good at it though. And then I got to do options in the golden era before all of you. That's why I started making videos on YouTube. Because like, again, I mean, even when I started putting out the videos, I always thought options was a powerful tool, and nobody knew about them. Most people, even to this day, people have more accessibility, but they don't really understand it. Because even back then, it was so shocking how little people knew about it and how little it was traded. The premiums, everything was super duper low. So yeah, it was a wild time. But that's how I got into options. And here I am. But I always did long term, and I'm glad that I did. Micron and chips again. Nvidia. BMO, copper. The first options trade. I don't know when my first, I think it was a Netflix. But then I vividly remember, like, my first, like, really big options trade was a bunch of Netflix options, and I went crazy. And then that's why I was buying leaps for a quarter. And then those went in the money. I was even able to exercise some of them. But yeah, there was a time, bro, that it was disgustingly cheap. Because nobody would play. Most people were like me. It was a boomer mentality where you're like, why the fuck would you trade an option without owning the underlying? So the demand and everything was non-existent. And then even the pricing and how people priced them, there wasn't algos, there wasn't dailies, there wasn't any of that. Like, see, all right, man. SPY near the high, dude. SPY and Dow are almost matched up, 0.25, 0.29. Russell down 0.7. That was down like 1.8 at one point. And then NASDAQ is down by a quarter. Then JD Vance. I don't know. What time is it? 9? If he's on time, we'll go. But if he lags, we might have to wait for Philo or start Philo earlier. Yeah, start with the long term and then get a paper trade account and you could practice with the options. But I'm telling you, just take it slow. Because that's what I'm saying, man. My background kept me out of options, but then still got me in very early. But like I'm telling you, just most people don't really understand it. I'm telling you, man, the amount of courses that exist right now in options, the amount of influencers and people putting out all this information, it's like it's becoming like the long term. That's what I'm saying. Most people don't realize this. I'm telling you, there's like a hidden secret in options, and it's just because a lot of it has been regurgitated and explained without understanding equity, without understanding the underlying asset, and without understanding it's a derivative. That's just the basics. That's the 101 of all of it. But that and how people view that and treat it, there's a huge knowledge gap. And that's why I'm saying, where it's like, I know you guys, like I'm telling you, the priority should be not to lose money. When it comes to options, you'll do very well. And I know you guys want to make money, but that's why I'm saying, like, believe me, if you put in the investment of like understanding the long term and understanding equity and getting familiar, because there's already a lot that happens in the market, news, info, how it all plays out. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's like, get familiar with this, learn to absorb it without a derivative. And then once you start dealing with derivatives, you're gonna do a lot better. Like, let me put it this way. Your options are insurance. You are selling insurance. If you know more about cars, you're going to be a better insurance adjuster for cars. If you know more about houses and construction, you will be a better adjuster when it comes time to start doing insurance and buying and selling it on the home. Do you see what the problem is? Nowadays, you got a bunch of people slanging car insurance notes between each other, and not one of them knows a thing about the actual vehicle or the value or the engine or repair cost. Same thing with like the real estate example. That's the problem. People dive. They go straight to the options but then the world that it's built off of, they don't really have the same understanding. It's easy to get understanding of an options contract, right? The right to buy, how it moves. Again, then you get into the complex, the implied volatility and all of that. But again, it all derives its value from the stock. And the more you understand what's driving those stocks, how they move, how they behave, you're going to understand the value of these options way more. That's why you could ask me a lot about options and I could tell you, but guess what? Go ask me about a random stock. Again, some stocks I don't know about, I tell you guys, I'll be like, I'm not really familiar, but I have a pretty extensive knowledge on different sorts of assets, their industry, how that industry relates on the macro, the micro, what's driving it and not. I have that info, and that's why when it comes time to play an option, I'm feeding all of that stuff into it beyond being able to make a play, do it quickly, and then understand the pricing and all of that. So like I'm telling you, the more you understand about the market, that right there is the hidden piece that I think just so many people, they're going straight to the options, but they are missing the whole foundation it's built off of. And if you have that, I think you get an edge. I think you have a real big edge compared to a lot of people just diving right into it without really understanding where does it get its value? Why is that? We could answer these questions. You should be able to. You're telling why are you buying that option? What are you doing? That's why the Nvidia play was weird, because why the fuck am I buying a 360 call, a 300 call? And like I said, we were there to play the premium rise, but I very well knew it wasn't going to go there, and that's the whole idea. That was playing the dynamic, the pricing, but you need to know why, and you need to know why is 360 so crazy. Why is a certain price on why is a 360 contract crazy on an Nvidia, but a contract $200 out the money on a SanDisk is very, very different. Why does a consumer staple, why is that going to move differently around ex-dividend versus a tech name ahead of earnings, right? These are things you got to understand based on what the actual equity is, and that is what will take you a very long way. But again, it does get ignored. Now it's just long-term all day, random 2-3 options a year in the options. Enjoy stress-free. It's not a bad life, especially if you hit those 2 to 3. Easy money, and chill. Pad the stats. Nvidia again, SPY new high of the day. Habibi. Well. There you have it. We still got a long day ahead of us still. I mean, we're a little bit more than halfway. We're going to see what JD Vance says. But SPY, there wasn't really a headline. It was just chips turning around. That's it. That's literally all it was. And we got a little bit of back and forth on the war stuff, but I don't think that was enough to really cause any of this. RR, Bloom Energy. Oh, that TE picked up. Your boy. No news on the rip, unfortunately. It just literally was chips turning around. Kind of on the Samsung headlines, if you think about it. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. I'm in a cult. That kind of sucks. RVSN, White House pushes Congress to pass Vance's long sought out Rail Safety Act. They're moving a little bit. See if any of the other guys move. Or I would start paper trading, and then you got to make your long term first. So I don't care if you have a lot of money or a little bit, and I know people are going to hear it with a little bit, and they're like, no, I don't want to do that. Start a long term first. Start saving 10% of your money and see what you could put into a separate stock account where you're just going to buy and hold stocks. That right there, if you whatever you could keep up for 6 months, 12 months of that, that's going to determine your budget for trading. That's the part everybody misses out. But instead, they're like, let me start as a beginner, and then let me start buying, all this other stuff, and then let me use my budget, and then you don't have a budget, essentially. And then if you blow that money quick, if it works out, great. But if it doesn't, and you blow it quick, then you're going to be like, yo, now you have nothing left to show for it, and then that budget wasn't one that you were able to keep up for a long time. But once you establish the long-term budget, you'll start paper trading at the same time, getting some stocks to own, understanding this news dynamic, how all these things play. And then once you have a set long-term budget, you could derive your trading budget from that long-term budget so that you know now what makes sense without over-leveraging. Because even if you are gambling on short-term options, you're still able to do a decent amount. SWKS. Okay. Oh, did they fill those? You are getting it cheaper, but it's still risky. Not a recommendation. That's just playing the longer dated options. You've done that, you got 20K in stocks. So how much have you been consistently adding to the stocks? So whatever that budget is, you could use 10% of that. So in this case, if you have $20,000, I don't know if you're adding $1,000 or $2,000 a month, you would use 10% of that, or you could use 10% of the total amount. But I wouldn't be putting more than 2K total if your long term is $20,000. You see what I'm saying? Because if you lose that 2K, now your long term is down 10%, essentially. And then that's why the rest. So ideally you should be using 10% of your 10%. And that way you can never blow up. And then if you fail, it's only a 1% loss. So if you want to be conservative, $200. Non-conservative, $2,000. Not a recommendation. Is the Google? What do they got?
It's a little dense. Maybe format the analogies as a table so it's a little
like
easier
Google
for me
Docs.
to scan.
I use it every day.
And also add a note to tell the story about how my brother inspired me to become a software engineer, sort of at the top of my doc, and bold it so I don't miss it.
Wow.
Yeah, that looks great.
Intel says 18A progress is now supporting Panther
directly, all with your
Wayfair
voice.
or Wafer volume.
Docs Live is rolling out for Pro and Ultra subscribers this summer, and the same powerful voice capabilities will come to Gmail and Google Keep then too.
Clap, mother.
Incredible to see the pace of innovation rolling out across our products. Supporting all of this at scale for our users, while also serving enterprises and developers around the world, requires massive investments in infrastructure. And we've been investing for today and for the future. In 2022, we were spending $31 billion annually in CapEx. This year, we expect that number to be about 6 times that.
Excuse me?
Approximately $180 to $190 billion.
Check all the other
key
CapEx
part of
people.
this investment is our
I'm
custom
assuming we
silicon.
already know this.
A decade ago, we announced our very first commercial tensor processing unit, or
LSCC and
TPU,
A-Lab again.
on this I/O stage. Since then, we have transformed how the industry builds for AI. We recently announced our 8th generation of TPUs at Cloud Next. For the first time, we have taken a dual-chip approach with specialized architectures for training and inference, TPU 8T and 8I. While they may look similar, they're actually pretty different. 8T is optimized for large-scale pre-training, and it's nearly 3 times the raw computing power of our previous generation. We have taken a fundamentally different approach with our training infrastructure. With jacks and pathways, our training is no longer constrained by the limits of a single massive data center. Instead, we can now seamlessly distribute training across multiple sites, scaling across more than 1 million TPUs globally. This gives us the ability to create the largest training cluster in the world. For model builders, this means training larger, more capable models in weeks rather than months. TPU 8i is designed for inference. We have dramatically improved speed at every step, because if we learn anything in 27 years of working on search, it's that latency matters. To give you a live sense of what this speed feels like, here's a prompt on an upcoming Flash model if it were running on 8i. I'll ask it to create a Chrome Dino game, push submit. The response is generated in real time. As you watch,
see if Unity
take a look at
clapped.
the tokens per second
Every time
in
a
the
game
top
gets
right
made,
corner.
They
The
flip.
speed is pretty incredible, nearly 1,500 tokens per second. It almost took longer
Spy,
to write
new
out
high,
the
brother.
request. And the game is pretty fun too. In addition to speed, we are also thinking about scaling sustainably. Both chips are more energy efficient, delivering up to 2 times better performance per watt. TPUs have been hard at work training for I/O this year.
Rocket Lab,
I'm
Intel.
told
High Tinker is
we
fully
have a
gassed. It's
behind-the-scenes
everything that
look.
gap down in the morning going up. Boom.
Hey, good weekend?
Yeah, just folded proteins across rare oncology datasets. You?
Simulated the next 50 years of climate data for
I made a picture of a
Fucking
pug.
Veggie Tales for chips.
You ever see a pug dressed like an accountant?
No.
You wanna?
All right, listen up, TPUs. IO's starting soon, and we got a job to do. Actually, we got trillions of jobs to do. So clear cache, Timmy. Dry your fans, and let's find out.
More chips, Micron, TSM, NVIDIA. Push it to the long term. Down. Push it to the long term. This is interesting. I like the song though, but I don't know if they're gonna clap me. Very fascinating. Again, more Micron, more SMH now. Their rotation was very short-lived. But see, though, too, if it ends up coming up, but chips are green now by 1%, so you're almost fully inversed. And then Rubio will visit Sweden on May 22nd for NATO ministers meeting. And then visit India from 23rd to 26th to discuss energy, trade, and defense. Wow.
Our compute innovations enable our advances.
Hey, Google, if you
There are
guys
three
can
areas
stop
where I want to go
lagging
deeper today
everybody
to show
out
you
on the
progress
channel
in
who
these.
pays for it, that would be
Models,
nice. I don't
coding,
know if this is a good
and
time to
agents.
bring that up.
Let's start with the exciting progress
I thought
in
I
world
should
models.
remind them.
With world models, AI is moving from predicting text to simulating reality.
long term.
Demis and the team at Google DeepMind have been working to push the boundaries of what these models
Say
do.
hello to my 10%.
Demis out.
I feel, man.
Hi everyone, it's really great to be here. Over the past year, AI capabilities have leaped forwards. We now have agents that can plan and act on our behalf.
It's good to
and
start in long
artificial
term,
general
no matter where you
intelligence
start.
is
Again,
just a few
sticking
years
with
away.
it. The starting.
Today, I'm
whatever
excited
you
to
play,
share the
that's
progress
just
we've made
easy.
towards
That's the
building
beginning.
AGI.
You get through the 6
Last
months,
year,
the 12
I
months,
outlined
the
our
real
vision of
consistency,
extending Gemini's
the real
incredible
habit. That's where
multimodal
real change
capabilities
starts to happen.
Become a world model. AI that can understand and simulate the world. This is a crucial aspect of achieving AGI and will be important for everything from building AI assistants to training robots.
DRAM.
Now we're taking the next big step.
NVIDIA, Nibis.
I'm excited to announce Gemini Omni.
Ooh. Staples are kind of
Our
chilling
new
out.
model that can create anything from any input. It combines Gemini's intelligence
the
with the best
rotation
of our
stocks are
generative
chilling
media
out.
models for a new level of world understanding, multimodality, and editing. Models like Veo, NanoBanana, and Genie are able to create extremely realistic videos, images, and interactive simulations. Although not perfect, they already demonstrate some impressive notions of intuitive physics. And with Omni, we've now made even more progress. It's a step change in simulating things like kinetic energy and gravity. Previous systems would have found these concepts difficult. Gemini's world knowledge and reasoning really shine in Omni. It can translate complex ideas into highly accurate videos. So for example, you can give it a simple prompt.
Yeah, there
like
it
make
is.
a
Unity's
K-Matrix
starting to go
framework
down on
protein
this.
folding, and get this.
Proteins
we
start
said,
as
we should have
chains of
front-ran
amino
that one.
acids. They fold into patterns like the alpha helix, and flat sections called beta sheets, forming a perfect three-dimensional shape.
But the initial generation is just the start.
All right,
The
I just
creative
grabbed the one
process
centers.
is
They're
rarely
gone
a
now. They
single
were
step.
shitty.
It's usually iterative. Just like NanoBanana redefined image editing, Omni gives you a more natural way to edit video with conversational language. What's really cool is you can give it your own videos, for example, this selfie, and change reality in a really fun way. You can easily adjust the details and style, or even add elements.
I didn't film me on all of them.
And the whole scene morphs it to reflect your new idea. A simple circle turns into a black hole, or an evening stroll.
Yeah, check
comes to
Adobe
life.
too.
Anything becomes a canvas. For
But
creating
Unity, they're the
entirely
ones
new
that
realities.
got the freak out
Let's
last
take a
time.
look
I
at
talked
what
about it
Omni
before the
can do.
candle. That would have hit. They're already up 100. Still. What the fuck? Yo, I got a long term. I stay 10%. Wall Street looking spent. They looking bad. They don't even get half the shit that's going on. Tell me what's going on. Number. The beach. With Nemo. We all love Nemo. Swap angle. Wow.
We're starting with video.
They
but
hate
over time,
AI
Omni will be able
art
to generate any output
because
from
it's
any
not
input.
really art.
This was always our goal with Gemini, and why we built it to be multimodal from the very start.
All right, man.
It was
Why
a
are they
harder
lagging?
path,
Where's
but
JD
the
Vance? I don't even
foundation
want to
is
listen
now
to this. I
paying
want to
off.
hear the JD Vance briefing.
Today we're launching the first model in the Omni family, Gemini Omni Flash. It's now available across our products, and you'll hear more about this later. We're excited with the progress we're making, and we'll be able to share more about Omni Pro soon. We can't wait to see what you create. Back to you, Sundar.
Back to you, Sundar.
Thanks, Demis. This is huge progress. As generative AI gets better, so does the need for greater transparency.
Any Omni model that
Research
takes
shows
any
people can
input.
correctly identify high-quality deepfake videos only about a quarter of the time. 3 years ago, we launched SynthID, our watermark that is invisible to
Is
the
this
naked eye.
playing into the agents?
Since launch,
Is this
SynthID
like
is
the
now
Nemo thing?
watermarked
Spy going
over
up still, and
100 million
NVIDIA.
images and videos, along with 60,000 years of audio assets. Millions of people are using our SynthID detector in the Gemini app to verify AI-generated content. We are now going a step further and adding content credentials verification across products. This will show you if the origin of the content was AI or a camera, and if it's been edited with generative AI tools.
Wow.
In this example, Gemini can tell this photo was captured
Chips
with a
on
pixel
the
camera
high.
and then edited
Pentagon
with Google
says they
Photos.
they will not,
We
doesn't
want
say if
more
they'll
people
seek
to have
congressional
easy
approval
access
to
to
restart
these tools.
strikes.
So we are expanding both SynthID and content credentials verification to search and Chrome.
Okay, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. And we'll go to the bathroom. Tell me if the Vance thing starts
You
too.
can simply circle to search or right-click in Chrome and ask, was this generated with AI? And you'll get a clear response along with other helpful context. For example, this image was making the rounds on social media last year. It's obviously fake. I don't eat hamburgers. It might not be as clear to everyone else. That's where these tools can be really useful. Of course, this only works at scale if more partners decide to watermark their own AI-generated content. NVIDIA signed on to SynthID last year. And today, I'm thrilled to announce that OpenAI, Kakao, and 11 Labs are adopting SynthID too. It's great to see the cross-industry collaboration. We are looking forward to expanding to more partners and setting the standard of transparency for the AI era. That's a look at the progress we are making with world models. Now, let's talk about what's next for our Gemini 3 family. Gemini 3 launched a few months ago with a full family of models. It's been our most adopted series yet. We have loved seeing developers use Flash as their daily driver and build incredible experiences with Pro's deep reasoning and multimodal capabilities. We've been hard at work on improving these models, especially focused on agentic coding, long horizon tasks, and real-world workflows. And today, I'm excited to introduce Gemini 3.5 Flash, our first in a series of models combining frontier intelligence with action. Two things I would highlight. First, when compared to 3.1 Pro, Flash is better across the board, almost all benchmarks. It's made huge progress in coding, and look at that extraordinary jump in GDP val, a benchmark that captures many real-world economically valuable tasks. Second, 3.5 Flash is a very capable model at the frontier and comparable to the best models, but much, much faster, which is why when you look at the intelligence versus output speed, it's in a whole league of its own in the top right quadrant. When looking at output tokens per second,
all right, man, hurry
it's
this
4
up.
times faster than other frontier models, and it's incredible delight to use. The new model has been a game changer for us internally at Google. We've been using 3.5 Flash with the reimagined version of our agent.
Is that why you slowed down the other Gemini? Huh?
It's dramatically accelerated how we build. In March, we were processing 500 billion tokens a day internally for our developers. We've been doubling every few weeks, and now we are processing more than 3 trillion tokens a day. This scale has created a powerful feedback loop, helping us improve 3.5. And of course, we are bringing it today to developers in anti-gravity. Varun is going to share more.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro. I didn't think it would take this long. MMI full breach. That wasn't the one getting bought. That was MMIC, I think. Your daily cyber attack of the day. Come on, bro. The barrier for development.
In fact, Sundar used Google Anti-Gravity last week to fix a bug in the Google codebase.
Really? Sundar also used anti-Josh to make
When
sure
we
everybody
launched the
lagged out.
Anti-Gravity ID in November,
That's great, man. How did
we
you
made
develop
sure
that?
to nail the core agent-powered
Every time he
ID
says
experience
something remotely
and
controversial,
added
you
an
lag the stream?
experimental first-of-its-kind agent
Okay.
for Surface as a
Awesome.
glimpse of where we were heading. Millions of you already actively use anti-gravity, and so we're excited to bring you even more today. We've seen the diversity of tasks, preferences, and frankly, product feedback. We've taken all of these learnings, and now anti-gravity is massively expanding its suite of agentic capabilities, surfaces, integrations, and product features. To
Ulta's
start,
on the high.
we're launching a full CLI experience, an anti-gravity SDK, native voice support with Gemini audio models, and integrations with many surfaces and platforms like Android, Firebase, and Google AI Studio. All of this is available for you to try today. But most importantly, at the core is Anti-Gravity 2.0, a new
Is this the
standalone desktop
anti-gravity
application
all the
that
tinfoil
delivers
relates to?
fully on that original glimpse
It's
of
a
a
different
truly
anti-gravity.
agent-optimized experience. The new Anti-Gravity is unabashedly agent-first, focusing on the core agent conversations, agent-produced artifacts, and multi-agent orchestration. Like I said, unabashedly agent-first. As Sundar mentioned, this is the exact experience teams here at Google have been using to drive massive value. The anti-gravity agent harness, the invisible framework for Gemini to perform real-world tasks, has become much more powerful with new core primitives such as subagents, hooks, and asynchronous task management. And underpinning all of this are the Gemini models, with Gemini 3.5 Flash having been co-optimized with the anti-gravity harness. Of course, being engineers, we were curious to see how far we could push the limits of what was possible with these agents and models. So using the new anti-gravity and Gemini 3.5 Flash, we asked our agent to take on what we consider to be a highly complex and impressive task: build a working operating system from scratch. We were surprised by what we found. Asynchronously, anti-gravity broke down the challenge into a cohesive plan, tackled tasks via parallel subagents, generated, executed, and iterated over its very own
I'm saying,
tests.
bro, what did they use anti-gravity
Over
to
12
make
hours,
anti-gravity?
93 subagents.
And then that's why
working in
that guy
parallel
blew up that
made over
Cybertruck.
15,000
Oh, y'all
model
forgot
requests
about that, huh?
And processed 2.6
Exactly.
billion tokens.
Exactly.
To take an initially empty project to the core of a functioning operating system. This was not possible.
Dude, there's 122,000. Yeah, y'all don't throttle this stream. Fuck you, Google.
This was not possible on Gemini 3.1 Pro.
I did not
Thanks to
think
the
there was that many
performance
people
and
watching
cost
this.
efficiency of Gemini 3.5 Flash, building an
Because not as many
entirely
people
functional
watch the
operating
Android
system
one.
consumed less than $1,000 of API credits. The anti-gravity agents wrote every line of code, from the scheduler to the memory management to the file system, generated, audited, and tested entirely by an autonomous team of agents. To put this in context, developing an OS from scratch is both notoriously brutal and can take many months to build. We weren't just building an application, but a fully functioning operating system that applications can run on. Let's take this live and actually show this operating system in action. So here, I'm actually in a terminal window in the OS that anti-gravity built. Now, it's not super easy to demo a working operating system, so let's try something fun to see if it works. One interesting utility that you can install is SL, a common typo for LS. Without spoiling it, here it goes. It works. You could see a cool locomotive passing through the screen with the anti-gravity logo on it. But clearly, this isn't a real OS, unless I can play Doom. Now, if I try running Doom right now, it just doesn't work. Turns out that the OS is currently missing some necessary video and keyboard drivers.
Even Tesla bounced up a
Let's
little
just
bit.
try and fix it in the
So
new
again, I mean,
anti-gravity.
we are near the highs. Everything's still
I have a
red.
prompt
NASDAQ
prepared.
did
I'm
go
gonna paste it
green
in.
a second ago.
While it's running, let's take a tour of Anti-Gravity 2.0. As you can see, Anti-Gravity 2.0 is very much agent first, with all of your conversations on the left side panel and all of your projects. let's take a peek at one of the conversations that I previously had. I was curious for this demo about some fun facts about Doom, so I asked the agent to do some research. It generated some plots on the right side panel, and then finally, it also generated a cool artifact for me. It even generated an infographic using Nanobanana Pro. It generated some graphs using the code it just wrote. And then afterwards, it generated some cool tables. As you can see, Anti-Gravity 2.0 is unabashedly agent-first and has been optimized to be the best surface
A little bit of
for
software
you to
bouncing
interact
up
with
too,
agents.
but everything's kind of melting.
Let's take a look at the previous
It's already
conversation and see how it's
10:30.
going.
We don't have Vance. We don't have our
Anti-Gravity
Philo.
ended up doing
The
a
whole
host of
world is
research,
watching this Google
ended
thing,
up writing
apparently.
over 100 lines of code, and then finally built the operating system. Let's take a peek and see if it works. Moment of truth. Amazing.
Amazing.
That never gets old. While playing Doom on an operating system that Anti-Gravity built is both fun and impressive, it hasn't stopped there. We've tasked these agents to build a photo editing suite, a real-time messaging app, and a multi-user collaboration platform.
A
all
photo
with the same
editing
results.
suite?
Multi-day engineering efforts are collapsing into hours, if not minutes. This was made possible by the new sub-agent teamwork capability, and we're excited to bring this to you as an early research preview in Anti-Gravity. Last but not least, 3.5 Flash is incredibly fast. Like Sundar said, it's 4 times faster than other frontier models. But as we know, agentic coding is a token monster. So we've taken it to another level in Anti-Gravity. We've optimized Flash to be not just 4 times, but 12 times faster in Anti-Gravity. And we're thrilled to give you all a taste of this experience starting today. What we showed you today isn't just the vision. It's how we're building Anti-Gravity to be the most complete agentic development platform for everyone. We're doing it with the Google ecosystem, whether it's integrating tech stacks and tools that you already use, or using Anti-Gravity's agent harness to power the next crop of agentic experiences across Google products. Today, Anti-Gravity 2.0 is available globally for everyone. Join us in the developer keynote as we demo all of the new capabilities. Back to you, Sundar.
Thanks, Varun. It's incredible that Varun's entire OS was built by a team of sub-agents in just 12 hours for
By
such a
who?
low cost. What's amazing
Wait,
about
who
Flash
built
is how
it?
it delivers frontier-level capabilities.
Oh,
at less than half the
sub-agents.
price of comparable frontier models.
Agents.
We've heard that many companies
Say,
are
what's
already
going
blowing
on?
through their annual token budgets, and it's only May. If companies used a mix of Flash and other frontier models, they could
It's
save a
very
lot
Apple
of money.
of you, but no, I
To
said
put this
agents,
in perspective,
agents.
top companies in Google Cloud are processing about 1 trillion tokens a day. If they shifted 80% of their workloads from other frontier models to 3.5 Flash, they'd save over $1 billion annually. That is real savings they can pour back into their company. Gemini 3.5 Flash is available for everyone today across our products and APIs. We are also excited for 3.5 Pro. We're using it internally. It's showing great improvements. I know you can't wait to get your hands on it. Give us until next month to get it to you. Gemini 3.5 and Anti-Gravity are unlocking a new world of agents and agentic capabilities. We've been bringing agents to developers and enterprises for a while. Now, we are super focused on bringing the power of agents safely and securely to consumers so that they work for everyone. You will see agentic experiences across many of our products today. I'm particularly excited for what we are bringing right into the Gemini app. Introducing Gemini Spark. It's your personal AI agent that helps you navigate your digital life, taking action on your behalf and under your direction. It runs on dedicated virtual machines on Google Cloud. and it's 24/7. And yes, you can close your laptop.
Wow.
It's powered by Gemini 3.5 and the Google anti-gravity harness, which allows it to perform long-running tasks easily in the background. Spark will integrate seamlessly with tools, starting with our own, and in the coming weeks,
I'm proud to announce that next week I will be speaking at the Air Force Academy commencement ceremony.
Stop lagging
Last
the channel,
year, I spoke at the Naval Academy commencement ceremony, and it was one of the great honors and privileges of my life. So I'm excited to go out there to Colorado and participate in that ceremony. The second thing is I want to highlight a little bit some of the work that we've been doing, the great work our team has been doing on the anti-fraud task force, where we have caught just in the last couple of months billions upon billions of dollars of fraud in our hospice system, in our Medicaid system, in our Medicare system, in our immigration system. We've seen hundreds of millions of dollars of fraudulent loans that were being handed out through the Small Business Administration that we've identified and stopped. And we've also started investigating some of the fraudulent criminal activity and also prosecuting some of the fraudulent criminal activity. So the thing that I say to the American people, and I'll repeat here to all of you, is, fraud is a crime that has two victims. It has, first of all, the American taxpayer, people who pay their taxes, who out of their generosity, and because they have to, of course, they pay their taxes expecting that it's going to go to pay our troops and ensure that low-income children have access to food and ensure that people get medical benefits even if they're not able to afford a doctor. I think it's a great thing about our country is that we have this generosity of spirit where we take care of one another, but fraud takes that away from us because it steals money from the taxpayer when they pay their taxes, and it also steals money from innocent people who are meant to benefit from these programs but can't when the money runs dry because it's gone to fraudsters instead of the people who benefit from it or should benefit from it. So we're going to keep that work up. The President of the United States has been very clear that he wants us to focus on
oil
fraud.
dropping.
He wants us to prosecute the fraudsters, and he wants us to save the American people as much money as we possibly can. So we're going to keep at it. We're very proud of that work, and importantly, very proud of the team who've done an incredible job. And then finally, just to give an update on the Iran negotiation, the Iran situation, I just talked to the president very briefly before I came out here. It's actually a very simple proposition here. There are two options, two pathways we can go down when it comes to the Iran situation. So step back for a little bit. What the President of the United States has said is, number one, Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. And I think it's important for the American people and all of you to appreciate that when we say that, it's not just that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, it's what would happen if the Iranians did get a nuclear weapon. We know that a lot of nations all across the Gulf would then want their own nuclear weapon, and then a lot of nations all across the world. And what has been a very effective bright spot of American foreign policy really for the last 20 or so years would disappear overnight. If you have every country in the world scrambling to try to get a nuclear weapon, it would make us all much less safe. And Iran would really be the first domino and what would set off a nuclear arms race all over the world. That's very, very bad for the safety of our country. As the father of 3 young kids, I don't want them to inherit a world where 20 additional regimes, half of them very dangerous and very sympathetic to terrorists, have nuclear weapons.
Isn't that the
we want to
original
keep the number of
founder,
countries that have nuclear weapons small, and that's why Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, on top of all the other things that we might be worried about, that they themselves could use it, that they could use it in leverage and economic control or economic negotiations. We just don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. Now, what we did here is that we effectively degraded their conventional military capability. That has been done. That has been successfully done. You could always do a little bit more, but where we are now is the president has asked us, has told us to aggressively negotiate with the Iranians. Why did I go to Islamabad, Pakistan? Why did I spend, I think, probably 22 hours on a plane going there, 24 hours coming back, and then 21 hours on the ground negotiating with the Iranians? Is because we wanted to show a sign of good faith. The Vice President of the United States is willing to cut a deal so long as the Iranians are willing to meet us again on that core issue of never having a nuclear weapon. We think that we've made a lot of progress. We think the Iranians want to make a deal. The President of the United States has asked us to negotiate in good faith, and that's exactly what we've done. So we're in a pretty good spot here, but there's an option B. And the option B is that we could restart the military campaign to continue to prosecute the case, to continue to try to achieve America's objectives. And we could talk a little bit about what that looks like, but that's not what the president wants, and I don't think it's what the Iranians want either. We have an opportunity here, I think, to reset the relationship that has existed between Iran and the United States for 47 years. That's what the president has asked us to do, and that's what we're going to keep on working at. But it takes two to tango. We are not going to have a deal that allows the Iranians to have a nuclear weapon. So as the president just told me, we're locked and loaded. We don't want to go down that pathway, but the president is willing and able to go down that pathway if we have to. So with that, I will say thank you all. It's cool to be here. I'm going to give a shout out, of course, to the person I am replacing today, Carolyn Levitt, who hopefully is at home enjoying some time with her beautiful kids. I told Carolyn I would stand in for her today for the White House press briefing on the condition that when Usha has our baby in July, that she would be vice president for a couple weeks. So thank you, guys. And I actually want to start first with Nick from Breitbart. Nick, it's good to see you.
Good to see you, Mr. Vice President. Thank you. Today we saw the president endorse Ken Paxton over John Cornyn in the Texas Senate race. Do you think that sends a message going forward for the next cycle to senators, considering running for re-election, or any MAGA-aligned potential candidates that are considering challenging them?
Well, I'd say a couple things, Nick. First of all, I think the president's very gratified by the response that he's heard from the base and from a lot of voters, I think, who are passionate about Ken Paxton. We think Ken Paxton is going to be a great senator for the people of Texas, but most importantly, a great United States senator who can work on solving the problems that all of us confront as a country together. I've known John Cornyn for a long time, but unfortunately, when it really counted, Ken Paxton was there for the country, was there for the president, and that's why he ultimately earned the president's endorsement. He thinks he's going to be a better senator, thinks he's going to make a better candidate, and so I do think it sends a message, but really not just the endorsement, but one of the things the president has done very effectively, going back 10 years in his leadership of the Republican Party and the country as President of the United States, is he said, I want people who fight for the good. I want people who can't be bought by corporate lobbyists, who can't be bought by Wall Street, who can't be bought by special interests, who are going to go to Washington and fight for the people who actually elected them to those positions. And I think one of the things we've seen in the Republican Party, while I can't say that all of our representatives are perfect or all of our senators are perfect, we have seen a much better crop of talent come into Washington since Donald Trump has been the leader of the party and the leader of the movement. I do think we're going to continue to see that happening. But I think the message that people should take from this is fundamentally, you have got to serve the people who sent you. And if you don't do that, you're going to find yourself out of step with voters or out of step with the President of the United States, and that's not a good place to be politically.
Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Just following up on what you just said, you said that the White House is negotiating with Iran in good faith. I think Americans tend to believe that, but what is it about the Iranian side that you personally have seen where you believe that they are negotiating with us in good faith?
Well, first of all, I'd say it's a very complicated country, and it's a country that I wouldn't pretend that I understand even after as deep as I've been involved in this process from the very beginning. It's a great and proud civilization, amazing people. We obviously have a great Iranian American community here in the United States of America, smart people, very hardworking, and you see some of that in the negotiating team on the other side. You also see some very hardline positions in the negotiating team on the other side, and so I think you see that conflict, the fact that maybe the Iranians aren't themselves quite clear in what direction they want to go to. They also are just a fractured country. So you have the leadership of the country, there's the supreme leader, and then there are a lot of officials below the supreme leader that has some influence in the negotiation. It's not sometimes totally clear what the negotiating position of the team is. And I don't know if that's sometimes bad communication, if that's bad faith. I wouldn't pretend to venture a guess there, but I will say with confidence, it's sometimes hard to figure out exactly what it is that the Iranians want to accomplish out of the negotiation. So what we've done is tried to be as clear as possible. What are our red lines? What are the things that we're willing to be accommodating on? And what are the things that we absolutely must have? And as the president has said ad nauseum, and I think I've said it a lot too, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. We want to see not just the commitment to not have a nuclear weapon, but the commitment to work with us on a process to ensure that not just now, not just when Donald Trump is president, but years down the road, that the Iranians are not rebuilding that nuclear capability. And that's what we're trying to accomplish in the negotiation. Sorry, you had a follow-up.
Yeah, just for Americans at home, because this has been going on for several weeks now. I think what people just want to know is, do you personally believe that the Iranians will come to a deal? Because we keep seeing this over and over again where they go back and forth.
So do I personally believe it? The honest answer is, how could I possibly know, right? And you negotiate with people, and sometimes you feel like you're making progress, and sometimes you feel like you're not making progress. What I think is that the Iranians want to make a deal. What I think is that the Iranians recognize that a nuclear weapon is the red line for the United States of America, that they've internalized that, but we're not going to know until we're actually putting pen to paper on signing a deal. We've had a lot of drafts, a lot of pieces of paper going back and forth, but I will not say with confidence that we're going to reach a deal until we're actually signing a negotiated settlement here. And I think that it's ultimately up to the Iranians whether they're willing to meet us, because I think we're certainly doing a good job, and we're certainly negotiating in good faith. We're going to have to see what ultimately happens with them. I can't say with confidence because I don't know what's in the mind of the other side. John?
Mr. Vice President, thank you. I want to ask you about that $1.8 billion fund set up, weaponization fund as it's being called. Why should taxpayers be paying to settle a $10 billion lawsuit that was brought by the President of the United States? And should people that attacked the Capitol building and assaulted police officers, should they be eligible? Should they receive money? Should they receive money from this fund?
Well, let me say a couple things about that. First, John, I think in some ways the media has misrepresented what this is actually about. This is about compensating Americans for the lawfare that we saw under the last administration. And by the way, anybody can apply for it. Republicans can apply for it, Democrats can apply for it. As you know, the President of the United States has pardoned a number of Democrats who he felt were actually subject to this lawfare. I mean, if Hunter Biden wants to apply for this particular fund, he is welcome to. It's going to go through a normal process where we vet everything, where we try to identify whether people's claims are actually legitimate. But here's the question. You say, why should taxpayers fund this?
Amen, bro.
Whenever the United States government incurs legal
y'all arguing over American politics.
It pays out those legal expenses.
Arguing over Zionists
it's settling
and
a
not.
lawsuit, it pays out money to settle that lawsuit.
Over is whether
and the question is a dollar
you have
of this
submitted
money
to the
going
Josh
to the Trump
Atola or
administration?
not. That's it.
No.
That's all that matters.
Is a dollar of this money going
You
to Donald
understand?
Trump personally?
That's
No.
all that matters. Are you
Is a
with the
dollar of
Josh
this money
Atola
going to
or
Donald
not? Are you
Trump's
with the
family?
long term
No.
or not?
The people that
That's
would
what y'all
get the
should be
money are
figuring out.
people, some of whom have been prosecuted completely disproportionate to any crime they've ever committed. Like, let's just take a couple of examples. Tina Peters is this woman who is about to get out of prison, thanks in large part to the president's good work
That California gets a
in
Republican?
Colorado. This
They
is
might,
a woman
unless they-
who, at worst,
they, like,
if you
ban
believe
it, but
everything
yeah.
that the prosecutors said about
Definitely
her,
possible.
committed misdemeanor trespassing, and somebody threw the book at her. This innocent grandmother was going to spend 10 years in prison, completely disproportionate to any misdemeanor trespassing that I've ever seen. Was that fair? No. Is it reasonable for her to get some compensation for the fact that she was treated unfairly? I think the answer is yes, and I think that what we're going to see, hopefully, is the entire country, led by this Department of Justice, turning the page on the lawfare. What I would like to propose, and I think the Democrats, hopefully they're willing to meet us halfway here. I won't hold my breath. But what I would propose is something very simple. That if you are willing to turn the page on Joe Biden's lawfare, why don't we prosecute people? Very simple principle. Why don't we prosecute people who violate the law? Let's not prosecute people because they said the wrong thing, or because they had the wrong political candidate, or because they had the wrong viewpoint. And I think part of turning the page on that, is to actually ensure the real victims of that lawfare receive some compensation. That's what this fund is going to be targeted at. And again, there's going to be a process to ensure that that money is only given to people who have actually, I hate to say earned it, but the people who actually were really mistreated by the previous administration and Department of Justice.
Go ahead. I understand that everybody is eligible to apply for this fund. I mean, you're eligible, but I assume you're not going to apply, and you don't think you should get money out of this fund.
Of course.
So isn't it just as easy to say that people that attacked police officers should not get taxpayer money from this fund?
Well, look, John, we're not trying to give money to anybody who attacked a police officer. We're trying to give money, we're trying to compensate people where the book was thrown at them. They were mistreated by the legal system. Sometimes, you know, we do have, John, in this country, innocent until proven guilty. We do have people who were accused of attacking law enforcement officers. That doesn't mean that we're going to completely ignore some of the claims that they're going to make. We're going to evaluate these things on a case-by-case basis. And if we think that somebody, whatever they were accused of, if we think that somebody was unfairly prosecuted and deserves just compensation, then that's what this fund is going to exist to provide. It's just going to correct a wrong, and I think that's a good thing. And I'd encourage everybody, Democrat, Republican, Independent, let's turn the page on this thing that we did under the last administration where we tried to throw people in prison because they had the wrong politics. Let's throw people in prison who broke the law.
I was thrown in Google
I
prison.
think this
They never
fund
put me. I
is
never
a
was
good part
prosecuted.
of getting justice for the people who were wrongly treated.
Unfortunately.
Back there, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Unfortunately,
Just to follow up on that quickly.
No, think about it.
Does that mean that people that were violent, that were convicted, were mistreated? Are you saying that?
Well, you're asking me to comment on hypotheticals and on
Warby is on the high.
any number of dozens of cases.
This has
Here's
to
the
be
thing.
from Google.
We're going to look at everything case by case. As you
Yeah,
know,
Warby
every
popping.
single case has its own details. Every single case has, you know, there are things about it that maybe don't meet the eye. We're just going to look at every case by case. That's all I'm
Warby
saying.
unveils
I'm not committing
first
to giving
intelligent
anybody money
eyewear
or
frame.
committing to giving no one money. What I'm committing to
They just
is
reiterated.
a legal
First
process
headline
to
was at
review
10:45.
these claims and to make sure
Oh,
that
damn,
people
we had
who
to
are
jump on
mistreated
that,
by
and
their
then we're still
government
late.
get a little bit of compensation
Boo.
because of it.
But yeah, I don't know if it was
Go
from
ahead.
Google, but I see something on the wire. It says
Yes, sir.
10:45.
I realize that the pointer finger is not as precise as I thought it was. The guy in, sorry, I have this cheat sheet, but the problem with being 41 years old is I'm blinder than I was a few years ago. So we'll say blue blazer, blue tie. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'd like to ask a quick follow-up on Iran, but first I'd like to ask you about fentanyl. Fentanyl, sourced largely from China, killed about 403,000 Americans over the past 7 years, according to CDC data. That's one in every 850 Americans who died. White House Counterterrorism Director Sebastian Gorka said last week that China's exports amounted to the targeted killing of Americans and war by other means. Do you agree with that assessment? And what is the Trump administration doing to punish and deter China, especially since the Supreme Court struck down the fentanyl tariffs?
So go ahead and ask the second question, because I'll try to take each question and then I'll try to answer them and then we'll go on. And if you ask two questions, I can only guarantee that I'll answer one. In fact, I'm a politician. Maybe I won't even answer the one that you asked. But I will try at least to answer one question.
Okay, well, I'd love to hear the fentanyl response too, if not today sometime.
Go ahead.
On Iran, is Russia taking possession of the enriched uranium in Iran a plausible end to the war? And if not, why not?
So first, on the Russia taking possession of the enriched uranium, look, these things are being discussed through negotiation. That is not currently our plan. That has never been our plan. I've seen some reporting on that. I don't know where it comes from, but the president's going to continue to negotiate a deal. So that is not currently the plan of the United States government. The Iranians have not raised it. My sense is that's not something the Iranians would be particularly excited about, and I know the president isn't particularly excited about it either.
Suddenly,
but
so
who knows?
down.
I'm not going to make pre-commitments in
DNA,
negotiation on any
get a
particular
Google,
topic.
biotech
On the question of
thing,
fentanyl,
DNA
a lot of
popping.
people have died from fentanyl, absolutely. A lot of it has come from mainland China. We're certainly
Again,
aware
they're
of that.
working
But here's
with
what I'll say.
OpenAI and
First
all
of
the
all,
other stuff,
we've
just
made
AI biotech
incredible
shit.
strides under Donald Trump's leadership to cut down on fentanyl deaths. If you look at the number of people who died in 2026, it's going to be lower than the number who died in 2025, which is way lower than the number who died in 2024. This is one of the things that I think all Americans, we should be celebrating, and I'm certainly proud of the president's leadership for making this possible. We ran, if you remember, in November of 2024 on a very simple idea that a lot of fentanyl came from East Asia, it was smuggled into Central and South America, and then the cartels would bring it into our country, and a lot of our people would get poisoned and killed because of it. We said if you got control of the southern border, we would see a substantial reduction in the number of people who died from fentanyl overdoses in the United States of America, and that is exactly what's happened. Now, yes, the president has raised this with President Xi any number of times. I know it came up during the meeting that they had in China just last week, but it's come up up in any number of phone calls, and our sense is that President Xi has been willing to work with us on this. And obviously, we want to continue to ensure that the Chinese work with us as much as possible, because we don't want our people to be poisoned. So we'll keep working on that issue with the Chinese. There's been, I think, a big amount of progress that's been made, but of course we can make a lot more progress, and we're certainly going to be committed to doing exactly that. Right. Yeah. White jacket, sorry.
Oh, hey, yeah. Natalie with Washington
Natalie,
Post.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice President. Does the government need to create a new mandatory review process for new AI models, given the concerns about mythos? And secondly, in a few days, Pope Leo is going to release his encyclical on artificial intelligence. What influence, if any, do you see the Pope's guidance on AI having to broader society?
Well, I mean, I think when the Pope issues an encyclical on artificial intelligence, it's going to have some influence. I, of course, don't know how much influence. I don't know exactly what it's going to say. But I think when the leader of the world's largest Christian denomination speaks on an issue like that, it's certainly going to have some influence. And I'm sure it'll contain a lot of insights, some of which I'll probably agree with, some of which I may not. But I think that it's going to be a very, very important document. And I think that, one of the things I always found fascinating about Pope Leo is that he chose the name Leo XIV, which of course is recollecting Leo XIII. Leo XIII was the Pope during a period of incredible industrial transformation in the entire world. Of course, that industrial transformation, according to a lot of people, led to the rise of fascism and communism in Europe. I think it was interesting that Leo XIV chose that name to maybe apply Christian social teaching in a new era with a new technological innovation, in the same way that the Industrial Revolution was the technological innovation of its time. So I think it'll be fascinating. I'm looking forward to reading it. My guess is it's going to have a lot of influence. On the question of what our policy is going to be, look, what we're trying to do in the Trump administration is very simple. The president wants us to be pro-innovation. He wants us to win the AI race against all other countries in the world. He recognizes that AI is going to be an important tool, not just for our economy, but for our military. And so he wants to ensure that we are winning that particular race. We also want to make sure that we're protecting people. We're protecting people's data. We're protecting people's privacy. I think with this Mythos release, one of the things that we're very focused on, of course, is whether not necessarily the developers of Mythos, but whether some other bad actor could use Mythos to target various cybersecurity vulnerabilities. So it's something that right now we're working in a collaborative way with the technology companies, and we're just trying to make sure that the American people are as safe as possible. I'm not going to get ahead of the executive order or any other actions that are going to come out, but we're trying to balance those two things. We want to be pro-innovation. We recognize, artificial intelligence could be great. It could help us find cures to diseases that currently, people are dying from or suffering from. It also does have some downsides, and we're trying to balance that safety against innovation, and we think that we've got the right balance here in the Trump administration. But it's something we're going to have to keep on working on, because that's just the nature of these technologies. Is they certainly change. Let's go. Is that Reagan all the way in the back? Daily Caller. There we go. Okay. I figured out finally how this seating chart works.
I want to ask you about the anti-fraud task force. You previously mentioned that Ilhan Omar seemed to have committed immigration fraud. Do you anticipate an indictment against her, an indictment related to that situation?
Yeah, so Reagan, I don't want to prejudge an investigation. I mean, you read the things about Ilhan Omar and about, who she married and whether she didn't marry this person or that person. It certainly seems like something fishy is there, but everybody's entitled to equal justice under the laws. So we're going to investigate it. We're going to take a look at it. If we think that there's a crime, we're going to prosecute that crime. And that's something the Department of Justice is looking at right now.
Mr. Vice President.
Go ahead.
Based on what you've seen during your work on this anti-fraud task force, do you believe anything should change about our immigration or refugee policies to stop fraud in the United States?
Well, yeah. Look, one thing I'd say is that the biggest immigration fraud that existed under the Biden administration, it's not just that they let a flood of people across the southern border. That was obviously a very major problem and something I'm proud of the president for stopping. But it's also that they allowed the asylum and refugee claimant process to become totally fraudulent. And so here's what would happen, right? You would take a person who, in normal cases, would just be a traditional economic immigrant. Whether you let them into the country or not, they're trying to come because they want a better job, okay? They would come into the country and say that they were fleeing persecution, and they would say that they were an asylum claimant. And then effectively what the Biden administration would do is say, okay, you're an asylee, go into the interior of the country, here's a work permit, maybe come back in 10 or 12 years for your hearing on whether you actually have a legitimate asylum claim. So what did that mean? That meant that person was just completely given amnesty and released into the interior of the country. Well, what if that person was a criminal? What if that person actually had a violent history? We didn't do any of the work necessary to ensure that the people coming into our country claiming to be asylum claimants actually had anything legitimate or anything good in their background. So that is a serious problem. It is something that we have fixed in the Trump administration, but fundamentally that loophole, you're gonna see sometime in the future, somebody is going to try to exploit that loophole, and it's one of the things that we're very focused on in the fraud task force, is making sure that the people who exploited that loophole are actually prosecuted for it, assuming they committed a crime. Yes. So I don't know your name. You have a beautiful cross necklace, though, so go ahead.
Kara Castronovo from Lindell TV. Thank
Hi,
you
Kara.
so much. I have two questions. One of them is going back to the $1.8 billion fund, not to keep beating that, but sadly Democrat lawmakers are misrepresenting that fund.
I agree.
Yes.
It's a great question.
And sadly some of the mainstream media doesn't understand the magnitude of the political persecution of J6ers. So if a violent offender like a J6er was still over-sentenced and mistreated, literally some of them were sentenced to 24 years in prison, put on unconstitutional pre-trial detention, literally tortured in cages, wouldn't that person still be able to apply for the fund because of due process? And
this is why we say, just to answer that very briefly, this is why we say we have to evaluate this thing case by case, right? We don't in the United States say that everybody who's accused of a crime is automatically guilty in a court of public opinion. You've got to actually look at this stuff and figure out what were they accused of. Maybe they did something bad even, but what they were accused of was way worse of what they actually did. Maybe they had their entire lives ruined in a totally disproportionate way. That's fundamentally illegitimate and political. And I find, just Carol, on this point, one of the interesting things about the American media is there is a fascination. If you go to any American law school, there are these, prisoner rights clinic. There are people who objectively committed heinous crimes, but the American media and the American Legal Academy has decided that even though they committed bad crimes, their sentence was disproportionate, they were mistreated in some way. You know who never ever gets an ounce of sympathy when it comes to that disproportionate sentencing is people who voted for Donald Trump and participated in the January 6th protest. Go to your second question.
About Pete Davidson, he made a horrific, obscene joke about the murder of your friend Charlie Kirk. What does this still say about where our political divisions have gone, and what are you specifically doing to bridge the divide, especially as a potential future president?
Well, sorry, who was it that said something?
Davidson made a really obscene joke about Charlie Kirk. So what are you doing as a potential future candidate or president to bridge the divide?
Well, first of all, I'm not a potential future candidate. I'm a vice president, and I really like my job, and I'm going to try to do as good of a job as I can. But let me just say this. So you talked about Pete Davidson, who said something bad about Charlie Kirk. Look, Charlie was a very, very dear friend, but more importantly than that, Charlie was a father of two beautiful kids, and he did not deserve to have all of those moments with his kids, all of those moments with his beautiful wife taken from him in the way that happened. I would expect everybody with a heart or a conscience would say whatever we agreed or disagreed with about his particular viewpoints, this is a tragedy and it's totally unacceptable that it happens in the United States of America. To their credit, a lot of the reporters in this room, even though I don't agree with their politics, they were open about the fact that what happened to Charlie was disgusting and it shouldn't happen in a civilized country. You talk about bridging the divide. I mean, one thing that happened that hits, not quite literally close to home, but there was a very terrible shooting that happened today at a Muslim community center. It seems like 3 people are dead, plus the shooters. And, that community center is actually very close to this restaurant that Usha and I go to every time we visit. Her family lives in San Diego. She was born and raised in San Diego. Every time we go to San Diego, we go to this restaurant that is like maybe a 5-minute drive from this community center. And I found out about it actually on my way to the White House this morning, and I texted her, I said, would you have known anybody who was involved in this? And she said, absolutely, I would have known some people, or at least their parents, who might have actually used the services at this community center. I don't know a single person who would say anything other than what I'm about to say, which is that type of violence in the United States of America is reprehensible, and I encourage every single American to pray for everybody who was involved and affected by it. We don't want that to happen in our country, and may God rest the souls of the people who lost their lives. What I do find a little distressing is that while every person I know, every politically conservative person I know would say exactly what I said about these innocent people who were killed, there were a lot of people who were celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. And I think one way that we can bridge the divide is just have a very simple principle in this country. Number one, we don't want the government throwing people in prison because they have bad politics, however you define bad politics. Number two, and way more importantly, political violence, wherever it comes from, is unacceptable in the United States of America. Let's talk with one another, not shoot each other when we disagree. I think that's the principle that everybody in this room agrees with. It's certainly the principle the President of the United States agrees with. Okay. All right. Sorry. I'm gonna try to read this here. I'm sorry? Okay. Okay, that was kind of interesting, so I'm going to give you the question. All right, go ahead.
So, last week, the Pentagon halted deployment of 4,000 troops, U.S. troops, to Poland. This is in direct contradiction to President Trump explicitly promised not to reduce the troop level in Poland. So, I'm going to ask you this question, which many people in Poland think. Why are you rewarding Putin and punishing your best ally in Europe?
Well, first of all, I'd say there's been no president who's done more, frankly, to ensure that Ukraine survived the invasion of Russia than Donald Trump. As he famously said, Obama gave him sheets, I gave him javelins, and it was those javelins that ensured that Ukraine still has its territorial sovereignty. What he's also said is that he wants to pursue an American policy that focuses on the interests of the United States. And part of that foreign policy is not to reward Putin or not to punish a country like Poland, which we love. We love Poland, we love the Polish people. No. What we're trying to do, what our foreign policy is geared towards, is promoting European independence and sovereignty. We want Europe to take more ownership over its own territorial integrity. We want Europe to step up in a big way. Now, I think you said 4,000 troops. We've not reduced the troop levels in Poland by 4,000 troops. What we did is that we delayed a troop deployment that was going to go to Poland. That's not a reduction. That's just a standard delay in rotation that sometimes happens in these situations. But here's the fundamental problem. Poland is capable of defending itself with a lot of support from the United States. We're not talking about pulling every single American troop out of Europe. We're talking about shifting some resources around in a way that maximizes American security. I don't think that's bad for Europe. That's encouraging Europe to take more ownership. The United States cannot be the policeman of the world. We want to be good allies. We want to make sure that our troop presence promotes regional stability in Europe. The president has not said, though he could, the president has not said that he's taken all of the troops out of Europe, but Europe has to stand on its own 2 feet. And that's something that he's been consistent of, frankly, not even since the beginning of this administration, going back to the first administration, is we have got to have more sovereignty and more of Europe standing on its own 2 feet. That will continue to be our policy in Europe.
Those troops will go eventually to Poland?
What I said is that is it a delay in troop rotation? Those troops could go elsewhere in Europe. We could decide to send them elsewhere. We actually haven't made the final determination about where those troops are ultimately going to go. But what I'm saying is it is not accurate to say that we are pulling a bunch of troops out. It is a very small and very minor thing. And I think, frankly, a lot of the European media, again, is overreacting to this a bit. And here's one thing I'll say about this. Look, I have, for my entire life, I'm 41 years old. For my entire life, I have heard chirping from the European media about everything that's wrong with the United States of America. We don't have this, we don't have that. We don't spend enough on healthcare, even though part of the reason why we spend so much on defense was because we have tens of thousands of troops in Europe. I think that if the European media wants to attack the President of the United States, they need to start looking in the mirror. All he has said is that we're going to be good allies, we're going to be good friends, we're going to be trading partners, but it is reasonable for Europe to take a little bit more ownership over its continental integrity. Caitlin.
I have a question on the war, but just to follow up, you previously told me that anyone who assaulted a police officer on January 6th should go to prison. So why not rule out giving them taxpayer-funded money?
Well, Caitlin, what I said is we're going to look at everything case by case.
But why not rule it out?
Because, Caitlin, there are people who I don't know their individual circumstances, and I don't rule things out categorically when I know nothing about a person's individual circumstances. Let's say a person is accused, let's say hypothetically, a person is accused of doing something that they never actually did, that they got a kangaroo court, that they had a judge who mistreated them. I think that we should look at those things case by case. We're not making commitments to give anybody money. We're just making commitments to look at things case by case.
But just to follow up on the war, you last week denied that the president said he was not taking Americans' financial situations into consideration when he's making decisions on the Iran war. He was asked about that again. He stood by it, called it a perfect statement, and said he would make it again. Do you believe that Americans' financial situations should be taken into consideration when you're making decisions as an administration about the war?
See, Caitlin, what you did is you misrepresented the question that I was asked, and then you misrepresented the answer that I gave. What I said is that a question that was asked where the president allegedly said that he didn't care about Americans' financial situations. He
oh yeah, I
said
was
that.
muted. I don't
what
know
he
if you
said
did. You hear
is
me
that
on the
when
warming?
It was totally taken out of context.
I said I got it because of
it
was at the breakout level of the 30 from the last time there was the news, and then it dropped like 7%
that he's
since
trying
we were
to
late.
achieve.
So I took advantage of that.
Of course, the president has a mandate to be focused on a number of things, and I guarantee you, every single day, I have conversations with him about it. Every single day, he's worried about his fellow Americans. He wants them to be prosperous. He wants them to thrive. He wants them to have good jobs. That's why we've done the things and taken the steps that we've taken in order to create record job growth, in order to create record wage growth, in order to induce trillions of dollars of new investment into our country. That's because he cares about that stuff. What he also said is that when he's talking to the Iranians, he's talking to the Iranians about questions, of course, of national security, like their nuclear program. You could have
that's why I got
Warby.
I wasn't going to play
the president cares about financial security for Americans.
I think it's down 11%.
But also,
top
when he's
to bottom.
negotiating with the Iranians, he's talking about the issues that are germane to the concerns
so yeah,
of that
one
particular
being late
conflict.
kind of helped out. Still hasn't moved. I kept that one really small.
Just going back to the price tag for this DOJ fund, $1.8 billion. You have people that can't afford groceries. Gas is high. People are making sacrifices
Trump
in their personal
approval
lives
falls
to
to
accommodate for this rise in
35%,
prices.
near
People are
lowest
telling
level
us
of
that
his
they
term, according to
feel
Reuters
financially
Ipsos poll.
worse off. They're very concerned about the uncertainty.
Republicans fall to
How can you justify
79%.
that amount of taxpayer
47%
money
approve
for that
Trump
fund
handling of cost
when
of living.
people are struggling?
46
What do you say to
disapprove.
Americans who wonder why this fund is getting all this money and I can't afford basic life amenities?
Well, let me say a couple things about that. First of all, you said $1.8 billion, and it's important for people to realize we're not just writing a $1.8 billion check. We're going to take a lot of people who are going to apply and say that they have been mistreated by their government. We're going to handle those situations case by case, and if we determine they were in fact mistreated by their government, we think it's reasonable to give them just compensation. But when you talk about funds and pots of money that are out there, I mean, thanks to Donald Trump's leadership and the working families tax cut, we put $40 billion into a rural health care fund in order to stop the closure, or at least prevent some closure, of rural hospitals and rural clinics that have been decimated under the Biden administration.
What the fuck?
We had a piece of tax legislation that put
Dog, you're
hundreds
down
of
11
billions
or
of dollars
12%
into
from
the
that time. You were
pockets
up
of families.
4%
No
to
taxes
down
on Social
9. You're down
Security,
13%?
No taxes on overtime.
It's
No
kinda crazy.
taxes on tips. So I reject the idea that we can't walk and chew gum at the same time. We can give just compensation to people who are mistreated by the government. We can also make sure that the American people, we do everything that we can to make their lives better, to make them more prosperous, to give them better jobs. That is the primary focus of Donald J. Trump's White House. That's the question all of us ask every single day is, how do we make our fellow citizens more prosperous? We can do that while also taking care of people who were mistreated by the last administration. Go ahead, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Kurdi's here. After the ceasefire with Iran, drone and missile attacks on the Kurdistan region have not stopped. That happened yesterday as well. What is your position on this issue, and what do you expect from the new Iraqi government regarding the control of militias?
Well, as you know, you've asked the president this question before, and we certainly love the people of Kurdistan. anytime that drone attacks or missile attacks are hitting anybody, but particularly civilian populations, that's not something we like to see at all. And it's one of the things that sometimes happens. Unfortunately, these ceasefires, they're not always perfect. We've seen that in Gaza. We've seen that certainly in Iran and some of its neighbors. But we have seen a significant reduction in violence over the last few weeks of the ceasefire. And look, fundamentally, the president's been quite clear. This is going to go, again, in one of two directions. We're going to restart the war, which is not the preference of the president of the United States. We're going to restart the operation, or we're going to strike a deal, and I think that's an important thing. That's what we're focused on, and that's what we're going to keep on working towards. Okay. It is very... Okay. In like the purple,
they do not act like
the
this
purple
with
dress
Rubio.
there, yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
No, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice President. Rowena Ortiz with Turning Point USA. There has been an uptick in religious violence across the country. What's your message to protect people across all faiths in America?
I appreciate that question. Obviously, Turning Points would know a lot about this issue. As we talked about earlier, you guys have been the subject of a fair amount of violence yourself. I guess what I would say is the principle of religious violence is particularly disgusting, especially in the United States of America. And as a devout Christian, I would say it's one of the most anti-Christian things and anti-American things that you could do. And here's why. One, because a fundamental principle of all the great faiths is we are all children of God. And because of that, we are endowed by certain rights that are unique to our status as human beings. You violate those rights, most importantly, when you commit violence against another person. You can violate them in other ways as well, but the most profound way to violate the fundamental right of human dignity is to commit violence. But here's why the religious piece of it is particularly egregious. One of the fundamental American rights that I think came from our Christian heritage as a civilization is the idea that we respect people's religious freedom, in part because we respect them as human beings, but also because we respect their right to find their own pathway to God. You can't force anybody to a pathway to God. They have to, through their own free will, find God themselves. That's one of the reasons why that right of religious freedom is the very first right enshrined in our Constitution. So when you commit acts of violence, you're committing an act against this fundamental idea that people are created in the image of God and that they have the right through their own free will to find God however they might want. And as a Christian, of course, you might have your preference for how they find their pathway to God. They have to find that choice. And anybody who would commit violence against another human being in the name of religion is, I think, doing something that is a violation, of course, of the laws of man, but I think more importantly, it is a fundamental violation of the laws of God. Let me go with. Okay, Garrett, you have your hand up. Garrett,
that's right. That's right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Midterms are well underway. You've got voters going to the polls in 6 states today. You and the president ran on a platform that included no new wars, cutting gas prices, cutting inflation. What do you say to the people who are going to the polls today and who feel like those promises are unkept?
Well, I'd say a few things. First of all, we've delivered great wins for the American people. We ran on delivering tax cuts to the American people, which we did, the largest tax cuts in American history. We ran on cutting taxes, particularly on people who were working on overtime, working on tips. We cut taxes for those Americans. We ran on the promise of bringing investment back into the United States of America, that rather than factory closures, we were going to have factories opening. And we've seen both construction jobs and manufacturing, but also manufacturing jobs have great rebounds under the Trump administration and under our leadership. We are very aware that because of what's going on in the Middle East, gas prices have gone up and a lot of Americans are struggling because of that. Our view is that it is a temporary increase. We're taking a number of steps to try to push back against it and try to ensure that Americans are paying as little at the pump as possible. But I feel quite confident after we've taken care of business in the Middle East, those prices are going to come down. And there have been a lot of prices, as you know, a lot of prices from rent to housing, where we still got a lot of work to do, but we do see some real progress made across the economy on pricing, but also on people's jobs. I have I'm going to call on John. I'm just going to start calling John Rosh. Yes.
Great to see you. Thank you.
Great to see you too. Thank you.
So Trump initially said that the war would last 6 weeks. It's been going on for 11 weeks and 3 days. What's your message to the American people as to why it's gone on so long and it hasn't ended yet?
Well, first of all, the president said it's going to be a short-term operation, and I think that is
excursion,
proven out to be
JD.
true. The
Say
active
it right.
period of conflict
Excursion.
lasted about 5.5 weeks. And now we've been in this ceasefire where we're trying to get a negotiated settlement that gets the American people the things that we need for our national security. So I've said before that we're going to go one of two options here. We're going to have a good settlement that actually gets the American people what they need, or we're going to go back to a kinetic operation. Obviously, the president prefers to get that settlement. I think the Iranians prefer to get that settlement. But regardless of what direction the president ultimately goes down, whatever he ultimately decides, I think it's important for the American people to know two things. Number one, it will be for their security and their prosperity. That's why we're doing this. And number two, this is not going to be the sort of thing that lasts forever. I think a lot of Americans, especially in my generation, who are worried about forever, endless conflicts, we have to remember, I think you said 11 weeks, a big chunk of that has been a ceasefire. This is not a forever war. We're going to take care of business and come home. That's what the president's promised, and that's exactly what he's going to deliver. Go ahead. Yes. No, the orange. Yeah. Guys, please don't shout over each other.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Egyptian Foreign Minister today, in an interview on CNN, he said that the Arab countries are working with you on a memorandum of understanding between the U.S. and Iran that can lead to a deal. Can you confirm that? And one other question also on Iran. You've spent over than 20 hours with the Iranian negotiating. Do you believe that other countries may be able to achieve what those negotiations could not?
Well, I think that the purpose of our initial negotiation was, one, to establish some relationships between two countries that hadn't talked directly in a very, very long time. And number two, just to get the pathway started to negotiation. I don't think any of us, meaning me, Jared Kushner, and Steve Witkoff, had any great confidence that we were going to be able to reach a deal. But we did think we were going to take important steps along the pathway to reaching a deal, and we did. Now, you asked what the Egyptian foreign minister said. I haven't seen those comments, so I won't comment on them myself. What I'd say is I'm not going to detail what's going on in the negotiation. There's a lot of back and forth, a lot of good progress is being made, but we're just going to keep on working at it, and eventually we'll either hit a deal or we won't, but we're going to keep on working at it. And I think it's important for us to actually privately have these conversations, because sometimes when you're doing a negotiation and you put everything out there in public, it actually complicates things more than it should. So we're going to keep these negotiations private until we've got something, of course, to tell the American people, and at that time we will. Okay. Is that a magenta tie? It's hard to tell.
Magenta tie, oil popping. Oil up, spy down.
Purple tie there, right?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
I don't know if it's off his comment.
So this guy insists that he has the real purple tie. So I'll give you a question too. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Two questions for you, one on Iran and one on China, given the President's trip last week to Beijing. On Iran, you met on April the 11th with Iranian negotiators, including the foreign minister. Is it your sense, Mr. Vice President, that they're just stringing the U.S. along? That's the sense from lawmakers from both parties. And then on China, you come from a state that manufactures a lot of automobiles. Is it your sense that within this term that you have with the President, that China-branded vehicles will be sold right here in America?
Well, I think that what the president has shown a willingness to do, unlike any president in my lifetime, is to protect the American automotive industry. We are not going to let the American automotive industry disappear. There are a lot of ways in which we've reinvested, in which we've tariffed foreign competitors to ensure that American car workers, American auto workers, and the products they develop are going to be made right here in the United States of America, and also available right here in the United States of America. I think it's important for just the American people. I want to make this point.
Iran-linked
car
ship,
manufacturing is one of
Trump
those skills that when it disappears, it's hard to regain.
Iran-linked oil
and
tanker
we've got people who
Skywave
can
carrying
build
1 million
complex
barrels of
machines,
oil
and
has
our
been
great
seized.
workers in Ohio, Michigan, and elsewhere, they
So
do
that's
a
what
very
that
good
oil pop
job.
was on.
They also,
We just
God
took
forbid, in
another
times of
Iranian
national
boat.
emergency, can be called on to manufacture other complex machinery. So it's very, very important that we protect that native auto industry. The president has done more on this than anybody, but we're certainly going to keep on working at it. You asked about being strung along. Look, you never know until you know, right? What all we can do is negotiate in good faith, try to find a pathway that
It sounded
accomplishes
like
the
Jim
president's
Rohn.
objectives, that accomplishes the national security interests of the American people, and gets this thing in a good place. I think somebody earlier asked this question. I am not certain, and I'm not going to be certain until we sign a deal that we have a deal, but I feel confident enough to keep on doing the work and to try to find a good deal for the American people, and that's what I'm going to do. So the guy with the real purple tie, I will give you the final question, and then I'm going to have to hit the road.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Sorry, this guy and then the very tall guy here. We'll give him a question. Sorry, I can't get to everybody. Marco's right. This really is chaos. This is crazy. You guys got to behave yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The president's financial disclosures were released recently, and they showed a lot of stock trades in companies that
J.D. Vance is exempt too.
At events,
he could trade as much as he
at
wants.
the White House, on his True Social account, sometimes even putting the stock ticker symbols in his posts and encouraging people to buy their stock. Americans, according to recent polling, are increasingly describing the president as corrupt. And trading stocks...
This is a hell of a question.
Thank you, sir. Trading individual stocks is something that you said that public officials should not be able to do when you ran for Senate all those years ago. And yet the president, who arguably has access to more non-public information than your average senator, is not only buying and selling individual stocks either through his trust.
Okay. What's the question?
The question is, the question, sir, is how can you and your administration argue to Americans that you're cleaning up corruption, you're preventing fraud, you're fighting the sorts of things that harm people and people's financial situations, when the president seems to be talking up stocks that he owns, selling them, and enriching himself?
Okay, so here, let me answer your question here. That was a doozy. Before I answer your question, I want to just observe there are different ways to ask a question. Okay, you can just ask a question and try to get your answer, or you could do like a speech where you say, Mr. Vice President, you're a terrible human being, and so is the president, and so is the entire cabinet, and then I'm like, what's your question? And then your question is, how dare you? Come on, man. Have a little bit of objectivity in the way that you ask these questions, because there were a lot of things in that speech masquerading as a question that didn't actually get asked, okay? Number one, the president doesn't sit at the Oval Office on his computer on his Robinhood account buying and selling stocks. That's absurd.
So he has a
He
Robinhood?
has independent wealth advisors who manage his money. He is a wealthy person. He has had success in business. He's not making these stock trades himself. And your question imputes that. It doesn't say it exactly.
Ridiculous. It was
but
buried.
a reasonable person listening to that question would assume the president
He
is
has
sitting around doing that.
professionals
He's
who do
not.
this for him.
Second of all, you're right.
I like
I'm
my
a big fan of banning
suitcase.
members of Congress from trading stocks. So is the President of the United States. All of us believe that nobody should be taking proprietary information gained from public service and buying and selling stocks. We want to ban that process, and I think the way to lead by example is banning that process, banning that approach, and making it illegal, which is exactly what the president has proposed doing. Okay. Yes.
Sir, Jordan Conrad, with Gateway Pundit. I'll try to make this short. There was, you might have seen this, there was a massive United Kingdom rally in London just last
Again,
weekend.
oil on the
Protesting
tanker
mass
thing.
illegal
Oil's still
immigration
going.
and
SPY
the
lagging a
replacement
little
of
bit.
British culture. What message do you think this should
Again,
send to
above like
globalist European
104.50, what was
leaders
it?
and to leaders
104.17
here?
earlier
And also,
today.
I wanted to ask about several House members are revamping this push to pass it's called the Dignity Act, but it's really just an amnesty bill giving work visas and allowing millions of illegals to stay in the country. Is that something the White House wants to see stopped in the House?
Well, number one, I don't like giving amnesty to anybody. Number two, since you asked about Great Britain and the United Kingdom rally, one of the ironies when one of the great ironies of this job is that for the past couple of years, you see these protests break out all over the country, and sometimes, you know, they're fairly well attended, and sometimes they're very poorly attended. Everybody holds these signs saying "No Kings," right? And how many Democratic lawmakers have I seen holding up signs that say "No Kings"? They are very, very insistent that we not have kings. And then King Charles comes to the congressional chamber, and these guys break out in rapturous applause. So maybe they don't care so much about kings as they pretend that they do. Maybe they just don't like the agenda that we're implementing that's actually making American workers and American families safe and prosperous again. But to answer your question about this immigration issue, look, one of the problems that we have in all of Western societies is that we have a lot of people who have decided, Wall Street bankers, corporate lobbyists, and government officials, that what the United States and what the West need is more and more cheap labor. What we believe in this White House is what we need more and more of is high wages for American workers and investing in our own people. What you see all over the West,
about the king.
And it's kind of crazy, is this idea that the way to generate prosperity is
I'm trying to get my ass to Philo right now.
People and drop
now
them
we
in
got
your
oil.
neighborhoods, and
we wasted
we
our
simply
Philo pop
reject
on
that
JD
idea.
Vance. This is bullshit.
So to everybody in the UK who rejects that idea, I'd encourage them to just keep on going. It's okay to want to defend your culture. It's okay to want to live in a safe neighborhood. It's okay to want your job to go to yourself and your neighbors, and not to a stranger who you don't even know. It is reasonable for the people in Western societies to want to control who comes into their country and who doesn't. A lot of people, frankly, a lot of people in the media have tried to persuade all of those people that it's somehow racist to want to protect your borders, even though very often the very people who are most affected by low-wage immigration are lower-income Black and Hispanic Americans right here in the United States of America, and I guarantee that's true in the UK. So we believe in making America great again. You can't do that unless you protect your borders. I'd encourage our friends in the UK to follow the same path. Thank you all. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Vice President. Amazing. Amazing. Well, that was exciting. That's what we all wanted. Well, Chad, time for Philo. I got a quick one for you. I should have a quick one for you. We'll see how we could get through this and if the market bounces or not. But literally throughout all that, you melted up on chips for no reason. You unwound the rotation and software came down, chips went up. But then after that, you kind of dance back and forth. A couple of energy plays are moving. Biotech still leading throughout the day. And then literally the U.S. seizing an Iranian oil tanker. And then them saying mediation's not looking good. That's pretty much what caused this $1 or $2 spike on oil, and then SPY's also chilling out. But again, energy leading, chips, and then still playing some of this back and forth here on a Tuesday. So Chattadonia, I hope you've been enjoying it. I mean, the day is almost done. We're 30 minutes away from Power Hour, so we haven't got our Philo in. Let's talk about some life, Chattadonia. Could I interest you in a Philo? Would that be something you would be interested in? I think we all could have a good time. That's it. Let the demons flee, and then yeah, let's have a good discussion. That's it. Let's see. Whatever Trump decides, it will not last forever. Wow, that's deep. That's what JD Vance said. But all right, man, let's get it popping. Did I send out the alert? You get your Philo alert? There it is. All right, man. Game time. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a cult, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah. It's done.
Daddy said it's finished, made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there. Like swimwear, I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear, oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it is time for Philo. So I hope your day is good. We'll see if the market gets a Philo reaction. We got a little bit of volatility, but don't you think it's a good time to talk about life? Don't you think everything going on, the politics come out, everybody gets crazy? That's it, the world, the chips. Man, you guys know we still got another half of this year. You guys know that then we still got another couple more years and then it'll be 2030. You know we're going to be saying 2027 sooner than you think. Almost for as long as you've been saying 2026. Oh my gosh, it's crazy. So Chad, I hope you're ready, man. And I hope you do keep your focus, especially even beyond the market, man. I hope you keep your eyes on the right target, and I hope you have endurance. That's probably one of the best pieces of advice I could give you. But today, I'm going to give you a very good one. Did you guys like last Friday? I think you did like, again, and I kept talking about it yesterday. I think some of you were very excited about it. But I'm telling you, for last Friday, bro, I gave you one of the keys to life. I really hope you use it. And I hope that you've been utilizing it so far. And I just hope you get rid of desperation. And may you attract all of the luck that you deserve, my friend. But yeah, it's not going to happen if you keep acting desperate. So just keep that in mind. But what I'm going to share with you today, I have another one. I have something else you could do. I have something today that is very weird, that people don't really talk about, but I believe that if you do this constantly, you will see a very dramatic response. So that being said, what I'm going to tell you is crazy today. I think it's a little cuckoo. Just like, again, talking about luck, attracting luck. Oh, today, man, I think some of you are going to have a problem with what I'm going to tell you. You know why? Because if this thing is dead inside of you, you're going to fight it. You're going to fight it. And here's the deal. Even if it's dead, it's not dead. It's asleep. I encourage you to wake it up. Oh, they don't feel me, dog. They don't feel me. So, Chad, let me just tell you this. Let me read you something. Let's see. The Lord, he speaks in parables. My Father's house has many rooms. If that were not so, would I have told you that I'm going there to prepare a place for you? And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come back and take you to be with me, so that you may also be where I am. Have you heard that before? My Father's house has many rooms. If that were not so, why would I have told you? Yo, that's a banger. Have you heard this? This is a parable. This is what Jesus said. Jesus said this to his disciples. He had to explain this, but it was a parable. Why? Why would I tell you my Father's house? If there wasn't rooms, why would I tell you that there are? What does that mean? What do you think it means? See, that's the whole point. The parable should get you thinking. It's kind of crazy. So here's one line I'll tell you as. This is the craziest part, one of them. Don't take for history what was meant for instruction. Oh, I don't know if you feel, bro. Because that's a parable of Jesus. A lot of people read it like history. It's just something Jesus said. Oh yeah, there's a big house. Right? There's a lot of room in heaven. What if I told you that wasn't history? That wasn't just a phrase. What if I told you those were instructions? Huh? And that's a bigger point, man. That's what the thing I've been trying to tell people with philo and a lot of these other things that I share with you. You got to really understand, man. You know, a lot of people read the book and they're like, oh, that's just history. Oh, yeah, it's something in the past. Like, no. Start looking for instruction. Do you realize the difference? One's you could tell me what happened. Another is telling me exactly how something is built or destroyed. I like instructions. You know, I don't like instructions because I like following rules. I like it because I like knowing that if I do this, this happens. To knowing how to build something, to take it down. Every time this stimulus is there, a certain outcome arrives. Oh, I love those. I don't like rules, but I like that. Isn't that the irony? The cross, the contradiction. But yeah, don't take this parable as history. This parable was instruction. How? My Father's house has many rooms. If that weren't so, why would I tell you that? How is that an instruction? If I go and prepare a place, you come back. And then you may also be able to be where I am. What is he saying? Oh. So are you ready? This is what I want to talk about today. I want to talk about how you are all made in God's image. I know. You'd be like, oh, Vacation Bible School. Oh, this guy said God. Blah, 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 blah. I know. No. Listen, this is what I want you to understand. You are made in God's image. My brother, that means there is something that God does that you should be experiencing like he did. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Oh, I'm hyping this up so much, bro. You don't feel me. Do you get it? So what is something God does that all of us have in us, that every time we do it, we are experiencing it just like God did? You are commanded to. You should do what God does and what he did. So what am I talking about? Do any of you know? Oh, it's not creation, but you're close. It's not creation. It's not creating. Doesn't mean that's the wrong answer, but what am I talking about? It's not the tongue. You know about that. But you see, you guys are right. Live on earth. That's not what it is. You know, again, none of these are wrong answers, but not the one we're looking for today. I'm glad you have familiarity with some of these other concepts. What else? Not love. No. Otherwise, but love is necessary. It'll just be a noisy symbol, not multiply. See? So, amen. I hope by the end of this, I'm going to give you something weird to do. But I hope by the end of this wakes something up inside of you. And you know what I want to wake up inside of you? Your imagination. What? That is what you are made in God's image of. You know why? God imagined you. Before he said, let there be light, before he did all the other stuff, before he created it, he imagined it. The imagination, brother. You can experience your own imagination in the same way God experienced imagination. Think about it. Do you think our imagination came from nowhere? Maybe one day you will realize that this is a God-given gift. You know that, right? Do you realize how important your imagination is? Here, I'll tell you the negative of it. You remember that big thing you were stressed out about that never happened? Yeah, that was your imagination. Was it not? My guy, where does anxiety come from? My guy, where does the hype come from? Are these not all imagination? Think about it. Imagination. So this is what I'm going to tell you. I'm telling you, I'm putting you on game right now. This is one of the craziest, easiest things you could do. And I think you should all do it every single night. You know what you should do? Do this tonight as you go to bed. I want you to lay down, do whatever your nightly routine is. Oh, what's that? Oh, I just started playing middle. Well, this is what I want you to do when you go to bed. As you're laying down, I want you to imagine something. I want you to use your imagination. Honestly, do this for the next month. Before you go to bed. I'm being dead serious. I'm giving you a step-by-step procedure right now. Do you understand? I want you to go to bed. Before you fall asleep, I need you to imagine a specific scenario that you want. Whatever it is, I don't know what, and you need to get deep about it. Like, I'm not talking, like, let me put it this way. I want you to imagine somebody's face when they find out whatever it is you're imagining. How would they react? I want you to imagine the weather. It doesn't matter what it is. This could be from something good, something bad. It doesn't, big, small. You could imagine what your goal is. You could imagine your house. Imagine whatever you want. You could imagine your experience with God. Oh, y'all don't feel me, dog. I don't know if y'all feel me. That's what you're supposed to imagine. But fall asleep. Literally running through your imagination and imagining something that has not happened that you desire. That's literally, I want you to get deep about it. How are you looking in the imagination? How are people looking at you? What do you see, smell, taste? Use all the resources of your mind. That's what I mean by a real imagination. See, doesn't this already sound weird? I think some of you are too cool to do this. I think so. You're like, what do you mean? Why are you going to sit around and imagine? What do you mean? I know. No. Telling you, do it. Go back to the verse. How does he say, you're in my Father's house? Why would I tell you about my Father's house if there wasn't room? I'm going to go prepare you a place so you could be where I am. Okay. Imagine you're in your Father's house. Are you understanding? That's why I said instructions. That parable is giving you instructions on how to imagine. The parable's not, he's talking about heaven, but what is, again, thy kingdom come. Heaven's already here. Bring it out. Do you get what it's saying? So whatever you think you want, imagine it was your father. Imagine you're waking up in your Father's house. What would it look like? What would it feel like? What would it sound like? That's what he's telling you. Come where I am. That's in the future. That's in the imagination. Imagine it just how God imagined when he created everything. Are you getting the instruction? It's a crazy, crazy thought. Like I told you, I've read that verse as heaven. I've never read it as instruction. That's the instruction. You need to imagine it. It's anytime you hear my Father's house, he's imagine whatever you want. Imagine whatever it is you're looking for as if you were in your Father's house. What would happen? Imagine waking up in your Father's house. If that was your earthly father, well, imagine that's the level of vividness you need to it. And then what happens? So the instruction is to imagine. Imagine as your Father did. Why would he tell you to imagine if they didn't exist? If all this glory in the kingdom didn't exist, why would he tell you to do this? Magnify heaven. Oh, man. So here, I'll give you another one. Are you ready? Maybe you're going to have trouble with this. It's hard. You guys don't get it. I don't think y'all feel me. I don't think y'all realize how difficult this is. Like I said, some of you are going to think you're too cool for it. Others of you might just fall asleep, or you might do this for a day or two and forget about it. Very simple. But if you can actually start to do this, I would be surprised if your imagination did not come to life eventually. It's one of those secrets. You put it in your mind long enough, my brother, the world just gets pulled towards it. I wish I could explain it any way better than that. You know how many things I've seen in my mind before I saw it in real life? Everything. This is the whole idea of an idea. How a thought sparks it all. So it's a very crazy concept. But like I said, this is going to be difficult. I don't know. I don't know how many of you are going to actually do this. I don't know how many of you are going to actually stick to it. So if imagining the Father's house, imagining whatever it is you're going for, your destiny, your goal, your course, where you're on, if that's too much, I'll give you the easy one. This is one of the easiest ways you can imagine things and start building your imagination and get it to serve you. You got to be careful, though. You don't want to go down the slippery slope and letting this lead to anxiety. But then again, this one is the easy one. Are you ready? Do this instead. If you don't want to do it, go to bed tonight. And before you go to bed tonight, I want you to ask yourself, what about today did you not like? And then go reimagine your day. But instead of reimagining your day exactly how it played out, start revising your day of what you wish it would have, what you wish you would have done. Do you understand what I'm telling you about? I'm telling you to mentally rewrite your day using your imagination. Oh, y'all don't feel me. So go to bed tonight and say, oh, well, today sucked. I woke up, I stubbed my toe. Let's revise that. Wake up and imagine you didn't stub your toe. Okay, then what happens? Then I got down and then I top tick Warby Parker and then that didn't go, but then all the other ones I didn't make free. Go back and revise that. What would you have done? Oh, I wish I made it free in the morning and then I wish I ignored any of the news place. And imagine that and imagine what you would have done. Then I had Taco Bell, then I had diarrhea. Okay, go reimagine that, rewrite it. Instead of Taco Bell diarrhea, what happened? Do you get what I'm telling you? Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me. That right there, that's one of the easiest ways. That's one of the easiest ways to even deal with what you already gone and get yourself in the right mental state moving forward and practicing your imagination. Because you know what's going to happen? The next time you're in those scenarios, you're probably going to remember what you imagined. Oh, I remember Taco Bell, but wait, I revised that last time. Oh, wait, I remember the news plays. I revised it last time. Oh, I remember waking up a certain way. Oh, and then I revised you. Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me, Chad. That right there. So whatever it is, again, get rid of desperation and start imagining. Like I'm telling you, the key to all of this is before you go to bed. The key to all of this is when right as you're drowsy, right as you're about to slip in between human to unconscious, is to fully feel and imagine something. Again, whether that's revising your day or thinking about where you are on the future and where you want to go, whatever you want, anything. But you do this enough, that is going to start creating something. That's going to start creating moving forward. That's going to give you the mix it in with the lack of desperation. I'm telling you, try this for 30 days. And if everything doesn't change, I would be shocked. You know that? Or I would tell you you didn't do it. I would say that's a lie. There's no way 30 days in a row of cutting out desperation and imagining a future you actually wanted and imagining and using your imagination to think and put yourself beyond where you are today. I would heavily doubt that 30 days in a row of that would cause nothing. SPY's dropping as oil's hitting higher than the pre-market. So again, latest headlines was the boat and then saying the minimal headwinds on the talks. But yeah, now SPY's starting to break. So Chad, you've heard all of this before. None of this is new. You guys know law of attraction, manifestation. You guys called it all sorts of things. Like I'm telling you, imagination is the key. Do not let your imagination fall asleep. Do not let the world make you bitter so that you cannot even imagine. And like I'm telling you, you have a parable. My Father's house. Why would I tell you to come if it didn't exist? Why would he tell you to do this stuff? Be where I am. Where's God right now? Yeah, exactly. You're doing the same. Every time you imagine, you're doing what he already did. What he does. If God is the past, the beginning, the present, the future, all of that, that requires a lot of imagination, brother. So like I'm saying, try this and what we talked about on Friday. 30 days. I've given you the easy way. I've given you the way you should be doing it. If this doesn't change everything in a month, I would be shocked. So take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Screamalets. God bless America.
Baby. If a humble man tell you to be humble, he a narcissist. Tell that to the arsonist, the pharmacist. I wonder about the Stalinist, the Darwinist. I must insist, the things that we up against don't play defense. So next time that you take offense, my boundary just another fence. Don't forget, remember this. Already lost everything. Don't tell me about a fucking risk. I'm humble, but I'm powerful. But I don't have to tell you this. Are moments that you can't forget. So if I'm fake, come and get me now. It's not a big head, I just know the size of the crown. You watched a lot of porn. Does it look like I'm fucking around? You didn't like me then, I didn't hope that you would like me now. You want peace, I want it too. You want war, I got a crew. But I won't lie, dog, I only need a few. So tell me what you really wanna do. Man, I swear I'm just like you. Cause the tongue brings life, but it brings death too. Please just move. Good advice is never taken by a fool. I took a look at life like a mechanic look at tubes. Cheap, fast, and quality, could only pick two. Mannequin, I'm rude, but in a panic, in a feud. Would you want it on your team, or do you want it against you? The humble made me hungry, I will eat any food. Humble made me better, fake humble made me confused. The truth is that there is a real humility typical of our time. But it so happens that it's practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented a man from stopping, not a nail in his boots that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made a man doubtful about his efforts, which might make him work harder. But the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether.
Listen to the blues riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hated, not inspired? Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you can put me with the greats. Big man, milk can, we can talk about the rates. Zotan, Timorad, got it all in one place, all in one take. I don't want debate. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies? My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating out, I'm just trying to get the chat food. Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Camping for reactions, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a secrets? I need you to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking, you speaking, and what's on side. Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate to love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On a minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landing hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, more worthless when treated as a god. Onomatopoeia. Sound like money make them all involved. Oh, one more. 7 hours to nowhere. Day 2. Power hour has began. Kumbaya. Boom, 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 boom. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Stonks go up, my friend. Stonks go up. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. Boom, boom. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Woo! We did it, y'all. We did it. Philo's done. 1 hour left in the day. It started off fun, and then they said, nah, we're going to re-rotate, and then now everybody goes nowhere. I said, NVIDIA, 0.3. The big 7 down. Not bad, bro. Onomatopoeia. Sound like money make them all involved. That's a banger, dog. Tower, power hour. Power, what was that? Wasn't that a game in Halo? You guys ever played that? Zombies, the tower, what was it called?
I think it was Power Tower. Tower Power. So they had a cool little rhyme name. That's old. That's old, man. Castle in the Sky. Was it Tower of Power? Was it? It had a no. I'm thinking it's something Tower. I've never been fishing. I want to go. Well, I've been fishing back in the day, but I never caught a fish. But I'm really, really trying to go. You're playing Halo 2? How? I would love some Halo 2. They just brought back the exact old game. It'd be so down. It'd be awesome. And then Zim, I think they're getting bought out. They have something, but I don't really, you know, the shipping, the cyclicals, you play them with the ups and downs, but I wouldn't add that to the long term, personally. Again, latest headline, too, still the Iran stuff. That popped oil there for a second. We're literally just back to open. Dow's down 0.5. NASDAQ down 0.39. It was worse earlier. Same thing with the Russell, but that's still down by 0.8. And then SPY down 0.5. Stocks go nowhere, my friend. They go nowhere. Oh, my. 7. Again, the momentum. Then stalling out. We're still high, but we're not low, but not, oh, you see what I'm saying? Oh. And then the bonds. So, yeah, we had a good talk on bonds today. I hope you got that. China's doing decent. Again, Nexstar or K-Star. That one actually is up 3% today, surprisingly. And then K-Web still trying to catch a little bit of a bid, but, you know, nothing compared to the last couple days. Tilted Towers? Oh, no, you're young. I said Halo 2. You said Tilted Towers? That's crazy. No, I'm talking like BXR, homie. He don't even know the BXR. That's him saying to me. He don't even know the double shot. You know that? I was doing the triple shot, bro. You know, get me on a good day. I could quad shot. You better be careful, bro. I 4-shot them. They don't understand. They don't understand the Halo. They don't understand Halo life. Yeah, he don't even know standby. That's what I'm saying. Fuck around, bro. That's what Ken Griffin does to y'all now. And Robin Hood. But yeah, they don't even know the stand. They don't even know standby. Jump on Halo. I'm sick at Halo. You guys don't. I said this to the chat a couple years ago, and we played, and I just destroyed every single chat. They don't understand. And then they started losing money to me and then stopped paying up. So I was like, man, I can't gamble with y'all. Do they have good fishing in Dallas? I'm still trying to just charter a boat and then go and catch me some yellowtail. Go do it with the pros. You'll take me in Halo 100%. Listen, you know, the confidence is good, but you're just unfortunate. You're not the first person who said that. I've gone through this. I've been doing this since high school. Halo's been a cash cow for me. You know that? I made a lot of money in Halo. I got to take people's money if they bet me. That's how I did it on my basketball team. At one point, the basketball team, they were like, we play Halo. I'm like, you fucking idiots. You can't. You have no idea. I played my whole entire basketball team on lockout. Me versus like 7 people. And I beat them all. It's insane. The U.S. unsealing indictment accusing federales and Chinese shipping container. And then, yeah, that was a little bit all at once. But yeah, they said that earlier. They said they're investigating whether or not China, you know, made the shipping containers low supply ahead of the pandemic. Your boy's a captain in San Diego? Send me it. I'm down. I seen him. I just never, like, by the time I want to go and I look him up, it's just too late. I never, like, planned around it. But yeah, they have them. They have them, like, every weekend. Like, ships go out, and then you could just, like, go tag along with, like, fishers, and then they, like, you go catch a fish with them. Which I think I could do, because on my own, I'm, like, 0 for 3. I went as a kid. When I was in, like, high school, I went, and we would try to go and catch fish at the lake, and all my friends would catch one. I never caught one, ever. I've sat out there. I've done all of it, but I don't know why. I'm a fisher of men, not a fisher of fish, apparently. The Lord said, you ain't doing that. I'm good at tying. I know how to tie the hook. I like letting it fly too. When you just you hold the rope and then you let it go, and then that's always a very satisfying sound. Yeah, you guys know San Diego has good fish. Like, you could catch yellowtail. Like, I had a yellowtail that somebody caught the day of before. It was very nice. It tastes a little different. Yeah, they do lobsters too. All of them. That's it. That's one thing I want to do. Get a few catches, you'll be hooked. I think I would get more involved in fishing than golfing, because isn't that like retirement shit? You guys are like, Josh, go and golf. I'm like, golf is fun, but like, I've never done a full 18. I've only been to a driving range that had awesome mac and cheese bites. Shout out to Topgolf. But other than that, I feel like I could go on a boat. I like boats. I like the water. I don't like going in the water, but I like being on top of the water. It's kind of weird, but yeah, I'm a big fan. Not too deep? No, you could go deep. That's fine. I know how to swim. You know that? My girlfriend thought I didn't know how to swim for a really long time, because anytime we would be anywhere, I prefer not to. You know, I don't like going in the water. I don't like getting wet. I don't like getting wet and then walking out all like, you know, I don't like it at all. But yeah, but then no, she saw me swim. I swam. We went on a boat. I dived in. It was fun for a little bit. I could ride a bike. Yeah, I could ride a bike very well. I want to do mountain biking, like the intense one, but I'll die. I think I'll die. Bro, even yesterday, bro, so I don't know, bro. Maybe Derek could give me a diagnosis. Dude, I was doing my leg day yesterday, and then, like, halfway through, because I kept going up in, like, weight, but, like, dude, my lower back got, like, swole. Like, usually I do that when I do back extensions, but then yesterday, like, my lower back just felt like, you know, like when you get a big pump in your bicep? That's how my lower back felt, and I was like, bro, in between sets, I started recovering so much slower. Yeah, I got like a lower back pump, but then like it made it hard to keep working out. So yeah, but then I was like, all right, I'm done. And so I had to end my leg day early yesterday, because I was like, I don't know. I can't tell if this is pain or a pump. And then, yeah, and then everything, I said, this is bullshit. But yeah, I don't know. So what is that? I hate it. It's terrible. You went fishing your whole life and you just discovered how fun golfing is 2 years ago. Wow. I feel fine today, yeah. It went after like 30 minutes, it went away. I just couldn't like keep lifting. I could, but it just like, I was dead. Maybe I need some core work. I hope. I can't ride a unicycle, no. You guys remember the unicycle craze? That was, you know, that's what happened with COVID, right? So like literally, like it was literally all COVID. COVID somehow, everyone was like, we're locked inside. I'm gonna buy a unicycle. After 2020, I've never seen that many people riding unicycles. And I see them everywhere now. You know that there's an army of people in San Diego. They just get on a fucking, I saw one on the freeway. They even get on these electric unicycles and just unicycle everywhere. I feel like that's a modern phenomenon, even though the unicycles existed back in the day. You literally ride an electric unicycle. Did you ride it after 2020? Because it's a pandemic. You don't understand why I don't have a good personal trainer. I have Derek. He's my online personal trainer. But other than that, I can't do a normal personal trainer. I don't like talking to people in the gym. You know what I'm saying? And then I'm not like, hold my knees. So no, but and then again, I mean, I figured out how to work out throughout the years, but That's why I go to Chad and the Derek for my other side advice. But yeah, I don't like working out with people. I don't even like working out with my girlfriend. You know that? Like having to fucking talk to her every set. I'm like, geez, man, can we hurry this up? You know what I'm saying? Meta platforms rivals WhatsApp access. Rivals faces messaging fees. Meta offer fails competition concerns. How about having a spotter? Not anymore. I don't lift heavy, so there's no need. The insider headline? Which one? But there wasn't anything crazy today. I mean, oil just came back down to the 104 after that little seize the ship freak out. You're kind of back to that level, a little bit higher. Keep eyes at the ceiling, it'll fix itself. Maybe. I think I was looking at myself in the mirror. Maybe that was it. But dude, my lower back just got a pump yesterday, and I wasn't able to lift as much. But it's good. That's it. Now today we ball. Like today's been the least amount of soreness I've had from legs in the last like month. Because I'm telling y'all, bro, I've been going hard on Mondays now. I did it. This is my 3rd or 4th week in a row, dude. And I've been yeah, it's amazing. I like it. I hated you guys at first. You're like, do it on Monday. Fuck up your whole week being sore. You're like, yeah, you have a bunch of energy, so you don't limit yourself, and then you end up being way sore than you ever would have. It sucked at first. It really did, but I've actually got way more like leg gains in that last 3 weeks, 4 weeks, and now I'm liking it. I'm liking it a lot. It was a bad idea at first, though. You guys were tripping. I'm not. It's a lot to deal with. You have to adjust. But I do think a Monday leg day, it could go a pretty long way. KMI, dude. What was that other one? LE? LT? What was that other one? What was the Leopold stock one? I'm already forgetting which one that was. TE. Yeah, that was the one. I don't know. I still can't do the early morning. I probably can. I've done it a couple times, but yeah, I already wake up really early. But yeah, it is hard. It is hard. How do you measure leg gains? With how big my legs get, and then how much I could lift without any pain. Or not even pain, just like lack of soreness. So the first time I did it, by my 3rd workout, my legs were shaking. So even now, I could get through the whole fucking workout set without my legs shaking. And then I'll get like really good posture. So that's good. And then like I'm saying, my legs are, bro, I have like a calf muscle now. You know this? Like, I don't think y'all, I don't want to flex on you guys. I really don't. But like, bro, if I do like a little calf pose, it looks insane. I've never had this in my life. That's it. My quads are getting a little bigger. They're not like tree trunks yet, but you know, it'd be nice. It'd be a nice addition to the swole short buff guy thing I got going on. So yeah, but I've got some progress. That's why I was pretty surprised. I think it's the what's it called? I think it's the Bulgarian split squats. Those are helping my legs, but then it's like it's helping all of the movement. Because like I'm saying, I'm doing even more with calves and everything else. So But yeah, it's gone a long way. I try to lift at least 3 days a week. So not much. 3 to 4 usually. But like I'm in kind of slowing down. I don't want to overwork myself. Because then I'll run too with basketball. Basketball kind of fucked me up. Because now I'm just running and shit. Forward facing hack squats on a machine? You'd say buy a better mask? I don't wear the mask to the gym, but if you're talking about the other videos, it's kind of random. But yeah, I'll look into it. I have another one actually. I have a different color, but I like that one. I wear the other one underneath. Then I make sure I can't breathe. Valo. Meta proposes grant rival complimentary WhatsApp access. I think that's the EU case. It looks like socks. That's what it is. It's like, you know, like the old like bath towels. So it's like a mix of all my kitchen towels and my socks. So I don't like to waste things. Where is Josh from? California? You're correct. I'm from California, unfortunately. Which is amazing if you think about how I came out. You know, born and raised in California. I left for a little bit, but I've been here more of my life. And then to think I'm, you know, I still have all of my body parts I was born with. I have so, you know, I still have some ability to think for myself. I can't believe it. I just love the weather. It's really, really good. But yeah, that's otherwise I'd probably go to New York. But even then, everywhere I'd want to go is extremely liberal, which kind of sucks. But then again, like I have learned the art of living in full liberal land and just being untouched by it. You could do that. You could do that. You knew it? My brows were just too crazy to be one mask? Ah, your theory was glasses underneath? Sounds like you're just assuming I'm a fucking Arab with a unibrow, but which is understandable. But yeah, there's many theories. Many theories. Oh, Miami! Miami. We caught another trade. Trump filed purchase of January 26 SM stock. Yeah, it sucks. On his trades you can't see, but remember, any of the 13 Fs, you could find out what price they bought it at. Is Cali worth living in? I think anywhere is worth living in. It all just depends on you. So like, yeah, that's all it is. Is Switzerland rates at 0? Would that be a carry trade? Yes and no. I mean, Swiss, it's not easy to access the Swiss money in the same way. Like Japan, it's easier, I think, to get your hands on it. But theoretically, yes, to the bigger arbitrage banks and the players. But for like more people, it's a little bit more limited. But yeah, anytime you get a rate differential, and again, especially with certain currency moves, that this carry trade opportunity will always present itself. You don't mind the weather. I haven't been to New York since it was cold, but I think I could vibe. I think Miami though, but y'all have hurricanes and shit. But like I'm saying, depending on how you live, like I think you could live anywhere. I mean that's why like for Cali, it's cool. I mean, I go to the beach, I hang out with my moms, like, you know, I like the weather. It's good to be around, and I have a lot of business to do all throughout. You know, you could go 2-3 hours, San Diego, LA, all around. There's a lot of things to do, but it's like depending on what you want to do, if you're inside a lot of the times or You like mountains more than other beach nature or whatever, like, dude, anywhere you got a good life, man, a good lifestyle, you're happy. That's why like a lot of places I'm cool with, because I'm like, I would love to live there for a little bit. But yeah, it's not I think every place has a unique advantage, is what I would definitely say. Cali's just pretty. That's it. You just have everything. Like you could just go from beach to mountains. So I like the nature. I like the scenery. And then the weather's not bad, but everything else sucks, dude. Like traffic and like, everything takes like 20 to 40 minutes. No matter what. You're either going 20 minutes there and 20 minutes back, or 10 minutes there, 30 minutes back. Like there's no such thing as like a easy access in California. That's the thing that's, unless you want to live in like downtown. Home is where the heart is. Indeed. Oh, wow. Only 35 minutes remaining. Have I been to Arizona? Yeah, dude. I lived in Arizona. I went to college at U of A. Bear down, baby. Bear down. I'm a wildcat. I love U of A, too. You know that? I already had my college propaganda talk last week. For those of you, you guys should go to college. I think you should. I don't think you need it. Like, college didn't make or break, some of the stuff I learned, but it definitely helped. But yeah, I do think if you want to go to college, you should go and make the most of it. Try not to get too much in debt, and don't go to college if you're just going to sit inside all day. I would really enjoy it. If there was a high-speed rail, bro, did you see what they want? I think they want to make bullet buses. They want to make, like, instead of a bullet train, I think California wants to make a bullet bus. It's amazing. My degree is in politics, and then I did a dual degree, and I also, surprisingly, have a degree in philosophy. So, like, I'm technically a political scientist, and at the same time, I'm a philosopher. Isn't that awesome? I don't make the rules. That's just what my Bachelor of the Arts says. I guess the social sciences. I'm a social scientist. But I don't like socialism. It's funny how that worked. You're moving to Florida end of the year? Daytona or West Beach? No more La Jolla? Yeah, La Jolla's packed. That's the only thing I don't like about it. It gets really touristy, especially on the weekends, but it's nice. But then I love Florida too. Why not Miami? I love Miami, but then again, I've never lived there. That's the thing. That's the problem, is I have learned some of the secret of life is that I don't go to places long enough to hate them. You know that? That's why some people are like, oh, you should spend more time. I'm like, nope, I do it perfectly. You know that? Because I go enough to a place where there's still wonder and enchantment. And I'm like, wow, this would be so nice to live here. And then I never have to live there. And then I just leave. So then that way it's still like, I can't hate it. How can I hate only like 2 days, 3 days max? You know what I'm saying? Like I'd say I went to New York. I didn't even have it wasn't that cold. Miami, I only had the traffic for like a day or two. I'm like, fuck, it's easy, simple. I'm gone. Yeah, Eastern Standard Time's pretty difficult. You went back to your MBA with finance. You were a top performer in management. Fuck yeah, baby. You said, let me show you this long term, son. Yeah, you would be surprised. I mean, a lot of the stuff that we cover, I do explain some basic stuff, but if you spent enough years, I mean, certain things you don't cover until it's like graduate school or even like third year. I was shocked. I had a bunch of finance majors from SDSU who would watch the stream, and they would tell me they didn't get into like derivatives until their final course of their finance degree. I was shocked. I said, that's year 3 for you? I think, or year 3 or year 4. It was like the upper level finance classes was when they start talking like options in the economy, and then everything else. Some of you said you've learned it through various master's programs. But yeah, I do think you could, you go down the economic rabbit hole, you could teach yourself a lot, bro. You could teach yourself a lot. So yeah, but I'm glad though. I like education in academics. I even like the school side or the social side too, which is, I think, great. Your bachelor's was in ancient Greek in chemistry? No fucking way. You are a bachelor in ancient Greek. That's amazing. Come to Miami and buy a little boat. I do. That's the thing I like about Miami. Boats are cheap out there. I don't know if it's because it's taxes or not, but to rent or buy a boat in Florida, it's literally half the price of California. I don't know if everybody knows this, because like it's kind of crazy. Like straight up, you go and try to rent a boat in Cali, it's gonna cost you double. You try to even buy one, it's literally half off in Miami. That was the craziest part. So that's why I like the boats. I didn't get one when I was in Miami though. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go rent a 100-foot yacht, but I was like, it's just me and my girlfriend. I don't know. I think I need more friends for that. So I didn't pull that off, and I didn't want to meet anybody. So yeah, I said we'll just watch the boats. There's even the one place you could pull up to a restaurant in a boat, which I was like, I wish San Diego had that. That would be nice. They have that in Newport. Yeah, Newport. You know, Newport's cheaper than San Diego and LA. Newport's a fascinating place. I like Newport a lot. XOVR? What is it? Private public crossover ETF? I would have to look into what they're holding. Been around since 2017. You're right above the middle. About EasyGo? No, I can. I mean, if you have questions, but sometimes if these pump plays kind of go crazy. Didn't we trade this one back in the day? It looks like a reverse split mixed in with a lot of other shit. I wouldn't get drawn too much in the hype. How old is Josh? 25? No, I'm 17. So I just turned 17 last week. So I look forward to my 18th birthday. No, I'm just kidding, man. I'm 59 years old. I'm going through a fucking midlife crisis. So I still try to talk like I'm young. I don't even know how old I am anymore. What's going on? Where did my hair go? Why do I still know slang? How come? How come I still play 2K? What the fuck is happening to me? So yeah, you just triggered a midlife crisis. Who am I? At least I have the long term. That's what happens. Anytime I get confused in life, the long term keeps you on ground with the mission. You're an unk, but not Gramps. Don't worry, King. I don't know how I feel about that. You know, I accept it. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. We don't have much time, you guys. So, I'd Rapparoony, Chattadoony. Again, we're 7 hours to nowhere. Then it's whatever chip news we get overnight. Then the Koreans. And then, oh yeah, NVIDIA's tomorrow, brother. NVIDIA is tomorrow. Oh, so get ready for that. But yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. And I will be right back. Happy birthday. Thank you. Thank you for that. You know, I feel like we haven't had this one in a while. But no, we need this one. We haven't banged this one today. You know, I made a lot free. We need to do it. Yeah.
I make the contracts free. Chase every ticker. I just wait my turn. Let them all chase glitter. I just want my bird. Premium in my pocket. Got a plan, not a prayer. If the charts start dropping, I'm already there. I make the contracts free, 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 free.
If it dips, I still get by, 'cause I already paid my fee. I know the whole song. I love it. I love it. I love it. He said he was 19 in 2012, so I'm 33 or 34. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Some of y'all been following me for a long time. Isn't that cool? And some of you got to see. You remember when I sounded like I was going through puberty? I didn't realize it until after, but that was cool. You guys know what I think it was, right? Did I ever tell you what it really was? Like, do you guys notice? I think talking every day for 7 hours like fried my voice a little bit, but like I do have a theory. I've shared it with you. It was my hernia. So literally, I swear, pre and post hernia, I sound different. No, it's not the mic. It was the hernia. I swear, bro. Half the time you heard me, I had a piece of my intestine sticking out of my muscle, and I thought I had a 9-pack. You know what I'm saying? So it was kind of crazy. But like, no, like ever since the hernia surgery, my whole entire voice structure changed. I don't know how to explain it. It's actually crazy. It's actually crazy. Yes, I did. I don't know if anybody needs to hear this. Like, if you ever look at like your abs or something, and like in like the bottom, like right or left of the abs, if you're like, wow, I got a nice little muscle bulge, that might be your small intestine. Okay, you might have a hernia. That's what happened to me. USAR, a DOV contract for domestic critical mineral and supply chains. I don't know how. I had the hernia probably for several years until I realized what it was. Because then it started really hurting. And then I was like, oh shit, that's a hernia. Mm-hmm. An inigual hernia. Yep. Inigual. It's very fun to say. Yeah, 2020. No, there's people out there who've been following me before that. That's what you guys are missing. It goes deep, bro. I've been around for a minute. You know that? You know my first Instagram post was in 2014. I was on Instagram really early, bro. That's it, bro. I'm telling you, dog. I invented flexing. I don't think y'all realize. I was flexing before Dan Bilzerian was a real person. I don't think y'all realize. It was a wild, wild time. There's a lot of stuff in this game, dog. The plug's plug, bro. We didn't just show up here, bro. Mm-hmm. It's amazing. You didn't know you had one till you joined the Navy? Oh shit. They're like, yeah, that's not a muscle. It's fully a hernia. Mm-hmm. I want to do another gold digger prank. I don't know how it'd work now. 10 years later, people are different. Wouldn't they I feel like they'd tase me and then report me to police. I was like, I just wanted to talk to you. They're like, shut up, shorty. Assault. I'm like, what? I'm like, this is crazy. I could. How about I do it, but I only hit on old ladies? I don't think y'all realize, bro. I don't know what's happened lately. You know, old ladies love me now. I don't know how to describe. I don't know if it's their problem or something happened to me. But, like, yo, bro, like, anybody, like, the older bracket, bro, people, like, 10, 20 years older than me, dog, them grandmas, they love me, bro. They love me. I don't know why. Maybe because I'm not even that young, and they're, like, perfect. They're like, you're old enough to not have a hairline, but then you look like you're bite-sized because you're 5'2". So I'm like, all right, fair enough. I could do that. I think you'll get a lot better if I just only talk to old ladies. I think it'll work. Mm-hmm. I was flexing before it was flexing. I was. They didn't even know what to call it. That was the first time. I was one of the first people on the internet. I'm like, yo, y'all ever see a fucking Ferrari? Hey, yo, you ever check this shit out? That was before motherfuckers ain't. Not everybody was on social media, bro. Y'all don't understand. It was a different world. A different world, man. The world has gotten many things. It's gotten both better and worse. Mm-hmm. I know, it sucks. Some people, if you saw the IG first, you may not have had the same experience. That's what sucks. It goes in waves. It used to be where YouTube, and then they'd be like, oh, you have an Instagram? And then vice versa. A lot of people found me through Instagram. But yeah, just YouTube hates us now. I don't know why. I do know why, but now I just don't think they want people to have long terms. I'm telling you, the last 2 months has blown my mind. What's happened in the market, how even last year too, with all the propaganda, but especially after the last couple months, man, to see like how everybody to see how they really got people to panic, abandon the long term, and then get them to chase. So I know why. I know why they don't fuck Wall Street. I know why they hate us, bro. I do. That's what I'm saying. They're going out of their way. Yeah, you can't tell me anything else now. I you know, at first we had our theories. You know, I have people I know who work at Google, and they put me on game the last time. Remember when I kept getting reported? But yeah, it's nah. At this point, there is we hold a special place in their heart, but they are definitely They definitely go out of their way to make sure. Again, I mean, even as of lately, it's kind of crazy. So that's what I'm saying. Make sure you follow the Instagram, though, because any of the nightly content I post, I mean, YouTube just might not tell you. And then YouTube has a bunch of bots. Isn't that funny, too? I haven't seen one bot on any Instagram video. Fucking YouTube, the first fucking 50 comments, they let it get botted to shit. Mm-hmm. NFTs? Oh no, dude, I'm telling you, imagine like my first YouTube video on Bitcoin was in 2016. I think, or 2015. So yeah, like, so there was I don't know, bro, there was a whole era. There's many eras. That's why, I mean, a lot of stuff though, you know, we've talked about a lot of different concepts in the world. I would say this big shift here is AI, and I think you guys are going to look back and see some of not only the plays, but also wherever the world leads into. I look forward to disruption. I'm telling you, I can't wait till we get like a disruptive change that changes economies and value and everything else, bro. And I really I think it's going to be a cool opportunity, and that'll even be one of those checkpoints where we look back. Because again, you had crypto and Bitcoin, then 4 years later it was like COVID and inflation and all that. And then real estate too throughout there. Like I said, I mean, I put it in that one video. Just like, it's again, some of you, we were very small when we were starting. I mean, it was only a couple. I think that video has like 2,000 views or something. But I remember when the first set of Chads were getting their long term and they were asking me what to do, I was showing them houses. And we were looking at the $80,000 houses in Atlanta, 60,000 in Indiana. So that was kind of that first period. And then the COVID houses and all that. So I do think, you know, 4 or 5 years later now, we're entering into the AI age. So I look forward to it, man. I hope you do too, and I hope you continue to look forward to your future. You had no idea what you were doing at first. Watched for months, seeing the mouse, learned the terminology, began to understand. Isn't it crazy? And it's crazy how one day it just all clicks. It'll sound like a foreign language, and then one day you're like, oh, I understand it now. And then that's it, man. And that's it. You have to shed your name. Well, we do unbans. I don't know if you want to get unbanned, but I don't know if I approved any of the unbans, though, the last week. Already made my fees. The e-commerce videos, I only did a couple of them because again, like, part of my story, like back in the day, like I discovered Alibaba and drop shipping when I was like 10 or like 13. It was like right before I started even trading, so that was part of it. But I made a couple videos because I always believed that any sort of, like, if you have any sort of service or skill you could offer, again, like, how are you going to get money to trade? You know what I'm saying? How are you going to get money to build a long term? So I do like all areas of building income. You know, I like to think I know, you know, even as the times go on, there's like little trends and stuff that pops up. So I think being familiar with all those is good. But yeah, I only made a couple of videos on there. And then more people said, tell me about TLT. Tell me about real estate. So yeah, I might be down to make another one. What's the only new trend I'd have that's not e-commerce, I shared it with you guys, is cleaning companies. But not like house cleaning, but corporate, but mainly data centers. I don't know if any of you want to do that. I'll fund it. I'm telling you, right now, the biggest industry where you could make more money than actually having a data center, up until the data center actually profits, is a data center cleaning company. It's insane. It's actually insane. Last year, I think like 20% of the revenue of data centers went to cleaners. It's something ridiculous. But yeah, like, it's a special cleaning company where you have specific, like it's a specific cleaner to like handle the chips and the electricity, and then like you go make a contract, and then you go and you pretty much clean and make sure these data centers are clean. But they're multi-million-dollar contracts. It's actually insane. So yeah, that's the one that right now I would say is both high upside. You don't have a lot of people doing it, and then yeah, you know, I'm sure in the next few years, you will hear people talk about this. No, yeah, it's several $1 million. Like, again, I think overall it might have been over a couple $1 billion total, like in general, just generated. Because think about it, all these data centers, they have to be clean. The ones that exist, the ones that are getting built now, it's like insane. Yeah, data center cleaning. You need to know how to clean electronics. There's like, I don't know if they use like a special liquid or certain tools. It's a little bit different, but it is it's a big industry, dude. It's a real thing that I just don't think a lot of people are aware of. How do we start this? Look into it. Look in what you need, and then talk to these companies that are building and ask them if they have a cleaner, and then even go look into government contracts too. It's a lot of capital up front. It's ESD cleaning. You did it at Apple. Go make a company right now. Like I said, I'll invest in it. I'm down. I think it's a huge industry. That's it. Nobody... Think about it. In this generation, too, how many people are like, I want to fucking clean? Nobody wants to fucking clean. So now you fucking clean with a hyperscaler backend? Fuck yeah. Let's go fucking clean, dude. This is gonna... What are you talking about? This is utmost... It's like... It's a necessity to the data centers. Like, they have to be clean, you know, when it's all said and done. So, yeah, man. I'd look into it. If you're down, I got you, bro. I got you. I would be down anywhere, but yeah, wherever these data centers are. You welcome your new baby boy, Beckett. What a name! Newest member of the Chad. Wow. Hold on. Baby Beckett. What a name. That's a nice name, Beckett. He already sound like he got a long term. You know that? You're going to have him with the trust fund, Beckett. That's a trust fund name. Beckett. I love it, bro. Congratulations. That's very exciting. Now hold that long term till he's 18, and then he'll get to do whatever he wants with it. And see, maybe we get some data center cleaning. You're like, Dad, what did we do? We cleaned data centers. Woo! 1 billion to the sell side. Market on close. Oh, we were just at open, but yeah, that's 10-minute rigged. Fun, yeah. If you have the expertise, that'd be next level. Because like I'm saying though, that's an industry that I still think you're kind of early on. If you want to get involved with AI and the rise and build a company, I mean, that's the one with crazy upside. All right, Chad. Well, Rap-a-rooney. Rap-a-rooney. Rap-a-roon, Chad-a-doon. Oh, Data Kelb, again. They were at the event. Did they pop? They took a couple more bucks. I do. I could pull them up for you. Would you guys like all of the data centers? I had it somewhere. I actually have a crazy one. This is going to blow your guys' mind. I don't know if this is public. I think this is publicly available somewhere. So are you ready for this? This is the type of shit I'm on, dog. Oh, where is it? Oh, it just said they're gonna stop updating this? Oh, the original source on this is getting changed. Fuck. Well, that sucks. So are you ready? I should charge you guys for this. I don't know if you guys can handle this. So you have to be on stream. But are you ready for this? Are you ready? I think some of you will like this. This is my closing gift to you today. So you may want to screenshot this if you like. But are you ready? Here is every data center that's being built or is already built in North America. Ta-da! So yeah, that's a map of all of them. You could go and dive deep into each one, but you could kind of see the geographies of where they're built around. So again, imagine all the cheap properties around here. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's a list of every single data center in the United States right now. Both already built or already starting built or close to operation. Ta-da! Thank you. Thank you. I'll be here Monday through Friday. Open till close. Mm-hmm. EA on the high. I mean, we haven't heard about their deal. Energy stocks coming into the close. And then, yeah, the SPY just gave it up. I mean, literally, since those Iran seizing the tanker, but then we had a nice little weird rotation move the other day. On stream, you got the idea to start a boat cleaning from Josh. I have 5 employees, 2 trucks, business is booming. That's what I'm talking about. I love it, man. I love the business ideas. That's why, man. So I've said, like, over the years, I mean, it's going to help you get a long-term. You build a business, get some income, get you some income to trade, income for everything, man. So I love it. I love the business owners. Let's get more of them, baby. Mm-hmm. Apple pop and SPY drop. Well, it's all 10-minute rig. You only got final 5 right now. Yeah, there's no data centers in Cuba. No. That is accurate. You're right. There's not one data center in Cuba. I think they need electricity to maybe get that there. But yeah, there is a bunch. Yeah, we did one of those plays earlier. That was the 2028 one. You're conflicted. You do data center work. You're conflicted because of the Willow chip. Why? What do you think? What's your... I could tell you was conflicted. It's good. You run and own a mechanic shop funded by original trading account and my investments. Nothing better to spend money on except investing. Amen, bro. I like it, though. Telling you, the business owner's source of income, you know, parlay that with the both long-term and even short-term. That's that trifecta that you want. You know, that's what I'm saying. Any way to get income up, that's what you want to start getting, and then it opens the doors to all these things. But then especially now, man, we're getting into a era of the future, and some of you could use AI to take these companies you have and, you know, hopefully take them to the next level. Or again, you're seeing everybody go crazy and all this money and this build out. It is going to create a lot of opportunities. You want to do freelancing? Like what kind of freelancing? Like artwork, like investing, working, freebase, drugs. There's many types. So, but yeah, again, as long as you pair yourself up, I think, with all these opportunities that are around right now and where things are heading, I do think a lot of you could have some great opportunities. But more income sources, the better, especially if you know how to trade and then you know how to get a long term and invest. Just like I'm saying, the income opens up a lot of these doors. FE. A PE firm. I do it, but it's hard. I mean, just it's Like, you don't underestimate the quality of ideas. So it's really hard to get ideas that are really good and the right people behind them, where like you would commit in a liquid amount of capital behind. Otherwise, I'm down, but I am still very, I'm more skeptical than not. I prefer funding businesses that are already making money, not necessarily funding or finding the next big thing. But all you have left, my friends, 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, time to wrap it up. You're just about 7 hours to nowhere. Again, a couple of bad, you had no Iran headlines until the seizing of the ship towards the end of the day. You got a little bit more of a breather out of chips when it looked like a rotation, but other than that, a couple more earnings and more staples and other laggers along the way. NVIDIA tomorrow, and now you have less than 10 seconds to wrap it up and make up your decision. Again, even coming into tomorrow, a lot of the action is going to happen after the bell, so keep your eyes out for that. But 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horda Chatadonia. Oh, we did it. We made it, baby. 7 hours in the books. 2 days of the week. And now get ready for the middle of the week. For the middle of the month. But you made it to the end of the day. Let me get a GG in the chat, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Good game, baby. Members, non-members, stream alerts. Did you learn something? Locked in? Did you learn something? Are you in the game? Are you ahead of the game? Were you prepared? Do you have the long term? That's what I'm talking about, Chatadonia. Good game, baby. Members, non-members, locked in, everybody. For real, bro. If I didn't ban you today, if you showed love, you were a joy, a contribution. You were engaged in everything. I love you. A good question. Everybody with the long term, not being a hoe. Are you kidding me? He wants to fight you mad.
I think he's so sad. Or a little cuckoo. Make the long term go
Buku. They hate AI art because it's not really art. Oh my God. Hey man, GG, baby. Shout out to Chad. I hope you had a great day, baby. Enjoy the rest of your day. Jesus is King. Jesus is Lord. I trap troll chat because he gets bored. But Jesus
is still Lord.
That's it, baby. Thank you for your time, baby. God bless you, Chad. Have a good rest of your day. Keep the long term in mind. Keep in mind the stall. Make it alive through this week. Get ready for next week, too. Keep looking ahead. You know the signals. All of them. Wow. Wow. So, Chatadonia, God bless you. Thank you for your time. I don't think any crazy earnings after the bell today. Unfortunately, I got to take another dump, bro. I don't know. You guys know, ever since daylight savings, my dumps have been moved till after the day. I don't like it. But that's just how the story goes. I don't know what happened. Maybe the poles switched, the axis, North Pole, South Pole, maybe the magnetic field. But now I have to take a fucking dump at the end of the day, not in the morning. You know, sometimes I'll take a dump in the morning, but then like, bro, unfortunately, I gotta go. It's not your fault. It's my fault. But I'm gonna go take care of this. But I will see you tonight. If you're on the locked in, we'll have a watch list. Even if you're not on the watch list, you should be on the Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I will have a video for you. And yeah, we'll talk about a lot of different things. And God willing, I see you in the morning. Let's get ready for another day, baby. See where the middle of the week takes us. I mean, again, this is now like day 3 in a row of momentum kind of chilling out. The SPY, you know what I'm saying? We didn't go down, but we didn't go up a lot. That's stall, baby. So I hope you're ready for all of it. But Chatadonia, thank you for your time. God bless every single one of you. Go read the books. Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why you're here, why you keep going, and why for the next 30 days you must eliminate all excitement. Get down to dedication. Get rid of any sort of desperation. That's only going to take away your good luck. And finally, you better go to bed imagining and utilize your imagination just as God imagined all of us, this world, the king, all of it, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chatadonia. Have a good day. Have a great day. A great rest of your day. I'll see you tonight. I'll see you in the morning. And if I don't, man, I hope you get good sleep. You know what I'm saying? I hope you get some good sleep at the very least. So have a good one, and peace out. It's a cold, baby. Yeah. Money long and the flow is impeccable. World shit, but my God's still incredible. They wrong and talk shit with a spectacle. Some got fruit, some got vegetables. Got bills, I could take this shit federal. God's will, cause the devil's not legible. They'll film, but this shit won't be forgettable. I'm gonna praise the Lord even if it's miserable. But the mission feeling biblical, cynical in intervals, turn them to a liberal. These the same people that kill Jesus, not the criminals. My God is really big, they want me to make it minimum. Comical, that's the thing that's not possible. Never kiss the ring, I won't even take the sponsor though. Jesus is the papa, told the story about the dominoes. Give Caesar what is Caesar, can't you see that we talking dough? Anyway it falls, anyway it molds. Everything you told was a bold-faced lie. The money take time, don't be a bitch who waste mine. I got a little too drunk hearing from the grapevine. Rumor ass bitches got my frugal ass senses. Ain't no talk too expensive, means you say it but ain't meant it. Every time you give them credit, then they go and try to spend it. But they father ain't taught them to borrow or to slay to lend it. Damn, you wanna keep Mars, I'ma change the fucking world. Used to only want a car and then I only want a girl. Funny, got it all, now I only want the word. Here, let's take a second, let me tell you how we good. Mama left the third world, what you mean the hood? I don't gotta murmur, I ain't never scared. You could take it further, but can you do a turn? No, stand up, don't give a shit, dog, I treat it like a urinal. Believe in things and they gon' happen. Yeah, they got the king that they demanded. Let's be real, I don't think they understand it. Off the dome, but it's fluid with the planet. Act dumb, but you clearly see I'm standing. We were small, but clearly we're expanding. If y'all ball, then how come you ain't passing? Heard the call and nothing more, we not abandoned.